Hi there, and welcome to the ultimate course where you'll build and deploy not one, not two, not three, but 4 modern UI UX applications and get hired as a front-end developer. I'm talking modern, responsive, beautifully designed, industry-ready applications. In this course, you'll learn how to take Figma designs and turn them into a full-fledged websites, all the way from design over development to deployment on your own hosting and domain name using Hostinger. I'll even teach you how to create the ultimate developer portfolio so you can share it with your potential employers. This course will single-handedly allow you to make your breakthrough in the industry and get a high-paying and a well-appreciated web development job. Here are the projects you'll build. The first application on our list is a fully responsive modern UI UX website in React.js. This tutorial will teach you how to take a Figma design and turn it into a beautiful website. The second app you'll build is a modern restaurant web application. This project is perfect for you if you want to improve your CSS skills and create modern React.js websites. After that fantastic application, you'll build another one. You'll build a modern website in React, but this time with Tailwind. It has a stunning hero section, high-quality assets and gradients, business stats, reusable feature sections with call-to-action buttons, testimonials, and more. And finally, you'll build a perfect development portfolio from scratch so you can showcase all the excellent web applications you've built in this course and make your first impression with employers count. Presenting a well-designed and developed flexible portfolio will make you stand out from the crowd. Before we dive into the project, I have an incredibly important announcement for you. We've recently added the free resources section to the JSMastery.pro website. The link is in the description. So from now on, alongside the professional project-based courses such as Filmpire and NFT Marketplace, you can get entirely free guides and ebooks about React, Web3, and front-end, back-end, and full-stack development. If you decide to get the courses by using the link in the description, a special discount code will automatically be applied for you during checkout. So far, we've mentioned what you'll build in this video, but I haven't told you what you'll learn, and that's what matters. In this compilation of videos, you'll learn React functional components and their reusability, React file and folder structure, fundamental CSS properties to master Flex and Grid, fundamentals of the CSS BEM model, from soft and pleasant animations to complex gradients, perfectly placed media queries for satisfactory responsiveness covering almost all devices. And at the end, you'll learn how to deploy your websites to incredibly fast servers and give them a custom domain name. With that said, let's dive straight into the first project. Before we start building out our project, let's first get the hosting and the domain name for our new site, your portfolio, or any website you'll create in the future. Hostinger is my personal recommendation, and right now they're offering crazy Black Friday deals, so I simply needed to show this to you. The link with an extra discount is in the description. Let's click the Claim Deal button, and as you can see, right now Hostinger offers an 80% discount for a 4-year subscription to the premium shared web hosting plan. For about $2 a month, you can host 100 websites and you'll even receive a free domain. This deal is of course valid only for a limited amount of time. Hostinger offers an excellent price to quality ratio, high-speed servers, and most importantly, 24/7 chat support. This Black Friday deal is an absolute steal. I mean, $2 a month for hosting 100 websites, and you also get a free SSL certificate, which means you'll have HTTPS security. You also get a free email and most importantly, a free domain name. We need our 4 industry standard applications you'll build in this video to be fast, reliable, and trustworthy. All of the features you'll get with this hosting plan will make all the difference. Since I've partnered with Hostinger, they decided to give you an even bigger discount. You can find the link and a unique discount code in the description. Enjoy! Once you visit the link in the description, click Claim Deal, and then Add to Cart. Here, we have to choose the period of our hosting. With the crazy discount going on right now, I'll definitely choose 48 months to save the most money. And down below, you can choose your payment method, but even more importantly, you can enter a custom coupon code I prepared for you. So just click right here and type JavaScript Mastery, all caps, no spaces, and click Apply. There we go, the coupon has been applied and you can safely make a purchase. After you complete the checkout, you'll be redirected to the Hostinger's dashboard. I'll see you there. As you can see, I'm personally using Hostinger for my brand, for all of my websites. If you purchase the premium shared hosting, you should see this Claim Domain button right here. Let's try with GPT-3-JSM. And as you can see, it was $14 before, and now we get it completely for free. So let's go ahead and click Claim Domain. Our domain is being registered right now. And this is our domain overview. What we can do right now is go back to Home, and we can set up our premium shared hosting. So let's go to Setup. We can click Start Now. And as you can see, Hostinger offers immediate hosting with WordPress and WooCommerce. But in this case, we're going to click this button at the bottom, Skip, I will start from scratch. We can choose a domain right here and finish setup. The setup is right now being initialized. And after that is done, we'll be able to start coding out our project. And then at the end of the video, we're going to deploy our website. While our hosting is setting up, I just wanted to quickly let you know that there is the GitHub repository containing the entire code for this project. So if you ever get stuck, just make sure to visit this GitHub and compare your code with the code that's on here. That should help you solve all of your issues for you. While you're here, I would also appreciate it if you gave this repository a star. There we go, our website is ready. Let's go to a control panel, and here we are. At the end of the video, as I've mentioned, we're simply going to deploy our code right here using the file manager. With that said, let's dive straight into the code. As we always do on JavaScript Mastery, we're going to start from the complete beginning by creating a new empty folder. We can name it something like GPT-3 underscore, and you can put your name here. In this case, I'm going to say JSM. Once you have your folder, you can then open up an empty Visual Studio Code window and simply drag and drop it there. Once you do that, you can go to View and then Terminal. This is going to open up the integrated Visual Studio Code terminal that's going to allow us to initialize our React application. And let me show you how you can do that. We can start by running npx create-react-app and then simply type /. This is going to initialize a new React application straight inside of the newly created folder. Of course, to run this command, you have to have Node installed. So if you don't already have Node, simply Google Node and download it. That way, you'll be able to run this command if you came across any issues. This process is going to take about a minute, so I'm going to pause this video and I'll be right back. And our app finished initializing. You should be able to see a few files and folders pop up, so let's go ahead and see what that is about. In my case, first thing I have is the Git folder. For some of you, this might be hidden, but completely ignore that because it's not going to be important for the rest of this video. Then we have our node modules, which is going to contain all of the dependencies we're going to install. This is our public folder where we have the index.html we're going to hook our entire React application to. And finally, the most important folder is the source folder. This is where we're going to create our React components. As you can see right now, there is a lot of files and folders that we might not need. So what I usually like to do is completely delete the source folder and then create a new one from scratch. That way, I'll show you how everything is done completely from scratch and we won't have any unused files. Our folder was deleted and we can create a new one. by simply typing source or src. Then we can create the most important React file, which is the index.js. Inside of there, we can say import. That's going to be React from React. And only in this file, we also need to import React DOM from React-DOM. This is going to allow us to hook our React application to our index.html. Let me show you how. You can say React DOM dot render, and we want to render the application. So we can type app like this as a component, and we want to render it by saying document dot get element by ID, and that's going to be root. Now, as you can see, this is red right now because our app hasn't been defined. So for now, let's simply say import app from /app. Right now, this file doesn't exist yet, but we're going to create it really soon. And let me also explain the second part. What is this div with an ID of root? Well, if we go into the public folder, index.html, you'll be able to notice that we have a big file here, but if we space this out correctly, remove some of the comments here, some of the comments there, also remove this comment and this no script here, you'll be able to notice that this is nothing more than a most basic HTML file that has just one div with an ID of root. Inside of here, our entire application will go. So that's exactly what we're doing here. We're saying this app component is going to be rendered inside of the div with an ID of root. So now let's create that app. Inside of the source, we can create a new file called app.js. Inside of there, we can run a command called rafce. This is a React functional component. If what I've just done seems like magic to you, you might not have the right extension. So just go ahead and search for ES7 snippets, and then download and install ES7 React Redux GraphQL React Native snippets. Once you do that and reload your Visual Studio Code, you should be able to run this command and immediately get a functional component like this one. This is going to simplify and speed up your workflow. Inside of here, for now, we can just create an h1 tag and simply say GPT-3 inside of there. Now, before we go ahead and run our application, we can go to View and Terminal and just install the dependencies that we're going to use. This is a special project video because we're going to use just one single dependency. So you can type npm install, and that's going to be React-icons. And why is that so special? Because everything you're going to see in this video is going to be done from scratch without using extra dependencies. We're going to turn that Figma design into a compelling website without using any dependencies, just by using your React skills. We're going to give this dependency a moment to install, and we'll be right back. There we go. Our dependency installed, and we can simply type npm start to start our application on localhost 3000. And if we've done everything correctly, we should be able to see just one single heading saying GPT-3. Doesn't look like something right now, just a basic white page with nothing on it. But soon enough, this is going to be filled with code, assets, colors, backgrounds, everything. And it's going to look and feel amazing. So to start off, let's create the basic folder and file structure for our entire project. This might seem like a boring process to start with, but this is going to save us so much time later on. So the first thing we can do is create a new folder inside of the source folder called components. Inside of our components, we're going to have just a few components, and these are going to be article. Then also inside of the components folder, we're going to have the brand component. We are also going to have a call to action or a CTA component. We're going to have a feature component. And finally, we're going to have our navigation bar, so we can call it navbar. Now, each one of these components is going to have two different files. The first one is going to be the corresponding component. So inside of the article, that's going to be article.jsx. That article is going to be a functional component, so we can again type RAFCE. For now, it can simply render out the article. Inside of each component folder, we're going to have one more file, and it's going to be called the same as the folder, in this case article, but it's going to be a CSS file. So these are going to be the styles for this specific component. And we can simply import them by saying import /article.css. Great. Now what we can do is we can repeat the process for all of the other components. So I'm going to copy this entire thing and simply do the same thing for the brand. Right here, we can create a new file called brand.jsx, and I'm simply going to paste it here. Now we just have to change a few things. We can do that by holding the Alt key and then double clicking wherever we mention the articles. Now I'm going to rename that to brand. And I'm going to rename the CSS to brand as well. Finally, we have to create a new file called brand.css. Now again, we can repeat this process for our CTA. So let's create a new component called cta.jsx, paste everything. Again, we're going to rename it to CTA, and it's going to be cta.css. Inside of there, we can also create that cta.css file. We can again repeat the same thing for the feature by creating a new feature.jsx component. And right here, we can simply paste what we have, rename it to feature, and also feature.css. As I've already mentioned, this process might be a bit boring to start with, but it's going to make our life so much simpler later on. Let's also create one new file. It's going to be called feature.css. And the last component on our list is going to be the navigation bar. So let's create a navbar.jsx. Again, we're going to paste it, rename this to navbar, and change this to navbar.css. And finally, we're going to add the navbar.css file right here. Great. Now we have the files and folders for all of our components. I'm going to close all of our open files by pressing Ctrl and then W a few times, just so we have a clean working environment. And now we can also export all of these components from a single file. Usually, we would have to do something like this. Import article from /components/article, and then one more time article to get to the exact component. And now if we wanted to use all of these components in this file, we'd have to repeat this line for every single component. The second one would be brand, the third one would be CTA, and so on. I think you can see the point. This is getting quite repetitive, and there is a simple fix to that. We can simply go to the components folder and create one new file called index.js. Inside of this file, we can say export in curly braces default as, and we can give the name of our component like article from, that's going to be /article/article. So basically what we're doing is we're exporting the article from this index file. And from this index file, we can also export all of the other components. So this one is going to be brand from brand. Then we can repeat the process. That's going to be CTA from CTA. We're also going to have a feature component like this from the featured folder. And finally, we need our navigation bar. So that's going to be navbar from navbar/navbar. Now with this approach, inside of our app, we can import all of these components in one line, believe it or not. The only thing we have to do is say import in curly braces, article, brand, CTA, and any other component you want from /components. and they're going to be imported automatically. That's great. That's a phenomenal trick that you can from now on use in all of your React applications. But in this case, we won't be importing our components straight inside of our app. The components will be imported inside of our containers. And that's another great tip I can give you. We're going to structure our React application in a few files and folders. We're going to have the components folder for smaller components, and then we're going to create a new folder called containers. This is going to be for our bigger components containing multiple of the components at the same time. You can think about a container like a bigger section of the page. So let's go ahead and repeat the process for our containers. We're going to have quite a few. One is going to be called blog. Then the second one is going to be called features, multiple. Then we're going to have a footer. We're also going to have a header. We're going to have a possibility section like this. And we're going to have a what GPT-3. There we go. So now for all of these containers, we can again create a similar structure where we're going to create a new file called blog.jsx. And we're also going to have the blog.css. There we go. Again, we can simply keep copying and pasting an empty component for now. So let's go ahead to our blog, rename this to blog, and this is going to be blog.css. And I'm going to say it one more time. I know this is getting repetitive, but later on, we'll be able to just switch between the components and start implementing real logic and real design to each one of them. Just bear with me for a few more minutes and we're going to go through it really soon. The second container on our list is going to be the features container. So let's create a features.jsx component, paste it here, and simply change this to features. The CSS file is going to be features.css. So we can create it right here. Then we're going to have our footer. So we can create a footer.jsx. Again, paste it and simply change everything to footer and footer.css. We can again go ahead and add the footer.css file. We can again repeat the same thing for the header. So create a new header.jsx file and header.css. Paste our component into the header.jsx and simply rename everything to header and header. Two more files remaining. We're going to repeat the same thing for possibility.jsx. Paste it here. Change everything. And also change the CSS file. And add that same CSS file right here. And the last container on our list is whatGPT3.jsx. We can simply paste everything, say what GPT-3, and in here that's going to be what GPT-3.css. So let's go ahead and add it, what GPT-3.css. And with that, we are quite done with all of our files and folders. The only thing we have to do is add this index.js file to export all of the containers as well, so that we can use it straight inside of our React application. Let's go ahead and create a new index.js file inside of the containers right here. And now we can do the same thing. Export default as, that's going to be blog from /blog/blog. Now we can duplicate this a few more times. The second thing on our list is going to be features from the features folder. The third thing is going to be the footer from the footer folder. Then we're going to have the header from the header folder. And we're going to have the possibility from the possibility folder. And the last thing is going to be what GPT-3 section. And that's going to be it. Now we can close all of our files and folders like this. There we go. Collapse everything. and just go back inside of our app.js. Inside of here, we can use that trick that I showed you earlier. We can import in curly braces footer, blog. We're going to also import possibility. Then we're going to import features, what GPT-3, and finally the header. All of this is coming from /, and that is containers. Finally, we're going to need a few components. So we're going to import CTA, brand, and also the navbar. These are coming from / components. Using the tricks I showed you earlier, you can see how clean our code looks like. This here would be more than 10 lines, but now we have it in just 2, and it's easily noticeable where we're importing certain things from. Finally, to complete our long setup, we're simply going to make use of all of these components right here. We're going to remove this h1. We're going to have a div that's going to have a class name. So right here, we can add a class name equal to app. Then we're going to have one more div inside of it. And this div is going to have a class name equal to gradient __ bg. Inside of here, we're going to have our navigation bar. So we can say navbar as a self-closing tab. And we're also going to have our header. Below this div, we're going to have our brand to say what our brand is about. Then we're also going to have what GPT-3. We're also going to have the features tab after that. Then we're going to have the possibility tab, or section rather. Then we're going to have the click to action. And finally, a blog section. And the last thing, of course, is going to be the footer. I think that now you should be able to understand what have we been doing so far. We've been setting up the file and folder structure and now used all of these containers and components inside of our app. So now if we go back to the browser, you can notice that everything is structured right here and separated into components. That's all that React is about. Have one single website, be it a single page or a multi-page, but don't have tens of thousands or thousands of lines as you would in a single index HTML file. With React, you can separate everything into smaller components, as we've done right now, and now we can code them out separately to keep our code base readable. Of course, this doesn't look that good for now, but as I've told you, this is going to save us so much time in the future because our entire folder and file structure is now done. With that said, let's go ahead and start implementing the general application styles, and then we're going to go to the first component on our list, which is the navigation bar. To create our main application styles, we can create a new file inside of our source called app.css. And then we can simply import it right here inside of the app.js by saying import /app.css. In here, we're going to implement some of the general styles. We can start with a star or an asterisk for all the elements. We want to set the box sizing to be equal to border-box. Then we're going to set the padding for all elements to be 0 and margin to be 0 as well. We also want to add the scroll behavior to be smooth for our scrolling later on. And then we're going to add our body tag, and we're going to set our background to be var --color-bg. This is a CSS variable for our background color. We won't be typing the variable names every time. We're simply going to use the variables themselves. So we can create one more CSS file called index.css. Inside of there, you can simply copy and paste my code because this is going to be just the setup. In here, I'm going to give you access to some kind of gradients, color backgrounds, colors for the footer, background, blog, text, and so on. And in here, we're also importing the font. So below this video, there's going to be a GitHub gist where you'll be able to find the index.css file and simply copy and paste it here. Once you have that, inside of our index.js, you can simply import /index.css. That file is now going to allow us to use these variables everywhere else in our code. We can now save this file and see if we have our background. And there we go. You cannot see the text anymore because it's black, but our background is now dark as well. Now let's add some basic styling as well. For our anchor tags, we're going to set the color to be set to unset, and we're going to remove that text decoration to none. Usually it's set to underline. Now let's focus on the important part, and that is adding the gradient. Let me show you what I mean. In here, I have our Figma design file. And as you can see, there is some kind of gradient right here on the top left. It is kind of bluish, and then it transitions to this darker color. So let's go ahead and add that gradient. To create the gradient, we're gonna use this angrytools.com/gradient. This is a great tool that's going to help us with creating our CSS gradients. The link is going to be, of course, down in the description under resources. I zoomed everything in so that you can see it a bit better. And now let's start by adding our first color. We can click on this yellow color right here, go to hex, and the first color on our list is going to be 002853. This is going to be the dark blue color. You can click on the middle one and click delete. And now on the right side, we're going to exchange this pink color with a hexadecimal color of 040C18. This is going to be that dark color. Finally, we're going to switch this to radial, and we're going to say 3% on the x-axis and 25% on the y-axis. You can see our circle is now on the top left, and that is exactly where we want to have our gradient. As you can see, our background has been created, and we even have some WebKits for this to work on all of the different browsers. Let's go ahead and copy this. We can go back to the code, and let's call this class gradient__bg. And in here, we can simply paste everything. Great. This is a phenomenal tool to create your backgrounds. Now let's see if this is actually working. If we go back to our website and reload, you can see that there's this gradient right here. Right now, it doesn't look like something, but once we add all of the illustrations and all the text for a header, it's going to look so much better. Now, let's also add a class for our gradient text. So we can say gradient and then __ text. In here, we're going to add a background, which is going to be var, and that's going to be -- gradient - text. Then we're going to add the background - clip to be equal to text. And we can add WebKits as well for this to work on all browsers. -webkit -background -clip, that's going to be text. And finally -webkit -text -fill, and then -color, that's going to be set to transparent. Great. Have we used the gradient text somewhere? I don't think we have yet, but we're going to use it soon enough. Now we also want to implement some styles for the sections because we're going to have many sections later on, so it's better to implement the styles right away. So I'm going to say .section __ padding, and we're going to give it padding of 4 rem on top and bottom and 6 rem on left and right. Now we can copy this and paste it below, but of course we don't have a colon right here, and we're simply going to rename this to section margin and then change the margin in the same way we did here. Great. Finally, we also want to add some custom CSS animations, and we don't need to code them from scratch. Let me show you a great tool that you can use. The tool is called animista.net, and I'm going to put this link below as well. Basically in here, you can find a lot of different animations that you can play with and use in your code. In this case, we're going to use the basic scale up animation. It opens up from the middle, and you can get the code right here on the right side. There we go. So we can simply copy this class, paste it in our code right here, and then one more time copy the keyframes. There we go. In this case, we can remove this text right here. So now we have the keyframes and we also have the scale up center animation. Again, this is something that we're not using right now, but we're going to use it for every single section later on. And the last thing we have to do for our app.css is to add some media queries. So we could say add media, screen, and this is going to be max-width set to 700 px. So this is going to be for our, let's say, middle-sized devices, like tablets or bigger phones. In here, we simply want to say section __ padding is going to be set to padding for rem. And we're going to do the same thing with the margin. So I'm simply going to duplicate this below and rename this to margin. But it's always going to be for rem. It's not going to be for 6 as before. It's going to be just set to 4. That way it looks better with devices with max width of 700. Now we can copy this entire thing, paste it below one more time, and this is going to be for mobile devices. So max width 550 pixels. In this case, we're simply going to set this to 4 rem and then 2 rem on the horizontal axis. And that's going to be it for our app.css. I know we haven't seen a lot of these changes we've created, but again, these are the styles that we're going to use throughout our entire application. But with that said, now we are ready to start creating our navigation bar. We have our gradient, we have everything we need. Let's go ahead and start with our navigation bar. We are inside of the app.js, and now we can simply use the control click to quickly move to the navigation bar component, and we can start implementing it right here. Before we start implementing the code, we can import a few icons. So we can say import RI menu 3 line, as well as the RI React icons close line. And this is coming from react-icons /RI. Now inside of here, we can have a div, and this div is going to have a class name. That class name is going to be equal to GPT-3 __ navbar. Inside of that div, we're going to have one more div, and this div is going to have a class name equal to GPT-3 __ navbar -links. And you can notice that there is something specific with how we name our class names. We're using a specific CSS naming convention called BEM. Let me type that right here. That is BEM, and it stands for Block Element Modifier. So if you want to read more about BEM and use it yourself on the future projects, it's going to be linked below. But again, it's not crucial for you to fully understand BEM to keep watching this video. So let's keep it going. And soon enough, I'm going to put the browser and the editor side by side so that we can see the changes in real time. But let's quickly finish up this part of the navigation bar. Inside of this div, we're going to have one final div, and this div is going to have a class name equal to GPT-3 __ navbar -links _ logo. Inside of there, we're going to have an image like this, a self-closing tag, and that image is going to have a source set to logo. We can also add the alternative tag, which is going to say logo. Now, as you can notice, we don't have access to our logo image. So now this might be the best time to import all of our assets. We can do that in a few ways. For example, by manually selecting each specific image and then going to export right here on Figma. As you can see right here, if you click export, you're gonna get that one specific image. So if you're creating future sites for yourself, following a Figma design, then this is the best way to do it. The second way is to click right here and then click export and get all of the specific illustrations. But in this case, since you're following this video, to make things simpler for you, down below you can simply find a link to download all of the assets we'll be using in this project. Then, once you download those assets, you'll be able to create a new folder in the source folder called assets. And then there, you'll be able to simply drag and drop all of the assets that we're gonna use. We're going to use a few images for our blogs, also the links to specific companies, the AI image, but in this case, we need our logo. So just download all of the files below and you'll be able to continue following along with the video. With that said, now we can import that logo by saying import logo from // assets and then logo.svg. Great. Let's go ahead and see how does this look like in our browser. And there we go. You can see that we have our logo right here on the top left, but of course we still haven't added all of the classes for our navigation bar. And that's going to be our next step. So now we can put side by side the browser and the editor so that we can see in real time what changes are we making. There we go. I've put the editor and the browser side by side. You can do the same thing on your device, and then we can go ahead and start implementing those class names to make our navigation bar and the header look great. We've written 3 of these classes, so we can go ahead and go to the navbar.css and implement them. Let's start with .gpt3__navbar. Our navigation bar is going to be of a display is set to flex. It's also going to have the justify content space between and align items center. Finally, let's give it some padding. Padding 2 rem on top and bottom and 6 rem on left and right. If we save it, this immediately made it look so much better. Now let's style the links. We can say .gpt3__navbar-links. In here, we're going to give it a flex 1. We're also going to say display flex. Justify-content is going to be set to flex start. And finally, the align items is going to be set to center. We cannot see any changes yet because we haven't added the links, but we can do something for the logo. .gpt3__navbar-links_logo. And right here, we can give it a margin right of 2 rem. We can also modify the image width and height by saying .gpt3. We can basically copy what we have, but we're going to target the image inside of this specific div, and we can give it a width of, let's do 62 pixels, as well as the height equal to 16 pixels. That made it a lot smaller, and you might be wondering, where did I get those values from? So let's just compare the design with what we have right now. There we go. If you click on it, you'll be able to inspect it, and right here, you can see, if we want to be precise, this is going to be 6256 and it's going to be 1602. So you really want to be precise with those values because we're going to be getting them from the Figma file itself. Great. With that said, we can continue adding the navigation links to our navigation bar. So let's go back to the nav bar. And now below this image, we want to add a div. This div is going to have a class name equal to gpt3__navbar-links_container. Inside of there, we're going to have a paragraph. And inside of that paragraph, we're going to have an anchor tag. An anchor tag, the first one at least, is going to point to hash or pound home, and it's simply going to say home. Now we can duplicate this 4 more times, and the second one is going to say what is GPT-3. Then the third one is going to say open AI. And again, I'm simply looking at what we have on the design right here. There we go. What is GPT-3, open AI, case studies, and library. So let's add case studies. And the last thing is going to be the library. Now we can modify the links. So the second one is going to point to what or GPT-3. The OpenAI can simply point to possibility. Then we're going to have our features. And the last one is going to be blog. Great. Let's save it. And inside of our React app, as soon as you reload, you should be able to see the links right here. But they're not that visible because they're written in black with small letters here. So let's go ahead and add the classes that are going to fix that. Let's start by going to navbar CSS, and right here after we modify the image, we can say .gpt3 __ navbar -links _ container, and we're simply going to give it a display is equal to flex, as well as the flex direction is set to row. It's set to row by default, but it's just good to know that we're doing that here as well. Then we can do one more class, .gpt3 _ navbar -sign. This is going to be for our sign in button. So in here, we can say display is set to flex, justify content is set to flex end, and finally align items is set to center. Below that, we're going to say .gpt3 _ navbar -links _ container. I have a typo here. And then we want to target every p tag inside of that container. But we're going to add a comma and say .gpt3 _ navbar -sign, also target a p inside of there. And the final thing is .gpt3 _ navbar -menu _ container p. And for all of these, we're going to change the color to #FFF. This is the basic white color. As you can see, we can now see our links just a bit better. But let's change the font family to be equal to var --font -family. There we go. This is immediately looking so much better. We're using a variable for our font family that we created inside of our index CSS. There we go, manrope. So let's go further. We want to set the font weight to be equal to 500. That made it just a bit bolder. And font size to be equal to 18 pixels. That made it a bit bigger. We can give it a line height to be set to 25 pixels. And we can say text-transform to capitalize. Finally, we're going to give them a margin 0 on top and bottom and 1 rem on left and right, and cursor set to pointer. Now, if we save that, you can see they got some margin and we can actually hover over them, and this is already starting to look so much better. But now you might be wondering, where am I getting these properties from? Well, let me show you. If we go back to the design, and if I double click a specific property, go to inspect, and there we go. We have the widths, the heights, left and top, but in here they're positioned absolute. The only things we want to get are these. There we go. This might not be that big to see, but I'm going to copy and paste it here. And you're going to notice that this is basically the same as what we have. Font family, font style, font weight, font size, and line height, and also the color. So you can technically go and copy most of the styles for every single property. That's the best thing about creating a website from an already done design. And usually we're going to do that in the future. We're going to notice some specific element, go to inspect, and then simply copy and paste some of the styles. But with that said, let's go back and let's see what else do we have to add in here. I think we've covered everything we have so far. Now we have to add a few more things to the JSX. Below our div right here, we want to add another div. And this div is going to have a class name, gpt3 _ navbar -sign. Inside of there, we can have a p tag that's going to say sign in. And below that, we can have a button. And that button is going to be, of course, of a type is equal to button. And it's simply going to say sign up. If we save that, you can now see this sign in and sign up button. Now, if we compare that with the design, we can go ahead and move a bit more to the right. You can see there's the sign in button and the sign up button. So this button, of course, has to be styled. So let's do that right away. we can go to our navbar CSS, and right here, we can add the .gpt3 __ navbar dash sign button. And also later on, we're going to have the .gpt3 __ navbar dash menu _ container, and then the button inside of there as well. So how are we going to know the classes? Well, double click the specific property, and there we go. You can see that we have our border radius, background, and also some width and height properties. So let's try simply copying that and see if we're going to get any good results. I'll paste it here and simply save this code, and let's see. Inside of our application, this doesn't look that bad, but it's not perfect. So sometimes you'll have to take the original design and then modify it to fit your needs. In this case, we don't want to have the set in stone width and height. Rather, we can handle that with padding. So we can say padding 0.5 rem and then 1 rem on left and right. If we save that, we're going to notice it looks just a bit different. We're also going to add the color set to FFF to be white. There we go. We already have the background right here. We also want to change the font family, and we already know how to do that. We can simply use this var right here. Great, it's already getting its shape. Then we can set the font dash weight to be equal to 500. There we go. But I'm wondering, are these styles actually right here? But we missed them. And they are. You can see, you can get these styles for the button itself, but then you can go inside and get the styles for this specific property. So we can basically copy this, and I'm going to paste that right here. You can notice we already set the font family, so we can delete that. Font weight we've set. Font style normal is done by default. Then we're going to have the font size and the line height. We don't need the left and top in this case. The color is already set, and the border radius is right here. Let's go ahead and check it out. Our button is already looking much better. Let's go ahead and also set the border to be set to none, because you can notice we have this little border here, and also the outline to be set to none. Let's see if this fixes it. It does. It's already looking so much better. We're going to also set the cursor to pointer like this, and that's going to be it. It doesn't look exactly the same as it does here, but if you want it to look the same, we can simply modify this padding right here. Let's make that 1, and let's make this 2. There we go. But you can see that messes up with our design, so we can decide to add some personal touch to this design and make it look like this. So far what you could have learned is that implementing something from the design is copying most of the properties and then modifying it to make it more responsive and to fit your specific needs. Great. What else do we have to do with our navigation bar? Well, of course, we have to implement the mobile version. Unfortunately for the design, we only have the web version, but don't worry about that. We can implement the mobile responsiveness ourselves. To add a mobile menu, we can go just below this div for the sign in and the sign up, and we're going to create one more div with a class name equal to GPT3 __ navbar dash menu. Inside of there, we want to use some dynamic state. So let's import use state. Use state, that's going to be from React. Right here, we can use that use state hook by saying const. Right here, we can say const toggle menu and set toggle menu. So the first thing is the variable that's going to let us know, are we currently showing the menu, the mobile menu or not? And with the second one, it's a function that is going to allow us to change that variable. That is going to be equal to the use state, and at the start, it's going to be set to false. So now, right here, we can say if toggle menu, like this, toggle menu. In that case, we can show a specific icon, the icon to close the menu, right? If it's currently open. So we can say ri close line is equal to a self-closing tag, and there we can give it a color equal to FFF, which is white. We can set the size to be equal to 27, and then we want to do something on click. More specifically, on click, we have a callback function, and the only thing we want to do is set the toggle menu to be equal to, in this case, false. And then we want to have an else. So what do we do if it is not currently open? Then we can duplicate this line. We're just going to have a colon. The icon is not going to be close line. Rather, it's going to be the RI menu 3 line. And we're going to set it to true. Now, if we save that, we should be able to see that if we go to inspect and then mobile. There we go. Right now, we cannot seem to see it here, and that's most likely because we haven't added the navbar menu class. But before we do that, let's just finish up adding our mobile menu. So below that, we want to say if the menu is toggled. So if toggle menu and that means only if this variable is true, only then render what is coming. And what's coming is going to be a div. We also need to close that div. And that div is going to have a class name equal to GPT-3 __ navbar dash menu _ container. And it's going to have one more class called scale up and then dash center. So scale up center. That's the class we've created before, which is going to give it just a bit of animation. Now inside of there, we want to have one more div. This div is going to have a class name set to GPT-3 __ navbar dash menu _ container dash links. And inside of there, we want to have the same links we've had above. So I'm simply going to copy them right here. Or in React fashion, we can create a new variable that we can then reuse. So just above the navbar, we can create a new functional component called menu. And that's going to be an arrow function that's going to instantly return this specific menu. But of course, we have to wrap it with a React fragment. So right here, that looks like this. There we go. And now we can reuse this menu 2 times. That's what's good about using React. You don't have to write this code multiple times. In this case, you can simply call this component right inside of here, copy it, and then we can use it inside of here as well. Let's see if our desktop still looks good. There we go. This looks fine to me. Of course, if we increase it a bit, that's good. And now on mobile devices, let's check that out. Let's go for iPhone X. Right now, it doesn't look that good, but of course, we still have to provide the mobile responsive classes. And below this menu, we're going to have one more thing, and that's going to be similar to the sign in and the sign up. So we can just paste it right here, but we're going to change some class names right here. This is not going to be navbar sign. In this case, we can do something like GPT-3 __ navbar dash menu _ container dash links dash sign. Great. So now let's save this and let's implement the classes for everything we've just done. Of course, we have to start with the menu by saying .gpt3 __ navbar dash menu. It's going to have a margin dash left set to 1 rem, and it's going to have a display set to none and position set to relative. Again, now you cannot see it, but we're going to make it seen soon enough. Then we can say .gpt3 __ navbar dash menu svg. There we want to give a cursor set to pointer. And now we come to the main part. Right here, .gpt3 __ navbar dash menu _ container. It's going to have a display set to flex. It's also going to have a justify dash content set to flex dash end. Then align items also set to flex dash end. And finally, flex direction is going to be set to column. We cannot yet see those changes because we're still looking at the same desktop navigation bar, but we'll be able to see them soon enough. Let's also add the text-align to be equal to end. Let's also add a background. So let's say background is going to be equal to var, and that's going to be --color-footer. Of course, we still cannot see anything. Then we're going to give it a padding of 2 rem. Let's give it a position of absolute. Also top of 40 pixels and right equal to 0. So it's going to appear on the right side. Then we're going to give it a margin-top to 1 rem. Also the min-width of 210 pixels. Border-radius of 5 pixels. In here I misspelled that, so let's fix this. And finally, we're going to give it a box-shadow to 0, 0, 5, RGBA 0, 0, 0, and then 0.2 to make it just a bit darker. This is going to be it for our navbar menu container. Now we have to actually show it using media queries. Before we do that, let me just quickly add fixes for the paragraphs inside of that menu. That's going to be .gpt3 __ navbar -menu _ container and then the p tag. We simply want to give it a margin, 1 rem on top and bottom, and 0 on left and right. And finally, for the sign in button, .gpt3 __ navbar -menu _ container -links and then -sign. In here, we simply want to say a display is equal to none. Great. Now we can jump to our media queries to stop showing the desktop menu and start showing the mobile one we just created. So let's start with the larger devices first, because this is going to be responsive on desktop and tablet and mobile devices. Let's start with our tablet. Add media, screen, and max-width is set to 1050 pixels. In here, we can say .gpt3 __ navbar -links _ container, and we simply want to hide it by saying display is equal to none. There we go. Now you can see we immediately lost that menu. Then we also want to say .gpt3 __ navbar -menu, and in here we want to set a display to flex. That's actually going to show it. There we go. You can see our menu button right here. And if we click it, it actually opens it up with that nice scale up animation. Great. Now this is it for the tablet devices, let's say, but now we can implement everything for the max width of 700 pixels. So I'm going to copy this media query, change this to 700 right here. And the only thing we want to do here is change the navbar. So we can say .gpt3 __ navbar. We're going to give it a padding of 2 rem on top and bottom and 4 rem on left and right. There we go. That basically pushed it up a bit and it's looking more centered. And now finally on the smallest of devices, on mobile devices, that's going to be up to 550 pixels. We want to set the navbar to be simply padding 2 rem. There we go. We also want to remove these buttons because there isn't enough space for them here, the sign in and the side up. So we can say .gpt3 __ navbar -sign, and that's going to be display is set to none. This is looking so much better. Now we have a clean navigation bar. Then we're going to also say .gpt3 __ navbar -menu _ container, and we're going to say top is 20 pixels. There we go. Now if we click here, you'll notice that it appears correctly as it should. And then finally, the last thing is going to be .gpt3 __ navbar -menu _ container -links -sign is going to be display -block. this is going to make the sign in and the sign up buttons appear right here because they are no longer on the main navigation bar. Now, if we extend this to something like a tablet, or let's try a larger mobile device. Okay, let's try to go to Surface Duo. This is still in a mobile size. Let's do iPad. There we go. On iPad, there's enough space to show the sign in and the sign up and the menu on the right side. But if we go to something like a laptop, there we go. Even on smaller laptops, there isn't enough space to show everything. But if we go on a larger laptop, you can see now this looks great. We have the navigation bar on the left side, sign in and the sign up on the right side. But as soon as we go to the mobile size, we have this nice menu that pops up with the animation. And with that said, our navigation bar is done. This is the first component on our list. Now, if we go to the desktop version, you'll notice that we have to implement the header. And that's going to be our next task. Let's do that right away. So let's focus on our header. To do that, we can close the navigation bar and then we can control click the header component. We already have it created and we also have the CSS. Now is the time that we code out the JSX and the CSS for the header component. And to know exactly what that header component is going to be, let's open up our Figma design. Our header is going to be this entire main part. Let's build something amazing with GPT-3 OpenAI, this image right here, description, and the email login. Also, the icons from all the people that are using this platform. So let's create this entire part, starting with, of course, the div that covers everything, and then with this h1. So let's go back to our React application and let's start implementing our div. Our div is going to have a class name equal to GPT-3 underscore underscore header, and then space section underscore underscore padding, because we want to add some padding under that section. And we're also going to give it an ID equal to home so that we can scroll to that part using our navigation bar. Now inside of there, we're going to create one more div. This div is going to have a class name equal to GPT-3 underscore underscore header dash content. Inside of this div, we're going to create our h1. Our h1 is going to have a class name equal to gradient underscore underscore text. And inside of there, we can copy this text right here. So let's try right clicking and then clicking copy. If we go back here, we can now simply paste it right here and remove some spaces. There we go. So let's save it and see how that is going to look like. There we go. This is already looking good. Now, before we go ahead and implement the class names, let's implement the description, this email right here, and the image. Then we can go ahead and add the classes or styles for everything. So below this h1, we're going to have a div. This div is going to have a class name equal to GPT-3 underscore underscore header dash content underscore underscore input. Now inside of there, we're going to have our input. This input is going to be a self-closing component of type equal to email. It's also going to have a placeholder that's going to say your email address. Finally, below that input, we can also add a button. And that button is going to be equal to a type button, and it's simply going to say get started. Let's save that. You can see this looks awful right now, but it's going to look so much better soon enough. Looks like we forgot to add this p tag above the input, so let's do that right away. Just below this h1, I'm going to add a p tag. Let's close it as well, and we won't need any class name here. We can simply copy the text from here by right-clicking it and then clicking copy, and we can paste it right here. If we save that, you should be able to see right now it's black, but it definitely is there. The last thing we have to add is going to be this div, where we say how many people are using our platform, and then the image itself. So just below this div, we can create one more div. This div is going to have a class name equal to GPT-3 underscore underscore header dash content underscore underscore people. Inside of there, we can put our image tag, which is going to be a self-closing tag like this. And we're going to add a source equal to people. Of course, this is the image that we have to import. So let's go ahead and do that right away. From assets, you can notice that in here, we should be able to have a people icon. There we go, people.png. So the only thing we have to do is simply say import, and that's going to be people from // assets people.png. I'm also going to duplicate this image because we're going to need one more, and that is going to be import AI from, and then in this case, that's going to be ai.png. I've also noticed in here, this is going to be people.png. There we go. Now we have the images we need. You can see our first one is right here. And let's add the alt tag that's going to say people. And below that image, we have to add one more paragraph. So let's say P, and let's copy this text right here. 1,600 people requested access. So let's go ahead and paste that right here, save it. And as you can see, our paragraph appeared right here. The last thing we have to add is going to be this big image on the top right side. So just below this div, we can create one final div, and this div is going to have a class name equal to GPT-3 underscore underscore header dash image. Right here, we can call that self-closing image tag, say that the source is equal to AI, and let's say alt tag is also going to be equal to AI. If we save that, our huge image is going to appear right here. Of course, using styles, we're going to make it a lot smaller, and we're going to position it to the top right of the screen. So now is the time that we implement the styles. Of course, to implement the styles, we can go to our header.css, and let's take a look. Let's start by adding the styles for our .gpt3 underscore underscore header. And we're simply going to make it a display is equal to flex, and by default, it's going to have a flex direction of row. So there we go, everything is going to appear in one row. Now let's do .gpt3 underscore underscore header dash content. Just to remind you, the header content is going to be the div that's going to contain everything inside of it. So right here, we can give it a flex is equal to 1, also a display equal to flex to make it its own flex container. Justify content is going to be set to center everything, as you can see like that. And then we're going to give it align dash items is equal to flex dash start. And finally, we're going to set the flex direction to be equal to column. There we go. Now every div is coming below one another. And finally, we're going to give it a margin right equal to 5 rem. Now let's style this h1. We can do that by saying GPT-3 underscore underscore header dash content h1. Let's give it a font family equal to var dash dash font dash family. Just like that, we can immediately switch the font. Then we're going to give it a font weight equal to 800, like this, to make it just a bit bolder. But remember, we don't have to write all of this by hand. We can go to Figma, click right here, go to inspect, and then all of our styles should be right here. Of course, don't take these styles. This is just used to position it on this design, but we need the font specific styling. So I'm going to paste everything right here. Font family we're already using from our own variable, and font style is by default. Font weight is 800, and we can keep this. Great. So now if we save this and go back, that made it a lot bigger, and that's exactly how it should be. Now let's keep it going for the paragraph below. We can copy this entire thing, and it's just going to be P instead of H1. Let's see what styles do we need for our paragraph. We can just go in here, copy everything, and simply paste it in here.
and then we can see if we need to modify anything. In this case, we can use the font family from a variable, although it's the same. We can leave this font style normal, font weight is also going to be normal of course, font size is 20 pixels, line height 27 pixels, and the color is the color right here. But we also have this color saved in our variables, so we can say var dash dash color dash text. And finally, we can add margin dash top is going to be equal to 1.5 rem. Now, if we go to React app, save it, you can notice this is already looking so much better. Now that we've styled the header and the paragraph, let's style this ugly input and the button. So just below here, we can say .gpt3 underscore underscore header dash content underscore underscore input. Let's give it a width of 100%. Also, let's set the margin to be equal to 2 rem on top and bottom. Also, let's set the margin to be equal to 2 rem, 0, and then 1 rem. If we save that, you can notice that's going to set up the margin. And then finally, let's also set a display is equal to flex. And by default, flex direction is going to be set to row. Now we can style the input itself. So let's say .gpt3 underscore underscore header dash content underscore underscore input. And then we want to style the input inside of it. Let's go to the design and click this input right here. You can notice that we get the background and the border radius. So let's go ahead and take those. And then if we click on this inner text, we also get the font family, style, and everything else. So we're also going to take these. Now let's indent everything properly and let's see if we have to modify something. Right now, it's already looking just a bit better, but let's go ahead and add some of our own custom styles. Let's give it a flex is equal to 2. This is going to give it more width. Then we're going to set the width to be equal to 100%. Let's also give it a min height equal to 50 pixels. That's going to just extend it a bit. Font family is going to be manrope, so we can leave that here, but we're going to change it to use our own variable like this. The font style and font weight can be set to normal, but I don't think we even have to have that there because it's normal by default. You can notice there isn't any change. The font size can be 20 pixels. Line height can be 27 pixels. The background is going to be our own color, so we can say var and then dash dash color dash footer. Of course, we need a semicolon at the end. And we're also going to give it a border. Border is going to be 2 pixels, solid, var dash dash color dash footer. There we go. This added that border, and we're going to give it a padding. Padding is going to be set to 0 and then 1 rem. There we go. And finally, we're going to give it outline equal to none. And we're going to set the color to be equal to FFF, which is going to be white. Now, if we save that and reload the page, you can notice that this is looking so much better. Great. Now it's time that we also style this input right here, because as you can see, this is now extending way too long. We have to have it just like this as it is on the design. So the next step we can do is style the button. I'm going to copy this, paste it here, and instead of the input now, we're going to style the button. For the button, we can again copy most of the styles. Let's first copy the outer styles for the button itself, right here. And then we can copy the inner styles for the text inside of it, just like this. And now we'll be able to notice if we have to change anything, or we can leave it as it is. As soon as we go back and save the page, you're gonna notice that this is still extending way too much. So let's see what changes do we have to make. First, I'm going to separate it from our own styles, and we're going to add flex 0.6. This is going to make the button take more space, as you can see. Then we're going to give it a width of 100% as well, like this. And I'm going to also set a min dash height to be equal to 50 pixels. Of course, we still cannot see what's happening. So let's see why is our button still on the wrong side And why is the text the other way around? It is highly likely that our image is to blame, because right now it is just so wide, so it takes a lot of space. For now, let's simply go back to our JSX and comment out the div containing our image. There we go. This already makes it look so much better. Now let's see what styles do we have to add to our header. The font family is going to be the same, but let's use our variable once again for good practices, like here. The font style, as we discussed, is set to normal by default. We can make it bold, like this. Then the font size can be set to 20 pixels, like it is here, and the line height can be 27 pixels. The background color is fine. The border radius is also fine. We don't need this transform matrix, and the color can stay FFF. We're also going to say cursor is going to be set to pointer, and also outline is going to be set to none to remove that ugly outline. Let's also give it some padding. Padding is going to be 0 on top and bottom and 1 rem on left and right. If we save that, this is already looking so much better. There still seems to be some kind of a border outside, so let's go ahead and inspect it. And right here, if I hover over it, let's see, do we have some kind of a border around this button? Border color, border style. Let's simply try setting the border to be equal to none. And that gets rid of it. Great. As you can see, this button is looking great, but it seems like the borders are cut off. As you can see, this is how it should look like, and this is how it looks like right here. So let's fix that right away. We need to fix this border radius on this input and on the button as well. So on the input, we're going to do something like this. Border dash top dash right dash radius is going to be equal to 5 pixels. We're going to duplicate this, and let's say border dash bottom dash right dash radius is going to be 5 pixels as well. Now this is not all that noticeable, but now we can copy this, remove the border radius from the button, and paste it right here. And now in here, we can just paste this and save it. There we go. Now the edges on top right and bottom right are rounded. I zoomed it out, and as you can see, this is looking so much better. We have our input, we have our get started, and it's looking the same as it is on the design. But of course, one of the most important things about this header is going to be this large image. So let's implement this div with people at the bottom, and then we're going to focus on the image itself. Our people div is already looking fine. We just have to add some small flex modifications. So let's say .gpt3 __ header dash content __ people. We can set the width to be equal to 100%. Then we can set the display to be equal to flex. And this is immediately going to make the text appear alongside the images. Then we can say justify content is going to be set to flex dash start. And then finally, we can align the items to the center. This is going to make the images have normal height. Finally, let's set the margin dash top to be equal to 2 rem. There we go. Now let's style the images and the text separately. I'm going to copy this, paste it below, and we're going to add the styles for GPT-3 header content __ people. But now let's edit the image itself. The only thing we want to do about the image is change the width and the height. So let's go here. Let's target this div where all of these images are. That's going to be this group of the elements right here. And we can basically copy the width and the height. Let's paste that here, save it, and there we go. The images are now of a proper height. Now let's change the paragraph. So we can basically copy this thing one more time, but this time we're simply going to say P right here. Again, for this we can mostly copy the styles by clicking on the text and then copying all of these values. I'm going to paste them here, and now let's see what do we have to modify. First of all, we're going to add margin left right here. Margin dash left is going to be 1 rem. That's going to push the text a bit above. Then the font family is going to be the one we already have, manrope. But again, we're going to use good practices, so we're going to use the var to get the font from there. The font style is normal, font weight can be 500, font size 12, line height 38, color is going to be white, and then the only thing we need is text-align is going to be set to center. As you can see, everything seems great, but our text is just a bit below our images. So let's inspect that. And if we disable the mobile mode, we should be able to notice, if we inspect this paragraph, that it has some margins. So let's set all of these margins to 0 besides the left one. That's going to be 0, 0, 0 for top, right, bottom, and then the left one is going to be 1 rem. So we can simply say margin right here. If we save that, this now centered everything, and this is looking great. Finally, now is the time that we bring back our image. So let's go to header.jsx. Let's uncomment this. Of course, it's going to look bad at the moment, but let's add the styles. We can do so by saying .gpt3 __ header dash image. Let's say flex is going to be set to 1. If we save that, nothing's going to happen yet, but then we're going to make this a display flex of its own, and we're going to say justify dash content is going to be set to center, and also align dash items is going to be set to center. By itself right now, this is not making any changes, but now let's change the size of this image by copying this and then editing the styles for the image itself. The width is going to be set to 100%, and also the height is going to be set to 100%. If we save this, you can see the image is now looking just a bit better. If we reset the zoom on our side, this is looking good. And if we expand this to a normal full HD window, the image should be on the right side, but it is still not. So there's something that we have to do about that. But first, let's add the media queries so that this works on all kinds of devices. First, let's create the add media screen, and max dash width is set to 1050 pixels. In here, we can modify the header .gpt3 __ header, and we're going to set the flex direction to be equal to column. Now let's open up our inspect tools, and let's see, let's go over to the 1050 pixels. This seems about it. So now we're working on this specific screen size. We're also going to say .gpt3 __ header dash content, and we're going to modify the margin to be 0, 0, and then 3 rem. Of course, we don't need the colon here. There we go. Now this is looking fine on our devices up to 1050 pixels. Let's see what we can do for the devices up to 650 pixels. So these are going to be, let's say, larger phones or tablets. I can copy this entire thing, paste it below, change the max width to 650 pixels. And in this case, we're going to modify not the header, but the H1 inside of the header. We can give it a font dash size to be equal to 48 pixels. There we go. And then we're going to give it a line dash height equal to 60 pixels. I don't see the changes yet, so let's see if we need to maybe move it like this. There we go. I can see the changes now. The header is actually smaller. Now we're going to modify the p tag inside of the header as well. So I'm going to simply paste this here, .gpt3 header, and then p tag inside of it. We're going to set the font size to be equal to 16 pixels to make it a bit smaller, and also change the line height to be equal to 24 pixels. There we go. Everything fits better on the screen right now. We're also going to change the .gpt3 __ header dash content __ people. We can simply set that to be flex direction is equal to column. Now this is going to appear below the images. Of course, we can copy this, paste it below, and we can change the p tag inside of that div. We can simply say something like margin is going to be set to 0. There we go. Now it is centered. And finally, we want to change the input and the button. So we can say .gpt3 __ header dash content underscore underscore input, and then the input, we're going to add a comma, duplicate this line, and then change the button as well. The only thing we're going to do here is change the font size to be equal to 16 pixels, and then the line height to be equal to 24 pixels. If we save that, this is now going to appear so much more normal and not too large. There we go. And finally, let's make this work with smallest of devices, which are going to be mobile phones like this. I can even open the normal iPhone X right here. So let's see, what do we have to change? I'm going to copy this at media, paste it below, and this is going to be for devices up to 490 pixels. Inside of here, we're again going to modify the header and the p tag. So let's copy this, paste it below, and we're going to make this just a bit smaller, 36 pixels for the font size and 48 pixels for the line height. There we go. And then change the p tag, 14 pixels for the font size, and we can leave it at 24 pixels for the line height. Finally, we can also modify the input and the button right here. This is going to be 12 pixels for the font size and let's say 16 pixels for the line height. There we go. Now everything seems much more streamlined and better. Usually everything is too large on desktop devices, but now it's looking good for mobile devices as well. Now the last thing we have to do is see what's up with our image. I think it is still showing below the content where it should show on the right side of the content on desktop devices. So let's go ahead and put this right here and see if it messed up some of our styling. This is going to be the main div right here. The main div is going to be flex. It's going to be center, flex start, and column. It's going to have some margin right. This seems all right to me. And it looks like that our issue is not actually in the styles. It's inside of the header.jsx. This header content should cover only the content parts, meaning H1, P, then the input and the button, and finally the 1600 people. But this div should be below that content div right here. So let's indent that properly and put it just below this div. Now, if we save that, you're going to notice that the image appears on the right side. If we now expand this like this and reset the size, you can notice that this is looking great. Let's test it on mobile devices as well. So we can go to inspect. On mobile, it's looking great. We have this let's build something amazing with GPT-3 OpenAI. Let's see how does it look like on tablets. Looking great as well. What about laptops? Looking great. And then finally on 4K devices, it's a bit stretched, but it's still looking good. Of course, what we're wondering is going to be mainly the mobile, then the tablet, something like iPad Pro or iPad, and then finally the normal 1920 by 1080 device. Great, it's looking perfect. As you can see, our header is now done, and this is already looking so much better. Creating this header wasn't as hard as creating the navigation bar and the entire project structure. But now you can believe me. Now that we have the project structure done, creating all of the other sections is going to be so much simpler. We have the navigation bar done, fully responsive. Also, the header part is now done, fully responsive as well. And now we are ready to create all of the remaining sections. Let's go ahead and do that right now. The next section on our list are going to be the brands. It's going to be a really simple component, as you can see right here. So let's go back to our React application and let's expand our code. The next component is going to be implemented just below our header. So let's close this file, and let's go into the brand component. In this file, we're going to import a few images. So to simplify the process, let's create a new file called imports.js. This is going to be a helper file to import all of the images into here, and then we'll be able to import them in one line in our brand component. So we're going to need import Google from assets/google.png. Now I'm going to duplicate this 4 more times. The second one on our list is going to be Slack. Then we're going to have the Atlassian. Then we're going to have the Dropbox right here. And finally, the last one on our list is going to be Shopify. The only thing we have to do now is say export. And now we can export all of them at once by pasting them here and then adding commas at the end of each one. There we go. The only thing this did is now we can go into the brand.jsx and we can import all of them like this. Import in curly braces. That's going to be Google, Slack, Atlassian, Dropbox, and Shopify. All of these are coming from /imports. Great. We can put that here and we are ready to use all of these images. First, let's give a class name to our div right here. That's going to be GPT-3 __ brand and then section __ padding. Make sure to have a space in between of those two classes. Now let's create a new div for each one of our images. It's going to look like this. That's going to be a div, and inside of there, it's going to have the image tag. That image is going to have the source equal to Google, and it's going to have the alt tag equal to Google again. The only thing we have to do right now is duplicate this 4 more times. 2, 3, 4. And finally, we need to change this. So it's going to say Slack here. Slack, this is going to be Atlassian, or however you pronounce that. And then we're going to have Dropbox right here. And finally, that's going to be Shopify. Now, if we save that, it's not going to look the best because we are not yet styling them. So let's open up our brand.css and let's style our only div that we have in this file. That's going to be .gpt3 __ brand. Let's set the display to be equal to flex to make them all appear in the row. We're going to have the flex wrap equal to wrap, and then justify content equal to center, and finally align -items equal to center. Now let's style each specific div. We can say .gpt3 __ brand, then div. Let's give it a flex is equal to 1, like this. What we can also do is set the max -width to be equal to 150 pixels. Min -width is going to be set to 120 pixels, like this. And let's give it a margin equal to 1 rem. This is already looking so much better. Let's just give it a display is equal to flex, and then justify content is equal to center. And finally, align -items is equal to center as well. Now this is going to look great. Of course, if you now expand this a bit, you'll notice that they all fit in the same row. And with that, we're finished with our brands component. Great. This was much simpler than you might have anticipated. So let's now expand this properly so we can see our code, and let's see what is going to be the next component on our list. As you can see, it's great that we already have the entire project structure because now we're just entering each and every component and then coding them out. The next part is going to be this div that you can see right here. And as you can see, it looks extremely custom, meaning that there are going to be a lot of styles to make this possible. So what is GPT-3? Let's go ahead and code that out. We can start by entering this specific component. And inside of there, let's start by editing our first div. Our div is going to have a class name equal to GPT-3 __ what GPT-3, and then space section __ margin. We're also going to give it an ID equal to WGPT3. That is going to allow us to scroll to that once we click here, and then what is GPT-3. Now inside of that div, we're going to have one more div, and this div is going to have a class name equal to GPT-3 __ what GPT-3, and then -feature. Inside of there, we want to render the feature component, and that feature is going to be basically this. What is GPT-3? As you can notice, it has a heading and it has this little thing on the top. The reason why we're making this into a separate component is because, as you can see, it's used here, here as well, and then it's used in a few other places as well. So in this case, we're going to call the feature component that we've created before. One trick to immediately import this component is to type it out and press Control Space. It's going to immediately auto import from components. Great. Now, if we go back to our React application and reload, this is not going to look like something. We can just see the feature here, but everything is black and we need some styles. But before we do that, let's just add one more div inside of here. This div is going to have a class name equal to GPT-3 underscore underscore what GPT-3 and then dash heading. Inside of there, we can have an H1, and this H1 is going to have a class name equal to gradient dash text. Inside of there, we can simply copy what we have in here. That's going to be the possibilities are beyond your imagination. Let's paste it here. And we also need a paragraph, which is going to be here, explore the library. So just below this H1, we're simply going to have a P tag and simply say explore the library. Again, this is still going to look like nothing because it's black on black, so we cannot see it. The last thing we have to do is a div that's going to contain all of these three features: chatbots, knowledge, and education. So let's create one final div here. That's going to be a class name equal to GPT-3 underscore underscore what GPT-3 dash container. Inside of there, we can call our feature component like this. But of course, we need to pass different things into that component. We haven't yet created it, so we don't know what to pass. So let's simply leave it like this for now. Now we're going to add these styles, and then later on, we're going to focus on implementing our feature component. So let's open up the whatGPT3.css, and let's go ahead and implement the styles. Inside of here, we're again going to use a gradient similar to the one we've used before, and that gradient has also been generated automatically by the tool we used before. In this case, just to simplify the process so we don't have to create a gradient one more time, I'm simply going to paste it here. Again, this is not something new. This is just what we immediately get from that platform that's going to give us all the gradients. The link to this whatGPT3.css is going to be down in the description, so you can just go ahead and copy this first class. As soon as you save that, you'll notice that this already seems just a bit more similar to what we should have at the end. So now let's add our second class, which is going to be .gpt3 underscore underscore what GPT-3 dash feature. Inside of here, we're simply going to make this a display is equal to flex. Now, remember that we said that we're going to use the feature component, but you can notice that this feature at the top is going to be just a bit different from the features below. This one is going to have a text on the right side, and this one is going to have text on the bottom. So let's implement different styles for each one of these components. We can do that by saying .gpt3 underscore underscore what GPT-3 dash feature, and then also .gpt3 underscore underscore features dash container underscore underscore feature. Inside of here, we're simply going to set the margin to be equal to 0. Now we can copy this entire line and paste it below. Inside of here, we're going to modify the same thing at the start, but then we are going to go into the feature, and that's going to be dash text, because this one is going to have the text. So let's add the max dash width to be equal to 700 pixels. Again, no changes yet, but as soon as we implement the feature component, this is going to be visible. Now let's change this heading right here by saying .gpt3 underscore underscore what GPT-3 dash heading. Let's give it a display is equal to flex. We could also do flex direction is equal to row. Let's also do justify dash content is equal to space dash between, like this. And then finally, let's say align dash items is equal to center. Finally, we're going to give it margin is equal to 4 rem, 0, and then 2 rem. There we go. Now we can see that the Explore the library came to the right side, and we have our text right here. Now for the text itself, we can copy this heading, paste it below, and we just want to go inside of the H1 tag. As it usually is with the headings, we can go back to our design, simply click right here, and then copy these styles. Once I've copied them, I'm simply going to paste them right here. Let's see, what do we have? Font size is going to be equal to 34 pixels. Line height is going to be 45. Then we can set the font weight to 800. And let's also add the max dash width equal to 510 pixels. Font family is going to be manrope, but we can use that variable that we have, font family, and that's going to be it. We don't need the font style. As soon as we change that, the text is now looking a lot more like this one, but we're missing the gradient. Where is it? Let's go to our WhatGPT3 JSX and let's see, gradient dash text right here on the H1. This here is my bad. This was supposed to be gradient underscore underscore text because text is the element under the gradient. As soon as you save that, you can see that now we have this nice gradient on this text. This was the class name we implemented in the app.css. So right here, we should be able to see it. There we go, gradient text. So now let's go back to action by going to whatgpt3.css. Let's continue by changing this paragraph right here. We can do that by basically copying this title, pasting it below, and now we want to modify the p tag inside of the heading. Again, we can go here, click explore the library, and copy most of the styles. We can simply paste them here. This is immediately looking a lot better, but let's see if we have to make some modifications. The font family is again going to be the same one, but from a variable. We don't need the font style. Font weight 500, font size 16, line height 30, and then the color is going to be set to our own variable, which is going to be var, and that's going to be dash dash color dash subtext. And finally, we're going to make that cursor is equal to pointer to make it appear like a clickable thing. There we go. This is already looking a lot more similar to what the design says. Finally, let's modify the container for our features, .gpt3 underscore underscore whatgpt3 dash container. Inside of here, we can set the display to be equal to flex. Flex wrap is going to be set to wrap. And then finally, flex dash direction is going to be set to row. Let's also give it a margin dash top is equal to rem. There we go. Now features are coming one by one. Now we're going to add some more styling for the feature component, but this CSS is nothing special, is nothing we haven't seen before, but it is taking a lot of time to write it down. So as I've done with this gradient right here, I'm going to give you access to this few lines of CSS as well. You can simply copy and paste them right here into whatgpt3.css. That's going to allow us to more quickly start working on the feature component itself. So one more time, the entire whatgpt3.css is going to be down in the description in a GitHub gist, so just go ahead and copy and paste it right here. And now we are ready to start working on the feature component. Right now, it's an empty component that simply says feature, and that's it. It's not accepting any props, it's not doing any logic, and it's not showing any JSX besides the div with a feature inside of it. So let's go ahead and fix that. Let's add some class names. The first one is going to be class name is equal to gpt3 underscore underscore features dash container underscore underscore feature. Inside of there, we're going to have one more div. This div is going to have a class name equal to gpt3 underscore underscore features dash container underscore underscore feature dash. Now, right here, we're going to have one empty div before the title to give it some space. And then we're going to have an H1 that simply says title. Below this div, we're going to have one more div. And this div is going to have a class name equal to gpt3 underscore underscore features dash container underscore feature dash text. Right here, we can simply render out the text. But as you can notice, the title and the text are undefined. They don't exist. So we're simply going to retrieve them through props. Right here, we can say that our feature component accepts title and text as props. And now we can go ahead and pass them right inside of here. So let's see, what text do we have to pass? The title for the first one is going to be what is GPT-3. So we can say title is equal to what is GPT-3. Then we can copy the text right here. We can say text is equal to, and then simply paste it right here as well. And then we can repeat the process for all of the following features. In here, that's going to be title is equal to chatbots. We can copy the text right here. So we can say text is equal to, and then paste it right here. We're going to repeat the process for the knowledge. So title is equal to, or rather knowledge base. And then we're going to copy the text as well. Right here, text is going to be equal to this. And finally, the last thing we have to do is add the title equal to education, and then this here is going to be the text. There we go. Now, if we save that and go back to our application, this is already looking so much better. You can see what is GPT-3 that is similar to this thing right here, but of course we don't have any styles for those components yet. So let's go into our feature and let's see what styles do we have to add to our feature.css to make this look as it does on the design. First things first, let's say .gpt3 __ features dash container __ feature itself. This is going to have a width of 100%. It's going to have a display is equal to flex, justify content is equal to space dash between, and then align dash items is equal to flex dash start, and finally flex dash direction is equal to row. We can also give it margin right here to 1 rem. There we go. Right now it's not looking that good, but at least it's getting into shape of how it needs to look like. Now let's change the title. We can do that by copying this entire thing and saying .gpt3 feature container feature and then dash title. In here we can give it a flex is equal to 1. Then we can give it a max dash width is equal to 180 pixels. And finally margin dash right is going to be set to 2 rem. Let me spell this correctly. And if we save that, this is already looking just a bit better. I'm going to copy this line one more time, paste it below, and now we want to modify the H1 itself. So right here, we're going to say H1, and you know the drill with H1s. We can simply come here and copy all of the styles. So let's copy them, paste them here, and let's see what do we have to change. This is going to be var dash dash font dash family. Then font style we don't need. Font weight is 800. Font size can be set to 24, but I found it to work better with 18 pixels. And line height is going to be 24 pixels. Great. Letter spacing we can leave, and color is going to be white. So now let's paste this out and save it. As you can see, our titles are now looking just a bit better. Now we can modify this div inside of the feature. This div is actually going to be this line that you can see right here. So how can we do that? Let's go here. Let's copy this entire thing again. Now it's not going to be H1, it's going to be a div inside of that container. So we can say width is 38 pixels. Or you know what? Let's go to the design. Let's click it. And let's try to simply copy what we have right here. In this case, let's copy everything. As we said, we don't need to worry about position. The width and the height are fine. The top and the left we don't need. And we can keep the background right here. But we already have the background under our variables. So we can say var dash dash gradient dash bar. We're going to also add some box shadow to be equal to 0, 4 pixels, 4 pixels, RGBA, 0, 0, 0, 0.25. And finally, let's give it a margin dash bottom equal to 0.25 rem. If we save this, you can see right here, this is looking so much better already. Now let's modify the text. So I'm going to say .gpt3 underscore underscore features dash container underscore feature dash text. We're going to set that to flex is equal to 2 to give it some more space. As you can see, now this is taking twice as much space as this title is because it is set to flex 2 and the title is flex 1. So right here, let's say max dash width is equal to 390 pixels like this. And finally, let's say display is equal to flex. Now we can copy this, paste it below, and we want to modify the p tag inside of that. Again, as we usually do with texts, we can go ahead and copy this and paste it right here. The font family is again going to be coming from var, from our CSS variables. Font styles we don't need. Font weight is 500. Font size, I found 14 to work better, and line height 24. And the color we already have under variables, var dash dash color dash text. Now let's space this out correctly, save it, and see it in the action. Great, this is already looking so much better. But the only thing I can notice is that the text still seems a bit black. It doesn't seem like it is on this image right here. So let's see if we have our variable written correctly. That's going to be var dash dash color dash text. Let's see it in our index.css styles. Color text appears to be right. This is that light bluish color. So let's go back to our feature and let's try bringing it back to what they had here, this color, without using a variable. If we save it and reload the page, it's still black. So it seems like something else is overriding it. Let's leave it like this for now to finish up the entire CSS for our feature component, and then we're going to figure out how to fix it. So the only thing left to do is to add some media queries. So add media, screen, and max dash width is equal to 550 pixels. Inside of here, we can say .gpt3 underscore underscore features dash container underscore underscore feature dash title. We simply want to change the h1 inside of that div to be equal to font dash size is equal to 14 pixels and line dash height is equal to 22 pixels. This is going to make the title a bit smaller on mobile devices. We want to copy this same thing, paste it here, and change the paragraph instead of h1 as well. Font size for the paragraph is going to be 12 pixels, line height is going to be 20. And then the last thing we want to change is .gpt3 underscore underscore features dash container underscore underscore feature, and then in here, margin 1 rem on top and bottom and 0 on left and right. Now let's see how does this look on mobile, and it's looking great. The last thing we have to do is, of course, change the color of this text. So let me see if I have some typos right here for the paragraph. That's going to be inside of our feature component, GPT-3 features dash container, and then underscore feature dash text. That part seems all right to me. This here is GPT-3 features container underscore underscore feature. That's also fine. And this one seems fine as well. So everything seems fine. Let's try to inspect this specific div. In here, we can see that this div is this feature text, meaning this one. And I can immediately notice it. I forgot to put this text inside of a p tag. So right here, if I just enter the p and close it right here, this should make all the difference. There we go. How much of a difference can one styled paragraph tag make? Apparently a lot. So now let's expand this to full HD to see our website in its full glory. We have our navigation bar. Then we have our great looking header, and then we have our brands, and now our brand new section with the what is GPT-3. We have our text here. The possibilities are beyond your imagination. And then we have all of these features here, which are basically just one single component that we're then reusing and passing the props to. Great. The next section on our list is going to be the future is now. So in here, you can see the full powers of React because we'll be reusing the component we created in the previous section right here in the next one as well. Great. So let's go ahead and start working on that right away. You already know the drill. To start implementing our next section, we can go to our React application, open up the code, and then go back to our app.js. Inside of here, we can notice that the name of the next component or section is called features. So to start implementing the features, let's give a class name to our first div right here. And the class name is going to be GPT-3 __ features space section __ padding. And we're going to give it an ID equal to features so that we can scroll to it from our navigation bar. Inside of that div, we're going to have one more div, and this div is going to have a class name equal to GPT-3 __ features dash heading. Inside of there, we can have an H1. This H1 is going to have a class name equal to gradient __ text. There we go. And let's go to our design and let's simply copy this text and paste it right here. Great. Now, if you go back, you should immediately notice that we have our text right here. Then we can also add the p tag for our paragraph and then copy what they say right here, request early access. So if we go back, there we go. You can see it. It's black, but it is just below our heading. Now, finally, we need to loop over 4 of our new features with a different text right here. So what we can do is just below this div, create a new div with a class name equal to GPT-3 __ features dash container. Now inside of there, we want to render 4 different components. But instead of simply doing this, calling the feature component and then calling it again and again and again, I'm going to show you one cool trick that you can do in React, and that is to create the features data array at the top. So const features data is equal to an array. Now in here, we can have a few different objects. The first one is going to have a title, and for that title, we can simply go ahead and copy this title right here and paste it. Great. Now we're also going to have a text here, so we can copy this text and paste it here. Now we can simply repeat the process for all of the 3 remaining features. I'm simply going to add a comma here and then duplicate these lines 3 more times. I'm going to leave the paragraphs as they are, but I'm going to change the titles. So right here, I'm going to paste our second title, copy and paste the third one, and finally copy and paste the 4th one as well. What we can do right now is map over the features data. So in React, you can do it like this. Open a dynamic block of code, say features data.map. In here, we get one specific item and we get the index of that one item. And now what do we want to render for each individual item? Well, as discussed before, we already have that feature component. So simply type feature, control space, and then you should be able to auto import it. There we go. Import feature from .. components. Of course, if we save this right now, you're going to notice it's going to be 4 empty features. That's because we have to pass props into them. So we can say title is equal to item.title, text is equal to item.text, and then finally key is equal to item.title, and we can also do plus index to make it really unique so they have different keys. If we save this, you can now notice that we have 4 of the different features and they're looking similar as they are right here. This is the power of React. You can reuse the components that you've previously created. But of course, this is looking close to what we have on the design, but not perfect. So the next part we have to do is to implement the features.css. We can start with the .gpt3 __ features. Let's give it a width of 100%, like this. There we go. Then we're going to give it a display is equal to flex, as well as the justify -content is equal to space -between. Finally, let's also set the flex direction to be equal to row. Great. Now we can go to our second thing and edit the heading. Just below this, let's say .gpt3 __ features dash heading. Right here, we can give this a flex of 1. Also make this its own flex container. Let's simply say justify dash content is equal to flex dash start. Then we can do align dash items, also flex dash start. And finally, let's set the flex direction to be equal to column. As you can see, this is now looking a bit closer to what we need on the final design. Finally, let's say text dash align is equal to left. And let's give it a margin dash right is equal to 5 rem. There we go. Now the title is on the left side and we are ready to implement our features. It looks like that we currently cannot see the titles of these features. So let's go to features. And right here, I misspelled it. So this here was supposed to be item.title. Hopefully you noticed it. And there we go. That's instantly looking so much better because we have already implemented the classes for our feature component. Now let's go back to our features.css. And inside of here, let's continue with styling our h1 here. You already know the drill. We can go here, click it right here, and then copy most of the styles. That's going to be .gpt3 __ features dash heading and then h1. We can simply paste everything. As we always do, this is going to be var dash dash font dash family, and everything else seems great to me. So if we save it, there we go. This is already looking so much better. Now let's copy this line, paste it here as well. This is going to be the paragraph styling. So we can go back and copy this paragraph styles and simply paste them in here. Again, for the font, we're simply going to use the variable. This is all right. And the color seems great as well. The only thing I'm going to add to this is going to be margin dash top is equal to 2 rem. Now, if you go back, you can notice that this aligns great with this title right here. And we have all of the features on the right side. Let's just add some slight modifications to the container itself by saying .gpt3 __ features dash container. I'm going to scroll up. Flex is going to be equal to 1.5. This is going to be its own flex container like this. We're going to have the justify dash content is equal to flex dash start, and align dash items is equal to center. Finally, flex dash direction is going to be set to column. Let's save it. As you can see, now our features are aligned nicely because they are happening in a column one below another. Great. Finally, let's just add some media queries to make this look great on tablet and mobile devices. We can say add media, screen, and max dash width is equal to 990 pixels. There we can say .gpt3 __ features flex dash direction is equal to column. So now if we open up the inspect element and go below 900 pixels like this, you should be able to see that these are going to appear in a column. I'm missing a 3 right here. So there we go. That small change is going to make all of these appear in a column, so it's more readable on tablet devices. Let's also change the margin. .gpt3 __ features dash heading. Margin is going to be 0, 0, 2 rem, 0. And this just added a bit of margin right here. Finally, we can copy this entire media query, paste it below, change this to 550 pixels. And in this case, we're simply going to say .gpt3 __ features dash heading and then h1. In here, we can change the font size to be equal to 28 pixels and line dash height to be equal to 38 pixels. There we go. Let's see how does it look like on mobile devices. There we go. much better. Fits nicely on this not so wide screen, and the title and everything else is completely readable. Great. And believe it or not, with that, we're done with the features section. We have this entire part implemented. Let's see it in its full glory on the full HD screen. I'm just going to extend this a bit. And there we go. Our features are right here. I think that now you can definitely believe me when I said that creating the entire project structure at the start is going to simplify things so much more later on. Let's check if the scroll works. As soon as you click here, it's going to scroll to a specific section of the screen. There we go. It scrolls to features, but it looks like our what is GPT-3 is not working. So let's fix that. We can go to our what is GPT-3 component. That is right here. And we can see that we specified the what GPT-3, WHPT3. Let's go to our navigation bar to see if we have the same thing here. So right here, that's going to be WGPT3. It's a bit different. So I'm simply going to copy this, go back to our what is GPT-3, and I'm going to fix this typo right here. This should have been G instead of an H. So let's see, WGPT3, reload the page, and if we click it, it scrolls nicely to that portion of the page. Great. The OpenAI part also doesn't seem to be scrolling. So let's see what is up with that. That goes to possibility. So let's find the possibility section. And that section hasn't yet been implemented. So that part is completely fine. But everything that we have so far works wonderfully. The next section on our list is going to be this big image with a woman with a VR headset. And again, the possibilities are beyond our imagination. So let's go ahead and start creating this section right away. We can of course start from inside of our possibility component. So let's add a class name to this div component. That's going to be GPT-3 __ possibility space section __ padding. And we're also going to give it an ID of possibility. That way, we'll be able to scroll down to this section. Now, inside of this div, I think you can already guess it. We're going to have one more div. This div is going to have a class name equal to GPT-3 __ possibility dash image. Inside of there, we're going to have an image tag that's going to have a source equal to possibility image. And it's going to have an alt tag that's going to say possibility. Now, as you can see, we don't have this image, so let's simply import it at the top. That's going to be import possibility image, and it's going to be coming from // assets, and then that's going to be possibility.png. Great. Now we have everything we need. Let's save it and see how does it look like. There we go. There's this huge image right away. Of course, we'll have to fix that with styling. Let's also add the content that we're going to see on the right side of that image once we make it smaller. That's going to be below this possibility image div right here. Our second div is going to have a class name equal to GPT-3 __ possibility dash content. And inside of there, we're going to have an H4. This H4 is simply going to say request early access to get started. So we can go ahead and copy this. Then below that H4, we're going to have an H1. This H1 is going to have a class name equal to gradient dash text. And we're simply going to copy the possibilities are beyond our imagination. Now, below that H1, we're also going to have a paragraph. So we can simply type p tag and copy the text right here. And finally, we're going to have another H4. So let's type H4 here, copy request for early access, and paste that right here. And with that, we are done with our content and with the entire possibility component. Of course, we are yet to add the styles. So now let's go to the style CSS. Let's go to our code and see how does it look like right now. As you can notice, here's the huge image. And then on the right side, maybe we can spot our content, but no, unfortunately not, because it's all dark. So let's go ahead and make it lighter, add a gradient, and let's make it visible once we decrease the size of this image. So first, we're going to say .gpt3 underscore underscore possibility, and let's set the display to be equal to flex, and we can also set the flex dash direction is equal to row. This is not going to make any changes right away, but now we can decrease the size of the image by saying .gpt3 underscore underscore possibility dash image. There we can set the flex to be equal to 1, like this. And let's also set the display of that container to be flex. Give it a justify dash content equal to flex dash start. And also let's align the items to center. Finally, we're going to give it some margin right of 2 rem. Of course, we still can't see the changes, but let's copy this. And then in here, let's target our image. Now in here, finally, we're going to decrease the size of that image by setting the width to be equal to 100% and also the height to be equal to 100%. As soon as we save that, you should be able to see that the image disappeared for some reason, but our text is right here. The reason why we can't see the image right now is if we inspect, and let's try to target this image right here. There we go. You can notice that right now it doesn't have any height, but if we remove this flex property, it appears right here. So later on, once we add all the flexes for the content as well, the image is going to appear because it's going to know its own height. Currently, it's a child in a larger flex container. So let's close this and let's continue with our content, and then we're going to add the image later on. So let's do .gpt3 underscore underscore possibility dash content. We're going to give it a flex equal to 1, and also display is going to be equal to flex, but it's going to be a flex direction equal to column because we want all of the content to appear in a column right here. Then we're going to say justify dash content is equal to flex dash end. And also we're going to set the align dash items to be equal to flex dash start. Okay. Now finally we can style each one of the headings, paragraphs, or titles. First, we can start with this H4 at the top. So I can copy this GPT-3 possibility content, and we can simply target the H4. Then we can duplicate this one more time, and then we can also specify H4 last dash child, because we have two different H4s. Remember, this one right here, request early access, and the first one is request early access. But if you look into the design, they are just a bit different, so we're going to have different styles for them. Then we have to target our H1, so I'm going to again copy this line, and I'm simply going to change this to H1. And finally, we have to copy it one final time for our paragraph tag. Now we can go ahead and implement all of these styles. So let's start with the H4, the first H4. We can go ahead into the design and simply copy all of the styles right here. There we go. Let's go over the styles to see if everything's good. As you already know the drill, we can exchange this for var font family. The font weight is going to be 500, font size 16, line height 30, and we can leave this unique color. If we save that and go back, reload the page, hopefully it's gonna work. Looks like it didn't, so most likely we misspelled something. Let's check it out. GPT-3 underscore underscore possibility dash content H4. Let's go right here, GPT-3, and in here I misspelled possibility. So as soon as we fix that, we can see the image and we can also see request early access. That's good. So another reason why this image wasn't showing wasn't only the flex, it was also the misspelling right here. Great, so now let's style the last H4 a bit differently. The only thing we have to do is go right here and copy the color. So right here, I'm simply going to give it this specific color. Let's indent that properly, save it, go back, and there we go. Now with the H1, you already know the drill. I'm simply going to copy all of this, paste it here. For the font family, it's going to be the same one as right here. The font style we don't need. Font weight is going to be 800, 34, 45 is fine, and we can save that and look at it. Right now, it's still not visible, so let's see where the issue is. That's going to be this one, H1 with the gradient dash text class name. I've made the same mistake again. This here is supposed to be gradient underscore underscore text. So as you can see, BEM methodology still sometimes gets me, but all in all, it's a great naming convention. Great. The last thing we have to do is the last paragraph tag. So let's go to the design, copy the styles right from inside of here, and let's just paste them here. The font family is going to be the same. Font style and font weight are normal. Font size is 16 and line height is 30. That's great. The color we already have saved, so we can simply say var, and then that's going to be dash dash color dash text. We can indent this properly, and I'm also going to give it a margin dash bottom is equal to 2 rem. Now, if we add a semicolon here and save it, go back to our site, and if we reload the page, and there we go. Here is our paragraph. Now our possibilities section looks great. Let's try to compare it with the design. There we go. We have this image on the left side, as we do here, and then on the right side, we have 4 different text elements. It might be a good idea just to add a bit more space in between them. So as you can see right now, we don't have a lot of space in between here. So for the H1, I'm simply going to add a margin to be equal to something like 1 rem and then 0. There we go. And that's going to be all that we need. Finally, we have to handle the media queries. So let's add our first add media screen, and max dash width is going to be set to 950 pixels. In here, we can say .gpt3 underscore underscore possibility. It's going to have a flex dash direction is equal to column. Now we can decrease the width a bit so we can see what do we mean here. And there we go. This is going to be around 950. And as you can see, the image goes above the content. Then we also want to give the image some margin. So we can say .gpt3 underscore underscore possibility dash image. And we can give it a margin equal to 1 rem and then 0. This is going to just space it out a bit. And finally, let's just add some more margin. So right here, let's do .gpt3 underscore underscore possibility dash content. We're simply going to say margin dash top is going to be 2 rem. And there we go. With this media query, I think we should also be good for larger and smaller devices. Let's take a look. This is going to be our full HD. It looks great. Now let's open up Inspect Tools. Let's see what do we have. So this is how it looks on mobile. Looks beautiful, actually. I like this view. We have an image on the top, and then we have our 4 different texts. Now, if we extend it a bit, let's go to tablet. Again, the image is on the top. If we go to a laptop, there we go. The image is on the left side. A larger laptop, the image is a bit bigger. And this is exactly how it is on the design. So with that said, our possibilities section is done, and we can go to our next section. As you can see from the design, our next section is going to be this click to action div. It's a really emphasized div that's going to have our button that we want people to click on. So let's go to our CTA, which means click to action, and let's implement this div. Shouldn't be that hard. Once we figure out the gradient, we just have to paste it, and that's going to be about it. So let's start with the class name. In here, we can add a class name is equal to GPT3 underscore underscore CTA. Then below that, we're going to have one more div. And this div is going to have a class name equal to GPT3 underscore underscore CTA underscore dash content. Inside of there, we can have our paragraph, and a p tag is simply going to say request early access. So we can simply copy and paste that. And below that, this is a bit bigger, so we're going to make it an h3. In here, we can copy this. Finally, below this div, we're going to have another div, which is going to contain the button. So right here, we can give it a class name, and that's going to be GPT-3 underscore underscore CTA dash button. And inside of there, we're simply going to have a button with a type of button, and it's going to say get started. Great. With that said, we can move to our styles, or we can see how does it look like right now, but it shouldn't look like something. Let's take a look. Yep, it doesn't look that good because it's dark on dark. So let's apply the styles. First, we can target the entire div by saying GPT-3 underscore underscore CTA. Let's give it a border immediately so that we can see what we're working with. Let's do border 1 pixel solid white. There we go. So this is our content. And can we make everything inside of it with a color of white? Let's see. There we go. Now we can see the content as well. So I'm going to add a display is equal to flex. And let me just move this a bit to the right side so that we can see it better. There we go. Then we're going to justify content. That's going to be space between. That's going to move the button on the right side, as you can see. We can align items, and that's going to be center because we want to vertically align them. And then finally, we can leave the flex direction as it is by default, and that is a row. Let's also give it some padding, which is going to be 2 rem on all sides, and also some margin to divide it from the sides. Let's do 4 rem. There we go. Our div is already starting to look like something. Let's also give it a border dash radius of 1 rem. And finally, the most important thing is going to be our background. And if you think about it, or if you take a look inside of our index.css, we already have that gradient bar. There we go. This is already done gradient that includes the colors. Again, it was just automatically created using the software we used previously. So in here, we can simply say var dash dash gradient dash bar. As soon as we save that, you can see this looks a lot better. And now we can remove the border and the color because everything is visible. There we go. Let's see what other changes do we have to make. This here has to be dark. That's fine. So let's copy style by style for each specific thing. We can say .gpt3 underscore underscore CTA dash content, and we can first edit the paragraph tag, which is this one here. We can go ahead and copy the styles. There we go. Again, our font family is going to be var font family. Font style is normal, and we can keep everything else. Let's see. Okay, there we go. The font is applied, and now we can repeat the process for this as well. That's going to be GPT-3 CTA content, and then we used an H3. Inside of there, I'm going to paste it, indent it, copy the font family, font style we don't need, and we can remove the comments and bring the color up. As soon as we save that, you can notice this is looking a lot better. And the last thing we have to style is going to be the button itself. So let's first style the button container .gpt3 CTA-btn. Inside of here, let's give it a display is equal to flex. Justify dash content is going to be set to center it horizontally. And finally, align dash items is also going to be set to center it vertically. Let's also give it a margin dash left of 2 rem to move it to the side. Finally, let's copy the styles for the button itself from our design. Let's click right here, copy. In this case, let's just take these two, and that's going to be .gpt3 underscore underscore CTA dash button, and then the button itself. We can paste that, And don't forget, for complicated elements, you also have to take the styles for the inner thing. So let's go ahead and copy this as well. Great. Now, if we indent that, let's see if we have to fix something. Background is going to be fine. We can bring the color to the top right here alongside the background. Border radius of 40 is fine. For the font family, we can copy it right here. Font style is okay. Font weight is bold. Font size 18, line height 30. That's great. Now let's save it and see how this is gonna look like. Okay, it doesn't look quite the same. So what we can do is we can apply the padding of 0.5 rem on top and bottom and 1 rem on left and right. This is going to just make it a bit wider and higher. And now we can also set the border to be equal to none. Also the outline to be equal to none. And we can set the cursor to be equal to pointer. And finally, we can set the min dash width to be equal to 150 pixels. There we go. This is our button. And you can see this click to action div or a section really complements the section we have above. It just makes it pop a bit. So this is great. Now, as we always do, let's make sure this looks great on mobile devices as well. We can do that by adding the media tag, screen, and max dash width. Let's do 650 pixels. First of all, let's see what happens around 650 pixels. There we go. This is below 650 and it's looking okay. But let's see if we can make just some small changes. Right here, we can say .gpt3 _ CTA, and we're going to give it a flex dash direction is equal to column. As soon as we save that, you can notice that the button appears below the text. And that is completely fine because up to 640, it looks good, but below it's already starting to get crowded, so we need to have the button below. Then we can also say .gpt3 _ CTA dash button. We can give it some margin, 2 rem 0 0. There we go. This looks good. Now below 150 pixels, something like this, we also have to adjust the font sizes. So let's add a new media. I'm going to duplicate this one and simply say 550. What we can do here is for the .gpt3 _ CTA, we're simply going to give it a margin equal to 4 rem and 2 rem. There we go. That's spaced it out a bit. And .gpt3 _ CTA dash content h3. There we're going to set the font size to be equal to 18 pixels, like this. And we're going to set the line height to be equal to 32 pixels. Of course, I misspelled GPT-3 here. So GPT-3, there we go, made it just a bit smaller. And finally, we can do the same thing for the button. So I'm going to say .gpt3 _ CTA dash button, and then the button itself. There, we can copy this, set the font size to be equal to 14 pixels, and then the line height to 28. There we go. This is looking just a bit more streamlined with the rest of the website on our mobile device. Now we can scroll up and see that we're kind of getting close to the end of this great design. It's looking great. Now, if we look at the real design, we can notice that the next section is going to be quite a big one, and that is going to be a blogging section. The newest article is going to be a big one, and then the 4 other are going to be smaller ones. So let's go ahead and code out the blogging section. To start coding our blogging section easier, we of course already have the file structure. So right here, our blog is just below the CTA. And as you can see, we're closely getting to the end of this video because the last thing we have to do is the footer. So let's go inside of the blog and let's implement it. Let's add a few class names to our first div. That's going to be class name GPT-3 _ blog space section _ padding. Then we're also going to give it an ID of blog so that we can scroll to it. Below that, we're going to have one more div that's going to contain our header. As you can see, this is our title right here. So let's give it a class name. That's going to be GPT-3 __ blog dash heading. Inside of there, we can just have an H1 that's going to have a class name equal to gradient __ text. And there we can simply copy this and paste it inside of it. Great. Let me space this out properly and go back to our application to check it out. There we go. As you can see, the text is here, but the font is not all right. We're going to fix that soon enough. But now we have to start adding the structure for our articles. So just below that, we can have a div, and this div is going to have a class name equal to GPT-3 __ blog dash container. Inside of there, we can have one more div for our top article. So right here, we can say class name is equal to GPT-3 __ blog dash container _ group A. So this is going to be our group A right here. And then on the right side, we're going to have a group B. So let's go ahead and copy this div and simply paste it below. Everything is going to be the same, but here it's going to be group B. And now the question is, how can we render out this article right here? And how can we render out the 4 other articles on the right side? Now, if we save that, you're going to notice, well, you're not going to notice anything yet because everything is dark. But if we tried hovering over it, you can see that we have 1 article here and then 4 on the different side or just below it right now. Where I'm going with this is that these are going to be React components. So you'll be able to reuse the logic and the code from one article to all the other ones. So let's import our article component. Let's first see if we have created it before. Components, article, there we go. So in this case, we're simply going to import it by saying import article from // components. And then we can go inside of the article and then one more time inside of the article component. But if you think about it, you can see how long this import line is. We created an easier way of importing by simply putting this in curly braces and then importing it straight from the components like this. There we go. And now we can call our article component in these 4 places. So right now I'm holding the Alt key and then double clicking the words. And now you can add the article in 5 spaces at the same time. There we go. We're just going to call it as a self-closing component. Now, this is not going to make any difference because the article right now is just an empty div that says article. But let's go ahead and implement it right away. So right here, we're going to give it a class name equal to GPT-3 __ blog dash container _ article. Inside of there, we're going to have a div. This is going to be the div for the image. So right here, we can say class name is equal to GPT-3 __ blog dash container _ article dash image. Inside of there, we can render our article image. So right here, the image is going to be a self-closing tag that's going to have the source equal to image URL. And we can have the alt equal to blog image. Now, you might be wondering, where are we going to get this image URL from? We can, of course, import it from our assets, but how are we going to change that image for each and every article? And the solution is to pass it through props. So right here, we can put curly braces to the structure from props and then the structure the image URL. Now, how exactly does this image URL come from the blog all the way to the article? Well, inside of our blog, we're going to import all of our images. So right here, we can say import blog 01, blog 02, without spaces, blog 03, blog 04, and finally blog 05 from / imports. This imports is something we've also created before. I think it was under the features. Nope, it was under the brand. There we go. In the brand, we have these imports. So we can simply go ahead and copy this and create a new imports file inside of this blog. So it's just going to be imports.js. We can paste it here. And we don't want to get the brands this time. We want to get the actual article images. So we can do that by saying import. That's going to be blog01 from assets blog01.png. So we can go ahead and repeat the process for blog02, blog03, also blog04, and finally blog05. And then we can export them right here. Blog01. Let's also do blog02, blog03, blog04, and finally blog05. Now we are exporting all of them from this file. Therefore, in here, we can import them in one line inside of the curly braces. So what we have to do right now is simply pass a different prop to each one of these articles. Right now, I'm holding Alt and just clicking after the article so that I can say the image URL prop is equal to blog01. And now I'm simply going to change the image for each of the next articles, just like that. And you'll be able to notice that right now we just have the images here. They are really large, but we have to style that, of course. Each one of the articles is also going to have a date, as you can see right here, and a title. These are going to be the things that also have to change. In this case, the article date is the same, so let's simply copy it, and let's pass it through props to all of the articles. We can do that by simply saying date is equal to a string, and I'm going to paste that everywhere. And in this case, the title seems to be the same for all of them, so let's go ahead and pass the title as well. Title is equal to, and we can paste it right here. Now, alongside the image URL, inside of the article component, we're also getting the date and the title, which we can make use of. Let's see, we have a warning here. It's saying that in the alt tag, we don't have to specify the word image because it already knows that. That's great. And just below this div, I'm going to create one more div. It's going to have a class name equal to GPT-3 __ blog - container _ article - content. And inside of there, we're going to have an inner div with no class names, but it's simply going to contain a paragraph that's going to render out the date. And then below that, it's going to render out the title, h3, and in there, it's simply going to contain the title like this. Let's see, we are accepting the date and title props. Is that what we're passing right here? Yep, we're passing the title. Great. Finally, below this div, I'm going to have another paragraph, and this one is simply going to say read full article. As you can see, that is on the design right here. So right now, if we go back, we cannot really see anything. We can see the articles, we see the text and the date, but it doesn't look good. So let's go ahead and implement the styles for the article.css, or should I say the article component. Let's start by the article container itself by saying .gpt3 __ blog - container _ article. Let me just fix this typo right here. That's going to be container. I'm going to give it a width is equal to 100% and also the height is equal to 100%. Then I'm going to set the display to be equal to flex and flex direction to be equal to column. Finally, I'm going to set the background to be equal to var -- color - footer. Now, if we save that, you can see that now each one of the articles has this background right here. Now we have to style the image. So let's simply copy this entire thing and just say -image. We're also going to give it a width and height of 100%. And we're also going to give it this background. So we can paste that as well. Finally, we can copy this one more time, but now we're going to target the actual image or the img tag. And we're also going to give it a width and height of 100%. There we go. Now everything is going to look great. Of course, we have to style the content as well to make it look better. So we can say .gpt3 __ blog - container _ article - content. Let's make it a display is equal to flex. The flex direction is going to be set to column to make the text appear below one another. Then we're going to have the justify dash content is going to be space dash between. And finally, let's give it some padding, like 1 rem on top and bottom and 1.5 rem on left and right. That's already going to make it look a bit more like an article. And let's give it a height of 100%. Finally, we have to style the text elements inside of here. So we can start by copying this. We have to style the P like this. So content and then the P tag. Then we also have to style. We can duplicate this. That's going to be an H3. And then one more time, we can duplicate the P tag because there's one more P tag, which is going to be a last dash child. Great. So we have to style all of these three. We can start with a paragraph. And of course, as you know the drill for the text, we can simply copy it. Our first paragraph is going to be a date. So let's go ahead and copy the styles for the date right here. We can paste them straight into here. Again, this is going to be var dash dash font dash family. The font style is normal, font weight is fine, line height is fine, and the color is white. There we go. That's looking a bit better. Now let's style this H3 by copying all of the styles, opening this class, pasting it here. We can duplicate the font family, and everything else is going to be copied from the design. There we go. That's looking a bit better. And finally, for the read full article, we can also copy that. The only thing that's going to be different about this is that it's going to have a cursor equal to pointer, because eventually we want to be able to click on read full article. Also, for our title, we want to give it a margin dash bottom of 5 rem. And finally, the cursor of pointer as well, because we need to be able to read that article. So now if we go back, this is already looking just a bit better. Now our articles have taken their shape. The only thing we have to do about them is just fix some mobile responsiveness things. And we can do that by saying add media, screen, and max dash width is going to be 550 pixels. In this case, we want to say .gpt3 __ blog dash container _ article dash content h3. We're going to set the font size to be equal to 18 pixels and the line height to be equal to 25 pixels, just to make the text a bit smaller on mobile devices. And with that, we're done with the article itself. But this is still not looking as it does on the design. And the reason is we now style the article component, but we are yet to style the containers that these articles are in. So now we can go inside of the blog CSS and apply the styles for the containers. Let's start by applying a display of flex to our GPT-3 __ blog. So we can say display flex, and also flex direction is going to be set to column. This changed nothing yet, but if we say .gpt3 __ blog dash heading, we can give it a width of 100%. Remember, the heading is this thing right here. And we can also make the text align be left. And finally, we're going to give it a margin dash bottom is equal to 5 rem. There we go. Now we have this nice heading. Of course, we are yet to style the heading itself, so we can copy this, say .gpt3 blog heading, and then target the H1 inside of it. There, we can copy the styles for this specific heading. So let's take them right here. We can paste them right here. That's going to be var font family, font style is normal, font weight 800, font size 62, line height 75, and letter spacing is going to be like this. This seems all right to me. Let's go ahead and check it out. There we go, a large title above our blog. And now we can start styling the blog containers themselves. So let's say .gpt3 __ blog dash container. It's going to be the same as the blog itself, just a display flex with a flex direction, but this time it's going to be row because we want them to appear in a row. Of course, this is going to make it look bad at the moment, but as soon as we implement some changes, it's going to look better. Then we want to style the block container, but now a group A. So we can say block container underscore group A. Remember, that's only the first article. So for that, we can say the flex is going to be 0.75. Let's save it. Okay, now the other articles are taking more space. Let's also give it a margin dash right is equal to 2 rem. Of course, I have to spell this correctly. There we go. You can see that now we have this first article on the left side. And now I'm going to copy this and just change the letter to B. For our second section, we want to have it a flex is equal to 1. And then we're going to use for the first time now, the display is equal to grid. If there's anything that you want to display in a grid, that's going to be something that looks like this: articles, cards, or anything like that. Now we can use the grid dash template dash columns, and that's going to be set to repeat to 1FR. Now, if we save that, we can notice that we have 2 per row. Great. Finally, let's add a grid dash gap, and that's going to be 2 rem. And there we go. By styling this container, this is already looking a lot better. Of course, if we expand it to full HD, it's going to look almost as it does on the design. That's great. There are still some small changes that we can make. So let's go ahead and collapse this a bit. And let's see what else can we do. The rest of the changes is going to be focused on media queries. So we can say add media, screen, and max dash width is going to be 990 pixels. For those devices, we want to say .gpt3 underscore underscore blog dash container is going to have a flex dash direction equal to column dash reverse. Check this out. Now they're going to appear like this. We could have also done just column. That way the top article would appear at the start. Again, it's your personal choice. I'm going to leave it as column reverse to display the 4 articles first. Then we need to give it some margin. So I'm going to say .gpt3 underscore underscore blog dash container underscore group A. So we can say margin is equal to 2 rem on top and bottom and 0 on left and right. That's just going to space it out properly. Finally, we can fix the width a bit. So we can say .gpt3 underscore underscore blog dash container underscore group A. And then we want to go inside of it to .gpt3 underscore underscore blog dash container underscore article. There we want to set the width to be equal to 48%. There we go. Now it's going to appear in line with all the other articles. And we can also change the height. So let's go ahead and copy this entire thing, paste it below. But now we don't want to target the article. We want to target the article dash image. And we simply want to set the height to be equal to 250 pixels. There we go. That made the image just noticeably smaller, but on different screen sizes, it's going to make more sense. Now we have streamlined articles. Great. Now we have to focus on even smaller devices. So I'm going to copy this media and I'm going to say something like 700 pixels. We can start testing different sizes right away. So I'm going to open up the inspect and let's see how does it look like on about 700 pixels. So let's open up the free tool, responsive, and let's extend this to something like 680. You can see the articles look a bit small. They're still okay, but there's something that we can do about them to make it a bit better. Let's say .gpt3 underscore underscore blog dash container underscore group B. And inside of here, I'm gonna say grid dash template dash columns is going to be set to repeat 1FR. If we save that, now we can see 1 per row. And in my opinion, on this specific screen size, this looks just a bit better. Of course, we have to focus on the last article as well. So let's simply copy this thing, this line right here, line 48 on my side. That's going to be .gpt3 block container group A and then GPT block container article. In here, we simply want to say the width is going to be set to 100%. Of course, this title in here is just a bit too big, so let's modify it. .gpt3 underscore underscore blog dash heading h1. Let's set the font size to be equal to 46 pixels. And then we can also set the line dash height to be equal to 52 pixels. There we go. This is looking just a bit better. And finally, we can decrease the size even more on the smallest of devices. So let's add a new media query. And this is going to be for devices below 550 pixels. We can copy this last thing in the last media query and change it to 34 pixels and then 42 pixels for the line height. There we go. Now this is making a bit more sense. Great. With that, our articles are now done. They look phenomenal on mobile devices. They all appear in one row. We have the heading here. Let's take a look at the tablet size. We have 2 per row. On laptop, we have this nice design. And finally, on larger laptops, it looks great. Now let's check it out in its full glory on the full HD screen. There we go. This is looking perfect. It's looking exactly as it does on the design right here. So the next thing we have to do is going to be this footer right here. This is not just the usual footer. As you can see, it also has this nice call to action with a button here, and then the normal part of the footer just below. To start creating this footer, let's collapse this a bit. There we go. And let's go to our app.js. So right inside of here, you can see that our last section is going to be our footer. Let's scroll down to the bottom of the page and let's actually implement the JSX for the footer. We can start by giving it a class name, more specifically GPT-3 underscore underscore footer, and that's going to be space section underscore underscore padding. Then just inside of that, we can have that big heading as we do on the design. So I'm going to start by adding a div, give it a class name of GPT-3 underscore underscore footer dash heading. And inside of there, we can have an H1 like this. That H1 is going to have a class name equal to gradient underscore underscore text. And we can simply go ahead and copy exactly what it says right here. There we go. Now, if we save that, we should already be able to see it right here. Then below that, we have to have this request early access button. So let's go ahead and create one new div below it. That div is going to have a class name equal to GPT-3 underscore underscore footer dash BTN. And inside of there, we can simply have a p tag that's going to say request early access. Great. Let's see. There we go. Our text is just below. We're going to form that into a button with the styles. Now, of course, we have to implement the content for the footer. As you can see, this left side and the links on the right side as well. So let's go ahead and start with the left side, or rather with the div containing everything. So that's going to be a div, and it's going to have a class name equal to GPT-3 underscore underscore footer dash links. Then inside of there, we're going to have our div, and this div is going to have a class name equal to GPT-3 underscore underscore footer dash links underscore logo. And this is where our logo is going to be. So we can just say image, and we can immediately specify the source, GPT-3 logo, and the alt is going to be logo. Of course, we have to import this logo. So we can say import GPT-3 logo, and that's going to be from // assets, and then logo. It's going to be a .svg logo. So we can save that. Let's see if the logo appears, and there it is. And just below that logo, we also have to say this thing here. I think that's supposed to be the address. So let's copy it, add a p tag below it, and simply paste it right here. Of course, it's not going to show yet because it's dark, but we're going to have something below this div. So below the div containing the logo and the p tag, and it's going to be another div. This div is going to have a class name equal to GPT-3 underscore underscore footer dash links underscore div. So this is going to be a div for one of our next sections, this div right here. And we're going to have a few of those divs. So inside of that div, we can first have an h4. That h4 is simply going to say links, as you can see on the design. Then below that, we're going to have a few p tags. So we can say p, and then we can simply copy what it says right here. We can duplicate it a few more times. The second one is going to say social media, and we just have to do contact. And there we go. Of course, this is not going to look good yet, but we have to do two other divs. So we can simply go ahead and copy this entire div, paste it below, change the links to company, and change all the links below that. This one has just 3 links, so we'll be able to remove the other one. And finally, we have to do the get in touch. So we can just one more time duplicate this links div, say get in touch here, copy everything else. There we go, the phone number. And with that, we are done with our content. The last thing we have to do is going to be this all rights reserved at the bottom. So below this div and one more div, so just close to the end, we're going to have one final div that's going to have a class name equal to GPT-3 underscore underscore footer dash copyright. And inside of that div, we can simply create a paragraph, and that p tag is simply going to say this. There we go. So now if we go back to React application, you can see that there is some kind of content here, but we have to style this properly. So let's go to our footer.css to add the styles. Let's start with the footer itself, .gpt3 underscore underscore footer. It's going to be a display flex, but let's do just one trick that we did before. Let's give it a border is equal to 1 pixel solid white. And also let's do text is equal to white, or rather just color. Color is equal to white. There we go. Now we can see everything and we'll be able to see what's happening. And as you can see, the border is right here on the outer line. So this entire thing is the footer. Great. So let's see what other classes do we have to add, or should I say styles. Let's make this a flex direction is equal to column. That way it's going to go one below another. Let's make it justify content is equal to center, and also align dash items is equal to center. There we go. And finally, we have to give it a background by saying background is equal to var dash dash color dash footer. There we go. Now we don't even need this specific border. This is going to be enough. And we can go ahead and start with styling the container for our heading. We can do that by saying GPT-3 underscore underscore footer dash heading. And let's give it a width of 100%, like this. Then we can give it a text align is equal to center, and also a margin dash bottom is equal to 3 rem. There we go. Now we can style that h1 itself. So we can write here, say h1, and we can copy the styles from here. There we go. I'm going to paste them in here. Of course, this is going to be var, font family, font style normal, and everything else is as we are used to it. As soon as we go back, you'll be able to notice that this is already looking so much better. Now we have to style the button. So let's simply say .gpt3 underscore underscore footer dash btn, and then immediately style the p inside of that btn. And we should be able to copy most of the styles from here. So I'll try to take this border right here. There we go. And then the text itself. There we go. So with buttons, you usually have to copy the styles for the button itself and then for the text inside of that button. Let's see if we have to change something. I'm going to save that, go back, and it's not looking perfect. So let's see, what do we have to do? Border is going to be fine. Font family, let's use the same one we've been using so far. So that's going to be var font family. Then we can add the word dash spacing of something like 2 pixels. to kind of space it out a bit. And everything else seems fine to me. But I'm going to copy this above it because we need to change this container itself, not just the p tag inside of it. So we can simply give it a display is equal to flex, give it justify content is center, and align dash items is equal to center. And the reason why we're doing this is because we're going to give it some padding of 1 rem right now. There we go. And also border of 1 pixel solid, and that's going to be FFF. So in this case, we don't have to add the border right here. Rather, we have to add it on the outer container like this. I'm also going to make this text dash align is equal to center. And finally, give it a margin dash bottom is equal to 10 rem. Now we have spaced everything correctly. And of course, to make this a real button, I'm going to add a cursor equal to pointer. Now, if we hover over it, this is looking great. Finally, we have to style these links at the bottom. So we can say .gpt3 __ footer dash links. Display is going to be set to flex. Justify content is going to be set to space dash between. Let's see the changes already. There we go. This is already starting to look much better. Let's align the items to flex dash start like this. If I properly type that, there we go. And finally, I'm going to give it a flex dash wrap equal to wrap, so that it wraps on smaller devices. And also let's give it a flex direction to row, because later on we're going to set it to column on mobile devices. Finally, I'm going to give it a width of 100% and text dash align is equal to left. There we go. Finally, we have to style each div separately. So I'm going to simply copy this, paste it below, and say width is going to be 250 pixels for each div. I have to fix this. There we go. And let's make the margin equal to 1 rem. But of course, this here is supposed to go to a div inside of the footer links, not the footer links themselves. So with that said, now this is spaced out better. Finally, we can edit out the logo. So we can say .gpt3 __ footer dash links, and then that's going to be _ logo. Let's make that display is equal to flex, and flex direction is going to be set to column. So we can see this one below another. And we can again copy this to modify the image logo itself. The only thing we have to do is add image img at the end. And let's copy the size from here. So I'm going to scroll here. This logo has a width of 118 and a height of 30 pixels. So I'm simply going to paste that here. There we go. And I'm going to give it a margin dash bottom of 1 rem. Great. This is looking a lot closer to the design right now. But as you can see, the logo and this address is the only thing on the left side. Everything else is appearing on the right side. So to fix that, let's edit the actual paragraph elements. .gpt3 __ footer dash links _ logo, and then the p tag inside of there. We can simply go ahead and copy it, but it's going to be fairly simple. It's going to be font family. We can copy the one we've been using before. So var font family right here. The font size is going to be 12, line height 14 pixels, and color FFF. Now if we go back and reload, there we go. We can now remove this white color from the top because we're going to implement it to other paragraphs as well. You can see right now we've been editing only this paragraph. So let's actually edit these divs. We can do that by saying .gpt3 __ footer dash links _ div. Let's give it a display is equal to flex. We can put the justify content is equal to flex dash start. And the most important thing, flex dash direction is equal to column. There we go. Everything remained the same. But now we're going to edit the H1s inside of there. That's going to be the company, the links, and the get in touch. So we can go ahead and copy one of them. or at least the styles for one of them. We can duplicate this and simply target the H4 inside of there. We can go ahead and paste those styles. The font family is going to be the same again. Font size 14 pixels, line height 16, and the color is going to be set to white. We can also give it a margin dash bottom equal to 1 rem. Let's take a look. There we go. Now we have these headings here, and we just have to edit the paragraphs now. So I'm going to duplicate this one more time. I'm going to change that to a p tag, and we can simply go ahead and copy how these should look. So I can copy it right here, paste it here. The font family is going to be, again, variable font family, 12 pixels for the font size, 14 for the line height. And the only thing we're going to do is we're going to add a margin 0.5 rem top and bottom, and 0 on left and right, and also make it cursor is equal to pointer. Now, if we take a look at this, this is looking so much better. The last thing we can do is going to be the copyright below. So right here, we can say .gpt3 __ footer dash copyright. In there, let's add a margin top is equal to 2 rem. Let's also add a text dash align is equal to center. And finally, a width is equal to 100%. There we go. And finally, we have to edit the paragraph inside of there. So we can target the same thing, but this time with a P at the end. And we can go ahead and copy the styles. So right here, I'm going to copy them. It's going to be the same as these styles here, but that's fine. We can use this var right there, and everything else is going to be the same. Let's see if we need this font feature setting. If we now save this, let's take a look. There we go. This is looking good. Let's see if we need this. Nope, that doesn't appear to make any change, so we can remove that line. And in my opinion, this is already looking like a great footer. You might wonder, why do they have it in 3 rows, or rather 4, including this, and we have it in just 2? Well, if I start expanding this, you're going to notice that it's actually fully responsive. Of course, we still have to add some media queries for tablet devices and mobile devices, but already right out of the box, it's looking great. So let's go ahead and add some media queries. That's going to be add media and screen max dash width is equal to 850 pixels. .gpt3 __ footer dash heading h1. In here, we simply want to decrease the font size to be equal to 44 pixels, and also the line height to be equal to 50 pixels. As we've done before, we simply want to make the text a bit smaller on mobile devices. So it looks like we have a typo here. In this case, that's going to be media screen and max width 850. So this is going to be on devices lower than 850 pixels. So let's go ahead and test that out. Right now we are on 600, so that should be good. There we go, looking fine. Now let's add one for devices below 550 pixels by copying this and changing this to 550. It's going to be 34 pixels font size and also 42 pixels for the line height. Now if we decrease this to below 550, you're going to notice the text just got a bit smaller. And we just have to add some margin to each div. So I'm going to say .gpt3 __ footer dash links div. And let's set the margin to be equal to 1 rem on top and bottom and 0 on left and right. That pushed it a bit to the left. And finally, we can decrease the font size for the p tags as well. So I'm going to copy this, paste it here, and that's going to be GPT-3 footer dash btn, and then the p tag right here. In here, we can set the font size to 14 pixels and line height to 20 pixels. That was for this button right here. It looks just a bit better on mobile devices right now. And the last thing we can do is for ultra small devices below 400 pixels of width, like this. Let's go ahead and copy this paste it below. We simply want to decrease the font size just a bit more to 27 pixels, font size, and also line height to something like 38. There we go. So now this can fit on literally every single device. Let's go ahead and do some testing. I'm going to pull this on a full desktop so we can see better. There we go. This is how it looks like on full HD. Let's test with the mobile responsiveness for iPhone X. If I scroll down, this is a really good looking footer. Let's test with tablets. There we go, in 2 rows. Laptops, still in 2, but if we go on a larger laptop, it's starting to span in 3 different rows. We can also go to a 4K screen, and it's looking fine. That's another question you might have, like how would you style this on a 4K screen? Because sometimes there's just too much real estate that you have to work with. So do you just center everything, or do you spread it apart across the entire screen? I think everything should be in the center so that it's more clearly visible, so it's just gonna have some margins on the left and the right. But in this case, I don't think we should worry about that. The only thing we care about is that it looks good on most of the devices. But I gotta be honest, looking at this website in 4K right now, it's not even looking bad, it's looking great. Let's close this out and let's appreciate our newly built website in its full glory. We have this nice navigation bar with the sign in and the sign up buttons. This fully custom header with this gradient text, image on the right side, and the email address field right here. Right here, we have the brands section, and then this nice card with another gradient here that's going to emphasize the strong points of our brand. Then right here, we have some more, we call them features right here. All of these are the same component, but you can see how they're appearing in a different fashion. Some of them have the title at the top and then the text at the bottom, and some of them, with just a small change, have the title on the left side and the P tag on the right side. Then we have this great image right here with some more text, this click to action div, an entire blog section where we used the article component, and then we have our glorious footer. Our GPT-3 website is now fully built and it's looking amazing. I hope you guys enjoyed this build and you learned a lot along the way. Now is the time that we actually deploy it to the web. That way, you'll be able to share this project with everybody, with your friends, potential employers, and you'll be able to put it on your portfolio. So let's go ahead and do that right now. Finally, to deploy our website on Hostinger's fast servers, we can go ahead and close all the files and collapse all the folders. Then we can go to View and then Terminal. If your app is still running, make sure to press Ctrl+C and then stop it from running. Then you can run npm run build. This is going to generate an optimized React production build. And there we go. In just a few seconds, our build folder has been generated. So let's go ahead and right-click it and click Reveal in File Explorer. Once you know where your build folder is, let's open up the Hostinger's dashboard. You can go to the link in the description of the video and then log in, or go to hpanel.hostinger.com and then log in. There, you should be able to find the hosting for your domain name. Of course, if you didn't purchase the domain name just yet, because you have to figure out what is it gonna be, that's completely fine. I'm just going to show you the process of how you can deploy it, and then you'll know the process for every single website in the future, for your portfolio, for any deployed site, for your blog, and anything else. So in this case, I'm gonna click gpt3jsm.com, and then we can scroll down and go to File Manager. Right here on the left side, you should be able to see public.html right here. So double click it and it's going to open up the default.php. You can go ahead and delete that file. Once that is done, simply find your build folder, open it up, and then drag and drop all the files from your build folder straight into here. There we go. It's going to recognize them, and then let's simply upload. One by one, every file is going to be deployed, and then with them, our entire website. And there we go. Our files are now here. Before we go ahead and check our website, let's set up the SSL certificate. So you can search for SSL right here and simply click Install SSL. And there we go. In just a few seconds, our lifetime SSL has been installed. So let's go to our dashboard and let's check out our main domain. And there we go. Our website is deployed and it has an SSL certificate. Great. There's one main problem. All the images seem to be here besides the most important one, the first image that we can see. So let's go back to our hosting and let's go back to our file manager for just 1 second. There we can click the public HTML, and if we open up the static folder and media, we can notice that all of our PNGs and SVGs are right here, but our AI image, which is this one right here, is inside of our main folder. So it's possible that something happened while the file was uploading. So just click that file. Let's go ahead and click move. And we need to change the destination of where we want to move it to. We want to go into static and then media. Finally, we want to select this and move. This just moved our file. And if we close this, go back to our website and reload, we immediately see our glorious image right here. That's phenomenal. Sometimes some things with the file upload work like this, but don't worry about that. Even if we weren't able to debug this on our own, you could simply contact the Hostinger support on the bottom right, and they would be able to immediately solve your issue for you. With that said, let's take one final look at our finished site. We have this nice gradient right here, as well as this gradient text. We can scroll down to see this great gradient card, some of the features here, an image, a click-to-action div, an entire blog right here, and then a great-looking footer. Of course, we can check that this website is fully mobile responsive. There we go. This is how everything looks like on the phone. Beautiful. Right now, you're watching this video, so I'm sure you're excited to see what exactly are you going to build today. You're going to build a fine dining restaurant landing page. Right off the bat, we have this great starting section with the navigation bar that collapses on mobile devices. As we scroll down, you'll notice that the background changes and we have this completely custom About Us section with a G, or the first letter of the restaurant, right in the middle behind the knife. As we scroll even more down, you'll notice that today's special, the menu for wine and beer, as well as the cocktails. Right below that, we have the chef's word, a special section to see what the primary chef says. Right below that, we have a really special section, which is a full screen video, where you can instantly see how does the restaurant or food look like. Keep in mind, this website doesn't have to be just about cooking. You can convert it into any other high-end business. Let's scroll a bit more down where we have the awards that the restaurant received, alongside with this great image with another letter G. If we go even more down, you'll see this great photo gallery where we have images from the restaurant's Instagram page, and you can hover over the images, click them, and see them right on this business's social media platforms. We are closely getting to the end. As you can see, we have quite a lot of sections. The next one is the one that every business has to have, and that is the Find Us section. Finally, as we scroll down, you'll see a custom footer where we have the subscribe to our newsletter section, as well as the contact us, the logo one more time, the quote, and the working hours. This is looking great, and as I've mentioned, there are quite a lot of sections. You're going to build all of this today in this one video. Also, did I forget to mention, it is completely mobile responsive. It's gonna work for tablet devices as well as the mobile devices, and it's going to look great on all of them. It almost has that native mobile feel. As we always do on JavaScript Mastery, we're going to start from bare beginnings so that everybody can 100% follow along. We can start off by creating a new empty folder on our desktop. Let's name it something like Gericht and then restaurant. Once you have your empty folder, you can open up an empty Visual Studio Code window. Feel free to use any code editor of choice. So in this case, I'm going to simply drag and drop the empty folder into Visual Studio Code. And there we are. We can start by going to View and then Terminal. We can clear the terminal, and now we need to initialize a new React application. We can do that by typing npx create-react-app and then /, since we're already in the directory we want to initialize our React application in. Of course, to be able to run this command, you have to download and install Node. If you haven't done that already, simply Google Node download and install it. And if we are ready, you can simply press enter. If you haven't used Create React App before, you can simply press Y to proceed. Our React application is being initialized as we speak. This process usually takes about a minute, so I'm gonna pause this video right now and I'll see you right away. If you can see all of these files and folders right here, that means that your React app has been successfully initialized. The most important folder in our application is the source folder. This is where all of our files are. Right now, there's a lot of files that we might not need, like app.test.js, logos, web vitals, and so on. So what I usually like to do is to simply right-click source and delete it entirely. And then we can create a new version where we only have the files we actually need. So once you recreate the source, you can right-click it and click New File to create the most important part in every React application, and that is index.js. This is the file where we connect our React application to the DOM. So we need to import React from React, as well as import React DOM from React-DOM. We can also import the component we haven't yet created, and that's going to be import app from /app. Once that is done, we can call React DOM.render. We can pass in the application, and finally, we can say render it under document.getElementById, and the ID is going to be root. The reason why I'm going through this so quickly is because this is something you're going to write every time you create a React application. But let me go a bit deeper and explain what does this document getElementById root actually mean. So if we go to public and then index.html, you can notice that this is an HTML page of sorts. Let's collapse all of these lines into one line. Let's remove some of these comments just to make it a bit easier to read, like this. There are some more comments, some no script tags, but if you remove all of that, you can notice that this is the simplest possible HTML document that simply has the head and the body that only has one div. We have to connect our React application to this div, and this is where all of our React code is going to go, right here inside of this div with an ID of root. While we're here, we can also change the name of our site. So in this case, that's going to be Gericht, and that's going to be restaurant. So now we can go back to index.js and we can create that app.js file inside of our source folder, app.js. Throughout this video, you'll see me use RAFCE quite a lot. That is a shortcut to create a React arrow function component. If you haven't used this before, it is incredibly useful. The only thing you have to do to be able to do that is go to extensions and then search for ES7 React Redux GraphQL React Native Snippets. Then you have to install it, potentially reload your Visual Studio Code, and then you'll be able to start typing RAFCE to create a React functional component. If for whatever reason that doesn't work for you, you can simply type this out by hand. Right now, I'm going to simply create an H1 here that's going to say, hello world. There we go. Now, before we run our application, we're going to first install all of the necessary dependencies. If we go to package.json, you'll notice that we have our main React dependencies, but we can go to view and then terminal to install just a few more. Or to be more exact, we can install more dependencies by running npm install, and the only dependency we're going to install are going to be React icons. That means that everything else that you saw in the introduction of this video is going to be coded by us. We won't use any extra external packages. You're going to learn how to do everything by yourself. So let's simply install React icons, the only dependency we're going to need, and then we can start working on our project. That install incredibly quickly, and we can try running our application by running npm start. And in just a few seconds, you should be able to see a heading that says Hello World on localhost 3000. Great. Now, to save you some time for creating all of the files and folders for our components, I'm going to give you access to the starter code of this project. But don't worry, that starter code is going to contain absolutely no programming logic. It's mainly going to be just files and folders. I'm going to explain everything step by step. I've included the starter source folder in the project Modern UI UX Restaurant GitHub repository. And I even made it easier for you to download it. All that you need to do is go to this link. The link is going to be down in the description, down Git. And as soon as you come here, the download is going to immediately start. It's going to take a few seconds, and then you should see your folder right here. You can click it, and then you can extract it to our Garrick restaurant project. And just press OK. There we go. That has been finished. And now if we go back here, you should be able to see a starter source folder. What you can do right now is delete the original source folder and just rename the starter source to simply source or src. That process is going to take some time. We can go to View, Terminal, stop it from running by pressing Ctrl+C and then Y, and then npm start one more time. This is going to restart our React application. And as soon as you do that, you should be able to see an empty homepage where you have all of these components. As you can see, we're going to have a navbar component, or let's call them sections. Navbar section, header, about us, menu, chef, and so much more. And as you can see, I didn't lie to you. We didn't implement any of the logic. We just sorted out all of our sections in one easy to read list. And if we go back to code, you can notice that now we have assets. These are mainly just all of the images and videos that we're going to use for our project. Then we're going to have some constants. Inside of here, we're going to have some demo data for our menu. Again, no coding logic whatsoever here. Then in here, we're importing all of our images and exporting them so that we can more easily use them later on. And from here, we're exporting both the meals, the data, and the images. So we've covered the assets and constants. Then we have the components. And as you can see, the structure we're going to be working in is the folder components. Inside of there, we have a new folder for each one of these components, like a menu item. And then inside of that folder, we have the component of the same name, menu item, which is right now completely empty. So it's just a basic functional component that's going to have the menu item inside of it. And it also has an import to the CSS file, which is also going to be completely empty. And that's the situation for every single component and container in our list. You can see the situation with containers is the same. You might be wondering, what is a container? And you can think of a container just like a section. So about us is a specific section of the page. Same thing about chef, find us, footer, and so on. Now that we have those demo components, we can go into app.js, and you can see in here, we're simply importing all of the components and containers, and we're simply listing them one below another. That means that we can now easily, from top to bottom, start implementing the navbar. Then when we're done, we can go to header and keep it going for all of the other components. Finally, the only bit of CSS that is here is going to be the index CSS. And this is going to be only the CSS setup. Inside of this file, we're just gonna set up the Google fonts, some of the most commonly used colors, we're gonna reset the padding and margin for all elements to be 0. And in here, we just have some slight animations. And that's nothing that's going to be a breaking change in our application, just some quality of life changes. Alongside the index CSS, there's also the app.css styles, where we have just some general section styles. So these are the styles that are gonna be used across all sections, like section padding, the class to centrally position an element, backgrounds, and so on. So make sure that you also have the styles for this file. And with that said, we can go into our app.js. Let's get started with the navigation bar. But how is it going to look like? Well, we're going to code this entire website, including navigation bar, by following this specific design. This is a phenomenal free design that I found on ui8.net. The link is going to be down in the description. You can click download here and then create an account to fully download it. But to make this process even easier for you, I've created and shared an entire Figma design that includes only the page that we'll be building today. If you want to download the entire site, including many more sections, then you'll have to download it through UI8. But if you just want to follow along with the video and create the sections that you saw in the intro, which are these sections right here, then you can just click the link down in the description and just get to this Figma file that I've shared. That's going to be more than enough to create this phenomenal site. Okay, with that said, you should have access to this Figma design, and you are most likely looking at this page right now. And here is our navigation bar. So let's try and put this design and our browser side by side with the editor so that we can see live what we're coding. There we go. I've put my code editor on the left side and the live side on the right side. In here, I've also included the finished Gericht project so that you can see how it looks like. In here, you can see that we have this great navigation bar that on smaller devices turns into a hamburger menu that pops up nicely, like this. But on a bit bigger devices, like this, you can see it is a full navigation bar. So this is the section of the page that we're going to implement right now. And as you can see, the situation is the same on Figma. So let's go to our live site and let's implement the first component on our list, and that is the navbar. To start implementing the navbar, we can first import a few icons. The first one on our list is going to be GI hamburger menu, and that's going to be coming from react-icons/GI. The second icon on our list is going to be import md outline restaurant menu, and that's coming from react-icons/md. With those icons, we're going to also import images, so we can say import images from //constants and then images. And just below that, we already have the import for the navbar.css. Now we are ready to start creating the JSX part. For our navigation bar, we're going to use the nav HTML semantic tag. And right there, we can give it a class name equal to app__navbar. Throughout this entire video, you'll see me use the CSS BEM model quite a lot. And that is a CSS methodology that's going to make it easier to read and write CSS. As you can see, BEM stands for Block Element Modifier. And when we write CSS, we're going to write like this: block, element, and then modifier. If you want to read more about the BEM model, I'm going to put some educational links down below, so feel free to check them out. With that said, we can continue coding out our navbar. So now that we have the nav, we can actually implement this CSS class. So let's open up the navbar.css file. Let's create a new class called app__navbar. Let's give this navbar a width of 100%. Let's also give it a display equal to flex. And let's also give it a border equal to 2px solid black, just so we can see what we're working with. There we go. Now we can first add some more elements into that navigation bar, and then we can continue with the styles implementation. That way, we'll see what the styles that we write actually change in the code. So let's create a div inside of this navbar. And this div is going to have a class name equal to app underscore underscore navbar dash logo. Inside of this div, we're going to have an image, and that image is going to be a self-closing tag that's going to have the source equal to images.gericht. And let's also give this image an alt tag, which means alternative text if the image is not recognizable by the browser. And let's simply say app logo. If we save it, you won't see anything right now because the logo is white, as you can see if I drag it right here. So we'll have to make this dark. For now, we can go below this div and create a UL. UL stands for an unordered list. And inside of that UL, we can have a lot of different LIs, which are list items. This UL is going to have a class name equal to app underscore underscore navbar dash links. And each one of our links is going to have a class name equal to p underscore underscore open sans. This is simply going to be a paragraph that's going to be of this specific font. This here is a class name that we've defined in the app.css. Each one of our list items is going to be an anchor tag, a. And that a is going to have an href equal to hash or pound and then specific URL. In this case, the first link is going to be to home. Now we can duplicate this link a few more times. I just press on this line right here, and then holding Alt and Shift and arrow down, you can duplicate the line. The second link is going to be about, and right here we can say about. Then the third one is going to be menu. So let's do menu and then menu with a capital M. Then we're going to have awards and the awards right here. And finally contact and contact right here. Now, if we save that, we can go back and the text is right here, but as you can see, it is white, so we cannot really see it. We are yet to change the color of the navigation bar so that we can see the logo and the menu items. So now that we have these items, let's go to the navbar CSS and let's continue implementing the styles. We won't need the border anymore, but we will need justify content, and that's going to be set to space between. Then we're going to have the align items right here. That's going to be set to center. We're going to have the background set to var. Var means that we're using a CSS variable, and that's going to be color-black. And as soon as you save that, you can notice everything we've done so far. Finally, let's add just a bit of padding, 1 rem on top and bottom, and 2 rem on left and right. There we go. This is already looking so much better. So now let me explain a few things right here. We're using display flex. I love display flex. It makes it so easy for you to position the elements however you want inside of a div. In this case, we've used justify content space between, and along the x-axis that aligned the logo on the left side and menu items on the right side. That happened because inside of our navbar, we have only 2 elements. The first one is going to be the logo, and then the second one is going to be the menu list. Using align items center, we align them vertically. As you can see, they are in the center right here, vertically. And then we added some padding, and we used a CSS variable, color black, and if you remember correctly, that's coming from index CSS. At the top, we defined some of the most commonly used colors for this project. One of these is color black. Great. So now we can continue implementing our navigation bar. Let's add the styles for the navbar logo. So just below app navbar, we can say .app underscore underscore navbar dash logo. Let's give it a display is equal to flex. We're going to make it justify dash content is going to be equal to flex dash start. This is going to make it appear on the start. And then finally, align dash items is going to be center. There we go. Now it's centered. Now we can also change the width of that logo. So we can say .app underscore underscore navbar dash logo. And then the image inside of that logo we can set the width to be something like 150 pixels. There we go. This is already looking so much better. Now we can style the links. So we can say dot app underscore underscore navbar dash links. We can set the flex to be equal to 1. That way the menu is going to take most of the space of the screen. Then we can set the display to be equal to flex again. Justify dash content is going to be set to center, and then align dash items is going to be set to center as well. There we go. And finally, we have to remove these bullet points. So we can say list dash style is none. There we go. Now we have our menu, but we have to change each list item inside of the menu. So we can say dot app underscore underscore navbar dash links and then li. In here, we can simply set the margin on top and bottom to be 0, but on left and right, set it to 1 rem. And let's also give it a cursor pointer. When we hover over it, we'll know that it's clickable. There we go. This is looking like a great navigation bar already. Finally, we can copy this, paste it below, and we can say colon hover. So what's going to happen once we hover over it? We can change the color to be equal to var and then dash dash color dash gray. There we go. As you can see, now we get real-time feedback that we are actually hovering over something and that we can click it. Now let's go back to our JSX file, and below the UL, we're going to have one more div. This div is going to have a class name app underscore underscore navbar dash login. And inside of there, we're going to have two more anchor tags. The first anchor tag is going to have an href that's going to be hash login. And it's going to have a class name equal to p underscore underscore open sans. And it's simply going to say log in or register like that. Let's save it. There we go. Let's create one empty div right here to create some space. And let's create one final anchor tag right here. That anchor tag is going to simply point to slash, which is home. And it's also going to have a class name equal to p underscore underscore open sans. And it can say book a table or book table. There we go. So now we can style those. We can start by styling the dot app underscore underscore navbar dash login. And again, we're going to use display flex. We're going to use the justify content of flex end right now and align dash items set to center. We can now copy this, paste it below, but this time interact with the anchor tag inside of this div. And we can simply set the margin to be equal to 0 on top and bottom and 1 rem on left and right. We can also set the text decoration to be equal to none. And in here, we can provide the transition to be equal to 0.5 seconds and ease, like this. So now if we saved it, you can see those two extra items. I'm gonna reset the screen zoom. There we go. So this is looking even better. And now let's copy this one more time. And let's change the hover right here. On hover, we can give it a border dash bottom, 1 pixel solid, var, color, golden. So golden is going to be quite of a theme for this specific project. And there we go. There is even some slight animation right here. You can barely see it. Great. So finally, we can also change the div inside of the navbar login by saying .app underscore underscore navbar dash login and then div. We're going to give that div a width, which is going to be of 1 pixel. We can give it a height of 30 pixels, and we can set the background or background color to be var, color, and then gray. That's going to create a vertical line between the last two items on our list, giving it that nice touch. Now we have the logo on the left side, we have menu items on the center, and we have login and book a table on the right side as more prominent navbar features. Great. We can go back to navbar, and now below this div, we can create one final div. This div is going to have a class name equal to app underscore underscore navbar dash small screen. This is going to be the navigation bar for smaller devices. Inside of here, we can render that hamburger menu by saying GI hamburger menu as a self-closing tag. It's going to have a color equal to #FFF, and it's going to have a font size equal to 27 pixels, and it's going to have an on-click property, which is right now going to be empty. It might give us an error if we leave it empty, so let's create an empty callback function instead. Let's save it. There we go. You can see the hamburger menu on the right side, and below that hamburger menu, we can essentially just copy the list we already have. So right here, I'm gonna copy this UL, paste it right here with all of our list items, but we're gonna change some things. Inside of here, this is not going to be app navbar links. It's going to be app underscore underscore navbar dash small screen dash links. And then all of that is going to be in one more div. So right here, we can create a div that's going to have a class name equal to app underscore underscore navbar dash small screen underscore overlay. And we're going to have flex underscore underscore center and slide dash bottom. Now inside of that div, we're going to have an icon, which is going to be MD outline restaurant menu with a font size of 27. It's going to have a class name equal to overlay underscore underscore close. And it's also going to have an on click, which is going to be set to simply an empty callback function, at least for now. And let's make sure to close it right here. So now we can pull this menu inside of that div so that we have the icon and the menu right here, one next to another. Let's save this. And there we go. You can see that now our mobile menu is visible here as well. And that's because we haven't yet implemented the classes for our small screen links. So we can do that right now. Let's for now say dot app underscore underscore navbar dash small screen. It's going to have a display set to none. That's going to be on bigger devices. But later on, once we implement media queries, we're going to bring that back into play. For now, let's create that overlay as well. So that's going to be dot app underscore underscore navbar dash small screen underscore overlay. And also before we start writing code, let me show you what am I referring to. If we go to the finished site, by the way, you can visit it by going to gericht.vercel.app. And if you just scale this up a bit to go to the hamburger menu and click it, we're now building this nice overlay that's going to show on tablet devices and mobile devices. And you can see this restaurant icon at the top right. We can use that to close it. So this is great. Right now, we're building this black overlay with these items. So for the overlay, we're going to set the position to be equal to fixed. We want it to appear on the entire screen. So we're going to say top is 0 and left is 0. And width is going to be 1%, as well as the height is going to be set to 100 VH, which means the entire height of the screen. Then we can set the background to be equal to var color black like this, and transition is going to be 0.5 seconds ease. Finally, flex direction is going to be column, because as you can see, these items are not coming up in a row, they're coming up in a column. And also the Z index is going to be set to 5. That means that the overlay is going to appear over the actual page. So now we can go back to our own website and let's style that close icon. That's going to be .app underscore underscore navbar dash small screen underscore overlay and then space .overlay underscore underscore close. We can set the font dash size to be equal to 27 pixels. We can set the color to be equal to var color golden. We can also set the cursor to be set to pointer. Position is going to be set to absolute, and it's going to be positioned on the top 20 pixels and also on the right side 20 pixels. There we go. Again, we cannot yet see anything because right now the overlay is hidden and also the mobile menu is hidden. But we might be able to see our mobile menu if we implement a media query right here, media, screen, and max-width is 1150 pixels. In here, we can say .app-links, and we want to set the display to be equal to none. So we're going to hide our main navigation bar, but the app __ navbar dash small screen right here, we want to set the display to be equal to flex to make it visible. There we go. So now we can implement the logic for what happens once we click on this hamburger icon. To do that, we can transform this from a function with an instant return into a normal function that has curly brace and then a return statement right here. Of course, we need to indent this as well, and then add a curly brace at the end. That's going to allow us to now add a React state right here, const toggle menu, and set toggle menu is equal to react.use state. And at the start, it's going to be toggled to false. Of course, you can either use React dot to get to the use state, or you can simply import it right here by writing comma use state. Use state in React allow us to make some dynamic changes when you click something or depending on some kind of parameters. So in this case, the only thing we have to do, if we click the hamburger menu, we want to set toggle menu to be set to true. And if we click right here to close it, we want to set toggle menu to be set to false. We can save that. And now we only want to show this div if the toggle menu is set to true. So what we can do, let's first divide it from the rest of the content like this. And we can say new dynamic code block. JSX is special because it allows us to have some logic right here. So we can say if true, then render something out. In this case, if the toggle menu is set to true, in that case, we can show this block of code. So we can end it right here. And there we go. Now we're showing this div only if the toggle menu is set to true. I reloaded the page and you can see it's hidden. And if I click it, it shows up. But right now we don't have that restaurant icon to close it because we don't yet have the overlay. So to show the overlay, looks like I have a small typo right here. I'm missing another E right here. So if I do that, we can now see that great overlay and we can close it, open it, close it, and there we go. Let's implement the actual list items inside of that overlay. We can do that above our media queries, below the overlay close. First, we can say .app __ navbar dash small screen _ links, and we can set the list style to be equal to none. That here should have removed these bullet points, but that didn't happen. So let's see what's happening. App navbar dash small screen _ links, and we're gonna go here and try to see where do we have those links. And it looks like I also missed an E here, and this here should have been an underscore. So if you fix that, you can notice that the bullet points are gone. Now we can copy this just below, and let's give them some margin, like 2 rem, both on top and bottom and left and right. But we want to target each individual li. There we go, the margin has been applied. Let's also make them a cursor pointer. Then we can change the color to be equal to var color golden. Let's also increase the font size to be equal to 2 rem. Let's use the text align to center them. And finally, let's use the font family to be equal to var, and that's going to be font base, like this. There we go. This is again another CSS variable we've created at the start. And this is already looking so much better. Let's now copy this. And just below, we want to implement the hover as well. So we can say colon hover, and then color is going to be var color white. From golden to white, this is already looking so much better. And now we are technically done with our navigation bar, but we want to make sure that it looks good on all screen sizes. So the first screen size we can work on is going to be 2000 pixels. So let's copy this, add media and screen, and that's going to be 2000 pixels. Again, you can play with these sizes, but they are some most commonly used sizes, like 2000, 1150, 650 pixels for mobile devices. These are the screen sizes we're going to use. So we can copy this as well. And the last one we're going to use is going to be for mobile devices, max width 650. And that's going to be at the end. We're going to start from the widest to the least wide of them all, which is a mobile device. So on big devices, we can say .app__navbar dash logo, and then image is going to be width 210 pixels. Let's check it out. This is going to make the logo just a bit bigger on larger devices. And finally, on mobile devices, we have to change the navbar bit. So we're going to do .app__navbar. But first, let's check it out. How does it actually look like on mobile devices? To see how does a website look on mobile device, you can go to Inspect, and then click this icon right here, Toggle Device Toolbar. Usually, I go here and check for, let's say, iPhone 12 Pro. There we go. This right now is not looking the best. We have horizontal scroll, which is something you never want to have on a mobile device. So something is going outside of the borders. Let's try and fix that. We're gonna set the padding to be equal to 1 rem right here. There we go. That's going to provide us with some more space. And then the app__navbar dash login. In this case, we're gonna set the display to be equal to none because we don't have enough space to show everything on that mobile navigation bar. So now if you click here, you can see it just fine. And finally, let's change the logo width. So I'm going to copy what we have right here, paste it down here, and the width is going to be 110 pixels. So now we have Garrick on the left side, and we have a hamburger menu on the right side, which when we click it, we can see the entire menu. But if we go to our finished site, garrick.vercel.app, go to Inspect, and toggle on the mobile toolbar, you can notice that in here, we don't have any horizontal scroll. Everything fits on one screen, and we can click it. This is looking so much better. So back on our own site, we have to find a way to eliminate this scroll. And this is happening because the width of the navigation bar is wider than the actual viewport. So let's go ahead and fix that together. Just to make the life easier for us to debug, we can for now comment out all of the other sections by going into App, selecting them, and pressing Ctrl// to simply comment them out. And then we'll be able to comment each one back in one by one. I've paused the video for a few minutes trying to find the mistake I've made while recording. But hey guys, I just reloaded the actual server by stopping it from running and then running npm start again. And would you look at that? The layout actually fixed itself. So sometimes you won't be the one creating the bugs. Maybe sometimes you just have to reload your React application and the issue is going to get fixed. And I always like to include these bugs in the video because you can see that not everything is perfect and not everything is going to work on the first try. But as soon as we reloaded the app, we can actually see that this is working perfectly as it does right here. With that said, we're completely done with our navigation bar, both on our mobile view and on our desktop view. If we extend it even further, you can see the entire navigation bar is here. So we can go back into the app.js, we can uncomment everything, and then let's leave everything here, but let's move into the header part. Implementing the header is going to be our next goal. To start creating the header, we can first import in curly braces images from // constants. Now, our first div is going to have a class name equal to app__header space app__wrapper and section__padding. It's also going to have an ID equal to home. That way we can scroll to it. Now inside of this div, we're going to have one more div, and this div is going to have a class name equal to app__wrapper_info. And just below that div, we're going to have one more div. We can space it out. So that div is going to have a class name equal to app__wrapper_img. So the second div is going to contain the image and the first one is going to contain the info. Let me show you what I mean. If we go to our design, you can notice that this here is going to be our header. On the left side, we're going to have some text right here with the title. And on the right side, we're going to have a big juicy image. Inside of our wrapper underscore info, we're going to have a new component that we're going to create right away. And that component is called subheading. Subheading with a capital H is a component that we already have the file for. It's in the components and then subheading right here. So the only thing we have to do is import it. One cool trick you can do is double click subheading and press Ctrl space. Immediately you'll be able to import it, just like that. If this trick for whatever reason didn't work for you, you can just write import in curly braces subheading from ... components. Now if we go back to our site, you can see subheading right here. The reason why we have a specific component for the subheading is because we're going to reuse that across multiple sections. Whenever in React you want to reuse something across many sections in many different places, create a new component out of it. That way you won't have to write all the code every time. You'll just be able to import that component. So let's Control click to go into the subheading and we can implement it right away. Inside of this component, we're going to also import images from ... constants. Make sure the images is in curly braces. Our subheading component is going to have a div that's going to have an inline style. We can create inline styles like this. Style is equal to, and then curly braces, and then an object inside of it. We can say margin bottom is equal to 1 rem. And again, you could have used a class here, but I just wanted to show you that you can do inline styles as well. Inside of this div, we can create a paragraph with a class name equal to p__cormorant. And this cormorant right here is just the name of the font. If we go to index CSS, you can notice that we're going to have, if we scroll up, there we go, font base, cormorant font. And the second font is the Open Sans. So in this case, we just want to use this font. Now inside of there, we can render something like a title. This title will have to be dynamic. Right now, we cannot pass dynamic values, but I'm going to show you how you can do that really soon. Just below, we can render a self-closing image tag that's going to have a source equal to images.spoon. And then we can say alt tag is going to simply be spoon, and the class name is going to be spoon__image. Or img. There we go. So now if we save that, you'll be able to see just a little spoon right here, and that's going to serve as our heading. So now we can go back to our header, and just below our subheading, we can implement an h1. This h1 is going to have a class name equal to app__header-h1. And in here, we can say the key to fine dining. There we go. If we save that, you can see it right here. But now let's also pass a dynamic title to our heading. So right here, we can create a new so-called prop. If you used React before, then you'll know that using the props like this, when you create a new component, you can pass specific properties into it, and then you can pass some values. In this case, we can pass a string called chase the new flavor. And this value is now going to be dynamically passed into our subheading inside of the props object. We can immediately destructure the title from there, and then using dynamic rendering inside of the JSX, we can simply show the title right here. We haven't yet implemented the styles for our header, so let's go ahead and do that right now. We can open up our files and go to header.css. The first thing we can of course do is set the app.header and set the background color to be equal to var --color-black. As soon as we do that, you can now see the subheading right here. Now let's style the h1 by saying app__header-h1. And I'm going to pull this just a bit to the side so that we can see it. Right now it is dark, so we cannot see it. But if we change the font family to var, and then that's going to be dash dash font dash base. And if we give it color equal to var dash dash color dash golden, we should be able to see it right here. Let's check it out. It still seems to be dark. So this is app underscore underscore header dash h1. And right here, app underscore underscore header dash h1. This seems good. The only mistake here is that I had a typo. Let's also try to divide the letters a bit by using letter spacing 0.04 em. If we save that, you can notice now it seems more spread out, and we can also use the text transform uppercase. That's going to make the text uppercase. Then we can set the line dash height to something like 117 pixels. I found that value to work the best to give it some space here. And we can also set the font size to be something like 90 pixels. The key to fine dining. There we go. And while we're here, let's also provide the classes for the image. .app underscore underscore header dash image img. Width is going to be set to 80%. Now, if we go to our header, just below this h1, we can add a paragraph that's going to have a class name equal to p underscore underscore open sans. And we can give it an inline style that's going to be margin, 2 rem on top and bottom, and 0 on left and right. Inside of here, we can use some generic text. So if we go to our design, we can zoom into here, and you can double click the text right here and copy it. Let's just go back and paste it straight in. Now, if we go back, you can see the text right here. Finally, if we go to the button right here, the type is going to be equal to button, and the class name is going to be custom underscore underscore button. And the button can say explore menu, custom underscore underscore button here. I'm not really good with typing today, but there we go. That got fixed. And finally, for the image, we just need to put the image tag right here as a self-closing tag. Source or src is going to be images.welcome. And the alt is going to be header img. If we save that, we can see that great image right here. And with that, our header is already looking so much better. If we didn't scroll down to see all of the other not yet finished sections, you will think that this is a perfectly created site. And it is. It's designed perfectly. But we are yet to implement all of the other sections of the page. The next section on our list is going to be About Us, where we're going to have this great knife in the middle, About Us on the left side, and the history on the right side. And in here, you can see what did I mean when I told you that you can reuse React components. See this little spoon here and the golden text? Well, that is oddly familiar to this, About Us and then a spoon. And that is similar to our history and a spoon. So all of this can be created and reused later on. Great. So with that said, let's go to our app.js right here, and you can control click to go into the About Us section. To start implementing the About Us page, we can again import images, which are coming from //constants. We're always going to use some images, so that's good. Then let's give a class name to the first div right here, and that's going to be class name equal to app underscore underscore about us space app underscore underscore bg space flex underscore underscore center and space section underscore underscore padding. We also want to give it an ID equal to about so that we can scroll down to the about section. Great. Now inside of that div, we're going to have a few more divs as we usually do. That's how you create a layout. The div inside of the main div is going to have a class name equal to app underscore underscore about us dash overlay and then space flex underscore underscore center. Inside of that div, we're going to have just one image with a source equal to images.g. So this is going to be that big G letter that you can see in the background. Then let's also give it an alt tag, which is simply going to be G letter. And we can close that. Now, if we save that and go back, we can see that big letter G right here. So to continue, we're going to create one more div just below this one. And this div is going to have a class name equal to app underscore underscore about us dash content flex underscore underscore center. Inside of here, we're going to have all the content for the about us, meaning the left side right here. So let's slowly start creating that left side. Let's create one more div. And this div is going to have a class name equal to app underscore underscore about us dash content underscore about. Inside of here, we're going to have an h1, and that h1 is going to have a class name equal to head text underscore underscore cormorant, and it's simply going to say about us. Then we also want to render an image. So right here, let's render the image tag. That's going to be this little spoon image. So we can say image source images dot spoon, and the alt tag is going to be about underscore spoon. And we can also give it a class name equal to spoon underscore underscore image, or rather just img. Finally, we can just create one more paragraph just below that image. And that paragraph is going to have a class name equal to p underscore underscore open sans. And we can simply copy this lorem ipsum inside of it. So let's copy it, paste it straight here. And the last thing we need is going to be this no more button. So right here, let's create a button. And that button is going to have a type equal to button. Class name is equal to custom underscore underscore button. And it's going to say no more. We can now save this and see how does it look like. Okay, already not that bad. But of course, we have to write all of these classes to fix the layout a bit and to fix the styles. Before we do that, we can also add that knife in the middle, and we can also add the second part as it is incredibly similar to the About Us section. So let's simply add one more div. Just below this inner div right here, we can add a div, and that div is going to have a class name equal to app underscore underscore about us dash content underscore knife and flex underscore underscore center. So inside of there, the only thing we need, of course, is going to be an image that's going to have a source equal to images dot knife. We can also set the alt tag to be about underscore knife. Now, if we save that and go back, you can see that big knife in the middle. That's looking great, and it's looking harder to make than it actually is. Now what we have to do is copy this entire inner div, which is the About Us section, and paste it below, because as we said, these sections are similar. The only change we'll have to make is this here is not going to be About Us content underscore about, it's going to be underscore history. It's going to say our history. The text here can remain the same, the spoon is going to remain the same, and the button is going to remain the same. So now we can save this, go back, and this is already looking so much better. But of course, now is the time that we fix the layout and positioning. We can do that, of course, using our About Us CSS file. Let's start by relatively positioning the entire div. We can do that by saying .app underscore underscore about us, and then that's going to be position is relative. That is going to allow us to move the overlay around. So we can say .app underscore underscore about us dash overlay, and then that's going to be position is set to absolute, and inset is going to be set to 0. Inset is a property that is not that often used. It is used when we have absolute position, and it allows us to more easily correspond the top and bottom or left and right values. So as soon as we do that, you can see that right now our G is coming on top of the actual content and the content is behind. So what we can do is do the .app __ about us dash overlay and then image. In here, we can set the width and the height. I found 391 pixels to be fine for the width. And then we can set the height to be equal to 415 pixels. Finally, we can set the Z index to be equal to 0. That way, the G is actually going to go behind the content once we lift the content up. And for the width and the height, the easiest way to see is to simply click the G icon right here, or any icon for that matter, and simply read the styles. So if we go to inspect, you can see the width and the height right here. So now we can move to the content, and that is .app __ about us dash content, and then width is set to 100%, as well as the Z index is set to 2. That's going to push the content above the G, and that's going to create this nice look. Finally, we can play with the positioning of this entire div containing the content, and we can do that by saying .app __ about us dash content _ about. Right here, we can set the flex to be equal to 1. That's going to push everything to the left side. Then we can set the display to be equal to flex, justify dash content to be equal to flex dash end. Now everything is going to the end of the screen, but we have to do align dash items, flex dash end as well. And finally, and most importantly, flex dash direction has to be column. There we go. And finally, let's also do the text dash align to be equal to right. Doesn't look so good so far, but as soon as we add some margins, it's going to look a lot better. So let's do .app __ about us dash content _ knife. And there, let's do margin, 2 rem on top and bottom, and 4 rem on left and right. There we go. Now let's change the height of the actual knife by saying .app __ about us dash content _ knife image, or img. Height is going to be set to 910 pixels. There we go. This is already looking more like it. Now we have to do everything we've done with the about us to our history. So let's copy this entire part, paste it below, change this to _history instead of about. Flex is going to remain 1, display is going to remain flex, but it's not going to be flex end, it's going to be flex start right here, as well as flex start right here. And the text align is going to be set to left. There we go. This is already looking more like it. Finally, let's add some margins inside of each one of these divs. We can do that by copying this right here, and then targeting the P element of that specific div. We can duplicate that, target the P element of the about section as well. And now we can simply say margin is 2 rem on top and bottom and 0 on left and right. There we go. We push the content a bit up and down, and let's change the color to be var -- color - gray. Now we're coming closer to the finished design. Let's see how our design looks like on mobile and tablet devices. So as soon as I open up the mobile toolbar by right-clicking and then clicking inspect, and then toggling the device toolbar right here, we're currently on iPhone 12 Pro, and you can notice that this is not looking great. Again, it's coming outside of the actual mobile viewport, and it's not fitting on the screen. So let's start changing the view for mobile devices. We can start by adding add media, screen, and min-width is 2000 pixels. That's for wider devices. Then we can copy that 2 more times. For tablet devices, we're going to use 900 here. And then finally, we're going to use 650 pixels for mobile devices. As we're testing on mobile first, let's change that. So we can do .app __ about us -overlay image. And let's simply set the width of the image to be 80%. And we can also modify the height to be equal to 320 pixels. Right now, we cannot see any changes,
But now let's implement the tablet version because that's potentially going to change the mobile version as well. Let's implement the tablet version. We can do that by saying .app __ about us dash content, and we can set the flex dash direction to be equal to column. We can also change the knife by saying .app __ about us dash content _ knife. And right here, we're going to change the margin to be 4 rem on top and bottom and 0 rem on left and right. And the last change we can make for our media queries is going to be changing the knife image. So let's simply copy this. We can change the knife image height to be 1110 pixels, like this. And we're gonna also change the margins between the paragraphs. So we can paste this right here, indent it, and make it 4 rem and 0. So now let's reload this page and let's see what's happening with our design. It seems to be breaking. Let's try testing it on, for example, Galaxy Fold. Everything is breaking here as well. Let's try iPad mini. It's looking better here, but that G letter is being skewed. Let's try iPhone XR. Not looking good as well here. Let's see how it should look like on the finished site. So if I open up the inspect element and mobile toolbar, you can see that this part here should be appearing above the knife in the mobile version. So we most likely have a typo somewhere. Let's go into About Us. Right here, look at that inner div. It's the About Us dash content. And right here in the CSS, we're properly calling it About Us dash content. And here is our issue. Instead of min width, we should have used max width for all of these cases. Whenever you're doing mobile responsiveness for mobile devices and tablets, max width is going to be the thing you're looking for. This was a big typo on my end, and this definitely shouldn't have happened. The reason why it has to be max width, because we want to see devices from the width from 0 to 650. So max is 650, apply these styles. So right now, we're applying the styles, flex direction is column, for mobile devices and larger mobile devices like tablets up to 900 pixels. And now this is looking glorious. We have this big knife here, we have the history, and if we scroll up, we can see that nice header section. Right here, if we click, we're gonna get that nice navigation bar as well. So everything is looking great. If we scroll down, we'll be able to see the next section on our list, and that is going to be the special menu. But before we start doing our special menu, let's close our inspect tools and let's expand this site to its full glory. There we go. This is a really nice About Us and history page where we can click it and potentially go to a full About Us page. This, paired with a great header, is already a phenomenal start to a great fine dining restaurant. As we've mentioned, the next section is special menu, so let's go ahead and do that right away. Of course, as we always do, we can go to our app and then control-click special menu, and we are right here. We have the website on the right side, we have the code on the left, and we are ready to start creating the JSX. To create the special menu, we're again going to import something. This time, it's going to be images, as well as the fake demo data from / constants. And we're gonna also need two different components. The first component is the one we've already created, the subheading. And the second one is going to be a new one on our list, which is called a menu item. These components are of course coming from / components. Now that we have all the imports ready, we are ready to start creating the JSX part, and we can start by giving this div a class name equal to app __ special menu with a capital M, flex __ center, section __ padding, and the ID is going to be equal to menu, just so we can scroll to that part of the page. Now inside of there, we're gonna have a div, and that div is going to have a class name equal to app __ special menu dash title. Inside of there, we can render the subheading component as a self-closing tag and provide a title equal to, let's check the design. That's going to be menu that fits your palette. So let's copy it and paste it right here. Now, if we go back, we won't be able to see it yet because it's white on white, but as soon as we add the dark background, it's going to make more sense. Now, let's add this heading below. So we can say H1 right here, and that's going to be class name is equal to head text underscore underscore cormorant. And we can simply say today's special. There we go. Now this is going to be our title and subtitle. Below that, we can have the actual menu. So let's create a div. That div is going to have a class name equal to app underscore underscore special menu dash menu. Now inside of there, we're going to have a few divs. The first one for the left side, wine and beer. Then we're going to have the div that contains this image. And finally, we're going to have our cocktails. So let's start by creating the first one, which is this left side right here, wine and beer. That's going to be div. That's going to have a class name equal to app underscore underscore special menu dash menu underscore wine. And then it's going to be flex underscore underscore center. Inside of there, we can provide a paragraph tag that's going to say wine and beer. And just below that, we can have a div. That div is going to have a class name equal to app underscore underscore special menu underscore items. And this paragraph above is also going to have a class name equal to app underscore underscore special menu underscore heading. There we go. And finally, inside of this div, we can map our data dot wines dot map, where we get a wine or a beer, and we also get an index of that wine or beer, and we can just use parentheses to instantly return something. In this case, let's return for now just a simple paragraph that's going to render the name of that specific wine. In this case, that's going to be wine.title. Let's go back to our website, and there we go. We have names of different wines. But of course, this is looking so bad because we didn't yet implement the styles. We're going to implement them straight away. But first, let's just add two more divs. The first div is going to be just below this div right here, and it's going to be the div for our image. The image I'm talking about is this central image right here. So that div is going to have a class name equal to app underscore underscore special menu dash menu underscore img. And right here, we can render img with a source images dot menu, and alt tag is going to be menu img. If we save that, there we go. We have this huge image right here. And the last thing we have to do is copy the div before containing our menu and paste it below. There are just a few things we have to change. Now it's not going to be menu underscore wine, it's going to be menu underscore cocktails. And right here below, this is going to be data.cocktails, where we're going to get each individual cocktail, and then we can render cocktail.title. There we go. So now in here, we have different cocktails, and in here we have different wines. The last thing we're missing is going to be this view more button. So let's just code that out, and then we'll be able to add the styles. So below not only this div, but this div as well, let's create a div. That div is going to have a style equal to margin top is equal to 15 pixels, like this. We could have used a class as well, but this only has one specific property, so I just used a style. And there we're going to have a button that is going to be type is equal to button, and it's going to have a class name equal to
custom underscore underscore button. Finally, we can say view more. And our button is right here. Right now, it's really hard to see what's happening here. So let's go ahead and implement the layout and the background in the special menu.css. Inside of here, the first thing we're gonna do is do the .app underscore underscore special menu, and we can set the flex dash direction to be equal to column. And more importantly, background is going to be set to var color dash black. There we go. This is already looking so much better. Then below that, we can say .app underscore underscore special menu dash title. We can put the margin dash bottom to 2 rem like this. And we can also say text dash align is equal to center. There we go. Now let's actually style the menu. We can do that by saying .app underscore underscore special menu dash menu. Width is going to be set to 100%. Now, if we save that, we cannot yet see that menu because the text is dark. But if we tried hovering over it, there we go. We can see that the menu is here. Let's also add a bit of margin. Margin 2 rem on top and bottom and 0 on left and right. Let's also make it a display is equal to flex. Justify dash content is center. Align dash items is flex dash start. And finally, flex dash direction is row. You might be wondering, why am I setting this to row? Well, by default, it is set to row, that's true. But later on mobile devices, we might change this back to column. So it's important that we set it up right here. And now if we select this right here, you can see that we have our menu. And on the right side, we have our other menu. Now, considering we cannot see these values right here, they're just paragraphs without any styles. It might be a good idea to go back into the special menu. And right here, instead of paragraphs, let's render a special component. More specifically, let's render a menu item. Menu item is going to have a key equal to wine.title plus index to make sure that the key is unique. It's also going to have a title equal to wine.price. And finally, it's going to have tags, which is equal to wine.tags. Now we can copy this line and paste it below for the cocktails. Of course, we'll have to change this to cocktail.title. Then for the title, we're going to use cocktail.title, not price here. For the price, we're going to use cocktail.price. And finally, for tags, we're going to use cocktail.tags. But it looks like I missed the price on our wines. So right here, let's add the price as well, equal to wine.price. There we go. Now we can control click into our menu item component. Inside of here, we already know what we're getting. We're getting a title, a price, and tags. And based on that, we can create a div with a class name app underscore underscore menu item, like so. And you'll see me sometimes use camel case or sometimes all lowercase. Use whatever you prefer, but make sure that you stay consistent with it. So inside of that div, we're going to have one more div. And this div is going to have a class name equal to app underscore underscore menu item dash head. Inside of that div, we're going to have one more div. And this div is going to have a class name equal to app underscore underscore menu item dash name. Inside of that div, we can render a paragraph tag. This paragraph is going to have a class name equal to p underscore underscore cormorant. And then let's also give it a style, an inline style equal to color is going to be equal to a string of hash DCCA87. I found this color to work the best. And inside of there, we can dynamically render a title. There we go. Now we can see the prices and titles right here.
Wait, but that's definitely not okay. If we can see the prices on the left side, but titles on the right side, and we've only rendered the title, something must be off. So let's go to special menu, and right here, for wine title, we need to pass wine.title as well. There we go. So now we can see the wine names and cocktail names. Going back to menu item, now that we have this menu name, we of course need the price. So let's simply copy this div, put a space in between. In here, we're gonna say price. And of course, we can render the price right here. But in this case, we won't need the style of color. So let's simply remove that. There we go. So now we have the price below the name as well. The only thing we need, if we look at the design, is going to be this dash between them. So how are we going to create that dash? Well, let's create just one div that's going to be a self-closing tag, and it's going to have a class name equal to app underscore underscore menu item dash dash. There we go. That's it. And then finally, we need some tags like AU, buttle, AR buttle, and so on. So not below this div, but below this div, we're going to create one final div, and that div is going to have a class name equal to app underscore underscore menu item dash sub. And there we're going to render a paragraph. It's going to have a class name equal to p underscore underscore open sans, and it's going to have a style equal to a color of hash AAA. There we can render the tags. Now, if we save that and go back, we should be able to see the tags, and here they are. A gives us that nice grayish or brownish color. This is already looking so much better. Of course, we have to decrease the width and the height of this image. Before we do that though, let's first implement all of these styles for the menu item. Let's go to our menu item, .app underscore underscore menu item. The width is going to be set to 100%. The margin is going to be set to 1 rem on top and bottom and 0 on left and right. Let's also give it a display is equal to flex, and flex dash direction is set to column. And in here, I'm missing an M at the end. That's going to apply the changes. Now let's do the .app underscore underscore menu item dash head. Let's set the display to be equal to flex. Let's use the justify dash content of space dash between and align dash items to center. Now, if we save that, you can notice that now the head or the header, where we have the title on the left side and we have the price on the right side. The only thing we're missing is that dash in between. Before we implement the dash, let's also do the .app underscore underscore menu item dash sub. Let's give it a width of 100% and a margin dash top of 0.2 rem. There we go. That spaced this out from the title just a bit. Then for the .app underscore underscore menu item dash name, we can give a flex is equal to 1. That's going to make it take just a bit more space if the title is long. Finally, let's implement that dash by saying .app underscore underscore menu item dash dash, and let's go to our design, and let's see if we click on this dash, can we get any meaningful styles from here? Inspect. Let's try to copy the styles straight from here and paste it here. Let's see what styles will we need and which styles we won't need. In this case, let's make the width equal to 90% to make it just a bit shorter. The height can be 1 pixel. We don't need the static positioning, nor the left or top values. The background is not going to be FA. It can be our own color, var dash dash color dash golden. We can remove all of this auto layout, and margin is going to be 0, and then 1 rem on left and right. There we go. So now let's add semicolons, save it, go back. If I zoom it out a bit like this, it's looking so much better. The last thing we have to change is going to be the price. So .app
underscore underscore menu item dash price. And right here, we can set the display to be equal to flex, justify dash content to flex dash end, and finally align dash items to flex dash end as well. There we go. Everything is looking so much better. Now that we're done styling each individual menu item, we can go back to special menu.css. And let's continue implementing the heading. We can do that by saying .app underscore underscore special menu dash menu and then underscore heading. Let's try to see what that heading is. If we go back to our JSX and let's search for underscore heading. There we go. That's going to be wine and beer. Right now, we don't even know what it is because we cannot seem to see it. It's dark and it's not on this page. Oh, there we go. It's right here hiding. We are yet to style it properly. Let's go back to special menu.css and let's see how should it look like. There we go. Wine and beer. So right here, we can set the font dash family to be equal to var font and then dash base. Then we can set the font weight to be equal to 600. We can set the font dash size to be equal to 45 pixels. Line dash height can be 58.5 pixels. And again, if you're wondering where am I getting these values from, you can find most of the CSS values straight from the design. If we double click right here, there we go. You can see the width, height, font weight 600, font size 45, line height 130%. We're going to also use letter dash spacing, and that's going to be 0.04 em. And finally, we need the color, which is going to be color dash white. Now, if we save this and go back, reload the page, we still cannot see the title. It's still hidden right here. So most likely I have a typo in the special menu.jsx. So if we go here, let's try to find that heading. App underscore underscore special menu underscore menu. This here was supposed to be dash menu. And right here below, this here, dash menu as well. But of course, on the second one, we should say cocktails. There we go. So now this is already looking much better. Right now we can at least see it here, but it's not positioned correctly. So let's see where's the problem with that. Let's go back to our special menu.css. And we're going to change the .app underscore underscore special menu dash menu underscore wine. And also let's add a comma and let's also change the cocktails. So right here, we can say comma and then cocktails. We want to change flex to be equal to 1, width to be equal to 100%, and most importantly, flex dash direction to be equal to column. There we go. Wine and beer appearing on the top and cocktails on the top as well. And finally, let's decrease the height and the width of this image by saying .app underscore underscore special menu dash menu underscore img. Let's set the width to be equal to 410 pixels and margin to be 0 on top and bottom and 2 rem on left and right. Now let's copy this as well, paste it below, and now we want to target the actual image where we're going to set the width to be equal to 100% of that 410 pixel div. And there we go. Finally, let's set the height to be equal to auto. The last thing we're going to do is set the .app underscore underscore special menu underscore items. Let's make that display is equal to flex. We just broke everything, but if we bring the flex direction to column, everything is going to be fine again. And now we can add the margin to rem and then 0. There we go, just to provide some spacing. And finally, width is going to be 100%. So this is a great looking wine, cocktail, and beer list, if you ask me. Now, of course, we have to ask ourselves, is this looking good on mobile devices? And the answer is most likely not, right? Well, let's check it out.
Yep, if you said no, you would be right. It's breaking. So let's go ahead and quickly fix it. As we've learned so far, we can do add media, screen, and is it max or min? Ask yourself, we made that mistake the last time. It's going to be max dash width. We can do 2000 pixels. Now let's duplicate this 2 times. The second one is going to be 1150 pixels. And then finally, the last one is going to be 650 pixels. Let's start from the smallest to the largest. In here, we can say .app__special menu dash menu underscore img. Width is going to be 100%. I still cannot seem to see the image right here. Maybe it's hiding, but let's go on the deployed side and see how this should look like. If we scroll down, we have the wine and beer list here. We have the image, and then finally, we have the cocktails. So to be able to see the image and these lists one below another, we have to go into our 1150 pixels media query because we want the logic inside of the CSS block both for tablet devices, but also for mobile devices. If you think about it, the styles that are in here are only going to be available for mobile devices. But whatever you put right here, let's say XX, that's going to be available both here and also here. But whatever you put here is going to be available here, here, and here. That's because max width is larger than these max widths. So you have to be careful where you put what, because some of these styles can be applied across multiple media queries. In the middle media query, let's put .app__special menu dash menu. Flex dash direction is going to be column. That's the most important change we have to make. And now almost everything fits right away. What we can do is also set the align dash items to be equal to center. And finally, the width to be equal to 100%, just to make sure that everything fits nicely. For mobile devices, one more change that we can make is change the heading right here, .app__special menu dash menu underscore heading, and we can set the font dash size to be equal to 35 pixels, just to make it a bit smaller, because on smaller devices, this here was seeming too big. And let's also change the line dash height to be equal to 48.5 pixels. There we go. Also on tablets, let's just change the margin a bit. .app__special menu dash menu underscore img. And let's set the margin to be 3 rem on top and bottom and 0 on left and right. Let's open up the tablet. Let's do iPad Air. And there we go. This is looking great on iPads as well. But now what happens if we go to a bit larger devices like max width 2000? There we can set the .app__special menu dash menu. We can do flex dash direction is going to be column. Let's try to go to around 2000 pixels. That's going to be around, let's do 1600. There we go. Now we're editing for this screen size. And obviously we have a lot more space to work with here. So let's do align dash items is equal to center, and also width to be equal to 100%. There we go. Let's see this side on 1600 as well. This is the finished side. So let's do 1600. And in here, as you can see, we definitely have more than enough space to fit everything in one screen. So if we go back, that's still not the case. So what's happening? Let's also change the margins as we did right here. So I can simply copy this and paste it straight here. And something else is preventing us from showing this in one row. So let's reload the page. When that doesn't do it, that means that something's wrong either in the CSS or JSX. So let's try to find the issue for our 2000 pixels devices. On the deployed side, obviously everything can fit, and right here, not everything can fit in one line. And it looks like I've made a tiny mistake. We don't want to have this in a column.
we want to have it in a row as we do at the start right here. So we won't need this at all. And also we won't need this, but what we will need is going to be setting up the width of the image. We were already dealing with that here. So let's copy it, paste it here, and set the width to a bit larger, 650 pixels. We can also copy that, paste it below, target the image, and set the height to be equal to 920 pixels. There we go. So now this fits nicely on one screen. And it looks exactly as it does on the deployed side. Now let's close the inspect element and see how does it look like. If we expand it a lot, there we go. You can see that everything looks great. And if we bring it all the way to mobile size, you can notice that it looks great on mobile size as well. That's going to be it for the special menu section. Now we can go to the app.js, and the next on our list is Chef. So let's control click it, and let's go onto the design and see how does that section look like. There we go. Here is our chef. He has some salad and what we believe in. Okay, this is a great next section to code out, so let's do that right away. As always, to start off, we can import our images. Primarily, that's going to be this chef image right here, and that's coming from //constants. And we're going to also import the subheading. That's a component that we've used a few times so far. So import subheading from //components. Now for our div, we can give it a class name equal to app__bg, app__wrapper, and section__padding. Now let's save that and let's go back to our website. There we go. We see this black section right away, but now let's add a div inside of this div. And this first div is going to have a class name equal to app__wrapper_img, and also space app__wrapper_img-reverse. Now inside of that div, we're going to have our img that's going to have src equal to images.chef. And also let's say alt is going to be chef. There we go. Let's save that. And there we go. Our chef is right here. Below this div, we can have one more div, and that's going to be the div for the content. So right here, we can say class name is equal to app__wrapper_info. Then we're going to have our subheading. So let's say subheading. And as you know, we need to pass a title to it. And in this title, we're going to pass, let's see, chef's word. So let's simply copy that and paste it into the title right here. Then below that, we can create an h1 that's going to have a class name equal to head text ___ cormorant. And inside of there, we can say what we believe in. Again, you can simply copy that from the design. If we save that, this is already looking great. So now below this h1, but still inside of this wrapper info div, we can create one more div. This div is going to have a class name equal to app__chef-content. And inside of there, we can render a div. That div is going to have a class name equal to app__chef-content_quote. And there we can render an image, an img tag that's going to be a source, src, images.quote. And alt tag can also be quote. If we save that, you can see these quotation marks. And just below that, we can create a paragraph. That paragraph is going to have a class name equal to p__open sans. And inside of there, we can simply copy our entire quote, which is right now just lorem ipsum. So let's go ahead and paste it right here. There we go. This is already looking better. And then just below this inner div, we're going to create one more paragraph. And that paragraph is also going to have a class name equal to p underscore underscore open sans. And it's going to include the rest of the quotation. So you can copy it from here. Let's paste it. There we go. This is already looking much better. And now below this inner div, we can create one final div. That div is going to have a class name equal to app underscore underscore chef dash sign. And inside of there, we can simply put our chef's name. Let's see, and let's find it here. There we go, Kevin. And we're gonna also put one more p tag. A p tag of class name is equal to p underscore underscore open sans. And there we can say chef and founder. Finally, we need an image, img, with his signature. So we can say source is equal to images.sign. And alt is going to be sign. There we go. Let's save this. Go back. And this is already looking as it should. We just have to do some minor styling adjustments, positioning, and layout. So to do that, let's go to our chef.css. And right here, we can first focus on the content. So let's do .app underscore underscore chef dash content. The display is of course going to be flex. Let's also give it flex dash direction is going to be column. Width is going to be set to 100%. And margin dash top is going to be 5 rem. There we go. We just added some space in between. Now below that, we can say .app underscore underscore chef dash content underscore quote. Let's also make this a display is equal to flex, and then justify dash content is going to be flex dash start. Okay, you can see we positioned this correctly right now. And then align dash items is going to be flex dash end. There we go. So it's now sitting at the end of this specific div right here. Now let's copy this and let's position the image. So let's say img, and that's going to be width of 47 pixels. Height is going to be 40 pixels and margin is going to be 0 on top, 1 rem on right, 1 rem on bottom, and 0 on left. There we go. Now let's fix the signature a bit. .app underscore underscore chef dash sign. Width is going to be 100%. And margin dash top is going to be 3 rem. There we go. Now let's style this chef and founder sign. So right here, we can say .app underscore underscore chef dash sign p and then first dash child. Inside of there, we can set the font family to var and then font base. Then let's also change the font weight to 400. Let's also change the font size to 32. Let's save that. There we go. Let's also change the line dash height to something like 41 pixels. Okay, let's add a bit of letter spacing. 0.04 em is the value we've used before. And let's use text dash transform to capitalize. I see that our chef and founder is not changing, so let me see. And this is going to be app underscore underscore chef dash sign and p. So if we go under chef, chef sign, oh, we're actually modifying Kevin. Yeah, but I cannot seem to see it right here. There we go. It's hidden. We have to change the color. So let's go back here. And the last thing we can do is change the color to be equal to var and then dash dash color dash golden. And there we go. Now we can see it. If I zoom this in, scroll down, there we go. This is already looking so much better. Now finally, let's decrease the width of this signature. So we can say .app underscore underscore chef dash sign img. Width is going to be 250 pixels. There we go. And let's add a margin dash top of 3 rem. There we go. This is looking so much better. The only thing we have to do to make this mobile responsive is add two simple media queries, add media, screen, and max width 2000 pixels. On larger devices, we can again change the image right here. So I'm going to copy this, and we're going to simply set the width to be equal to 370 pixels. There we go. To make it just a bit larger, I'm going to copy this entire thing, paste it below. And now for mobile devices, like really small devices, up to 450 pixels, we can change the image to be 80% of that specific screen. So now if you save this, this is going to be it for our chef section. So let's test and see how does it look like on devices of different widths. First, we can check on an iPhone. So let's do iPhone 12 Pro. And let's zoom this in a bit. There we go. This is actually looking great. We have our cocktails, and just below we have our chef right here, what we believe in, and there we go. Signature from Kevin, chef and founder. Now let's try with something a bit bigger, like Surface Duo. This is looking great as well. Let's try with iPad Air. Looking great as well. And let's try something like tablet and laptop. There we go. Looking great on laptops as well. What about something like 2000 pixels? Now everything fits in one specific row, left side for the image and right side for the content. And with that said, we are done with the chef part of this website. This section is definitely something that every fine dining restaurant has to have. With that said, let's continue to the next section of our page, and that is intro. If we go to our design and scroll just a bit down, this is going to be an introductory video to our restaurant. Definitely an exciting section to code. Let's start right away by going to App and then right-clicking into Intro. To start creating our video section, we're going to import two different icons. The first icon is BS Fill, Play Fill, and the second one is BS Pause Fill. And these icons are coming from react-icons/BS. We also have to import the video itself. So we can do import meal in curly braces from //constants. There we go. If you control click into constants, you'll see that we have a meal assets meal.mp4 file inside of our assets. Great. So now we have everything we need to start creating the JSX. First, let's add a class name to our div. And the class name is going to be app__video. And right inside of there, we're going to have our video. A video is a self-closing HTML5 tag where we can have a source, and the source is going to be equal to meal. So if we go right here, we can see this meal right here. This is a huge video, but right now it's not playing. So what we can do is we can add a type video/mp4. Then we can say loop. We can also say controls is equal to false. And finally, we can say muted. Now, when you work with videos in React, it's also useful to give each video a ref. In this case, let's call it vidRef. Now, we can transform this component into a component with a straight return to a component that's going to have curly braces, and the return is going to be this JSX right here. This just allowed us to put some logic right here at the top of our component. More specifically, we're going to say const vidRef is equal to react.useRef. So we just created a reference. If you haven't used refs before, you can hover over this and see. useRef returns a mutable ref object whose .current property is initialized to what you actually assign it to. So ref.current is going to be this video object. Now that we have our video ref, we're going to also have the use state. So right here, we can say use state, and then click this box here. That's going to auto-populate it. And now, without clicking anywhere with your mouse, start typing play video, and also tab, and at the start, that's going to be set to false. Of course, for the hooks, you can either say react dot use state, or you can import it at the top. Great. So now we have our video ref and we also have our state. So just below this video, we can create a new div. That div is going to have a class name equal to app underscore underscore video dash overlay flex underscore underscore center. Inside of there, we can have one more div, and that div is going to have a class name equal to app underscore underscore video dash overlay underscore circle and flex underscore underscore center. We can save that. And if we go back to our design, this is what we're right now building, the overlay around the video and then this circle at the center. Now, alongside this class name, let's first put this into multiple rows or lines. We're going to also have an onClick property. So right here, we can say onClick and we can call the handle video function. So let's declare that function right here. Const handle video is equal to an arrow function. And there we can simply say set play video. And when you want to change the state using the previous state, you need to pass a callback function right inside of here where we get the previous play video. If you haven't used React a lot, this might seem a bit weird, but if you have, then you know that if you simply want to set play video to true or false, you can do that. But if you're changing the state using the previous version of that state, you have to create a callback function where you get that state, and then we can say not previous play video. That means if the play video is true, we're going to toggle it off, and if it's off, we're going to toggle it on. Then we can say if play video is set to true. In that case, we can do video ref dot current dot pause. And then in other case, if the video isn't playing, we can do the video ref dot current dot play. And I just noticed that I called it video ref, but rather it should be vid ref. There we go. So now we have this on click as well. The last thing we have to do is render out the button. So inside of this div, we can open a new dynamic block and say if play video is true using a ternary operator, then we can render a button. More specifically, we're going to render BS pause fill as a self-closing tag like this. And then else, if the play video is false, we can render BS fill play fill as a self-closing tag. I'm going to hold Alt and click right here and right here because we're going to set the color of both to be equal to #FFF and font size is going to be equal to 30 for both of them. Now we can indent this properly, put this into the same line because it's just a one-liner like this. And there we go. If the video is playing already, we want to pause it. If the video is paused, we want to play it. Now let's save that, go back to our code, and right now that button is nowhere to be found, and so is our overlay. Of course that is the case because we still haven't implemented the styles. So let's go into the intro.css. First, we can target the video itself by saying .app__video, and let's give it a height of 100 VH. Then we're going to also give it a position equal to relative. Now we can target the .app__video and then the video itself. This time not the div, but the real video. And we can set the width to be equal to 100%. And we can set the height to be equal to 100% as well. Most importantly, object fit has to be covered. The video is now fitting nicely to the height and the width of the screen. Then we're going to focus on the video overlay by saying .app__video -overlay. We're going to position the overlay absolute. So we can say position absolute. Inset is going to be 0 and background is going to be, let's change it to RGBA and then 0, 0, comma 0, and then 0.65. This is going to change the opacity. So now if we save this, you won't be able to see it yet, but you can see it on the left side here with this play icon. Let's style that icon button. So that's going to be .app__video -overlay, and then _circle. In here, we can set the width to be equal to 100 pixels, the height to be equal to 100 pixels as well. Border radius is going to be, that's a question for you. We have a circle, so border radius is going to be 50%. Border is going to be 1 pixel solid, and then var --color -golden. And finally, cursor is going to be pointer. There we go. Let's save it. There we go. Now just the overlay has to go over the entire video. Let's see what's up about that. So if we go back to our intro, let's see if we have a typo somewhere. That's going to be app video overlay. Flex center, that seems good. We have this circle right here, which also seems good. So everything in here seems to be good, but if we go to our CSS, this inset right here got autofilled for me, so I meant to put just a 0 here. There we go. This property alone did it. So now we have this nice overlay, and if we click play, the video actually starts playing. One change that you could make, of course, is when the video is playing, remove the overlay, or remove the button and overlay altogether if the mouse is not currently on the video. But this is great as well. I actually prefer it this way, so let's keep it. We can simply see the video, it's not that dark, and it's looking great. Of course, you can change this to something like 30 to make it a lot lighter. There we go. That's also a great look. So now let's go to the deployed side, scroll down, and see how does it look like. This is how it should look like. And on our own side, it's looking great as well. Let's expand it to the entire window. And we have a large video. Let's see how does it look like on mobile. If we go to inspect, iPhone, make this just a bit bigger, scroll down, and there we go. It's looking great right here as well. Let's collapse this just a bit. And with that said, our video section is done. We can clear our development environment just a bit by clicking on Visual Studio Code and then holding Control and pressing W a few times. That's going to close all of the currently open files. So let's close all of them, and the only one we need right now is going to be source app.js. Next section on our list is going to be Laurels. We can go to the design and just zoom out a bit, and in here we can see the Laurels. These are going to be some awards and recognition that the restaurant has made, such as Rising Star, Hospitality, Outstanding Chef. Oh, you already should know who is the chef. Let's test your memory. Try remembering what was the name of our chef. If we scroll a bit up, the name is Kevin. Okay, great. So this portion of the page is going to be next. We have this great logo on top left, as well as this photo right here and this big letter G. So let's create this portion of the page right away. To start with our awards, we first have to have some imports. And I think we already had similar imports in, let's see, special menu. Yeah, exactly. So you can go to special menu and you can copy these two lines, go back into Laurels and paste them straight here. We're going to reuse our subheading component. We won't need the menu item. And we're going to use images and data. So our div is going to have a class name equal to app__bg, app__wrapper, section __ padding. And then if someone wants to scroll to this part of the page, it's going to have an ID equal to awards. Inside of that div, we're going to have one more div. And this div is going to have a class name equal to app__wrapper_info. That info is going to be the left side of our page, the information. And then just below that div, we're going to have one more div. And this side of the page is going to be class name app underscore underscore wrapper underscore img. Of course, this is where the image is going to go. So let's first deal with the content. We can, of course, render our subheading here. Our subheading with a capital H is going to have a title, and that title is going to be, let's see, awards and recognition. So we can simply copy it from here. Then we're going to have an H1, and that H1 is going to have a class name equal to head text underscore underscore cormorant. And inside of there, we can say our laurels. Let's save that, go back, and right here, you can see awards and recognition and our laurels. Just below this H1, we want to loop over the data. In this case, we're going to go into constants and let's see what the data is. Data has wines, cocktails, and awards. In this case, we're looking for our awards. Awards simply contains a list or an array of objects where each specific object has the image, the title, and the subtitle. So back in our laurels, we can create a div. The class name of that div is going to be app underscore underscore laurels underscore awards. And then inside of there, we can open a dynamic block of code where we do data.awards.map, where we get each individual award. And then for each award, we're going to render a new component called award card. That is going to be a self-closing component in which we're going to pass in the award equal to award. And we're also going to pass the key equal to award.title. So as you can see, this component hasn't yet been defined. So just at the top, above our current component, we can create a new component called award card. And that is equal to a React functional component. You might be wondering, why are we not importing this component from all the other components? And the reason is we won't be reusing it. It's going to be used only in this file. So right here, we can return a div, and a div that's going to have a class name equal to app underscore underscore laurels underscore awards dash card. Inside of there, we're going to have an image, which is going to have a source equal to, and then from here, we're getting the award from props because we're passing it right here. And each award has the image URL. So we can furthermore destructure one more time the image URL, the title, and the subtitle from our award. So right here in the source, we can use the img URL, and the alt tag is going to be award. Let's save that. And there we go. We have 4 different images for our award. Then just below our image, we're going to have one more div that's going to have a class name equal to app underscore underscore laurels underscore awards dash card underscore content. Inside of there, we're going to have 2 different paragraphs. The first B tag is going to have a class name equal to p underscore underscore cormorant, and a style, an inline style of color is equal to a string of hash DCCA87. And of course, we're going to render out the title right inside of it. So right here, dynamically render the title. There we go. Now we can duplicate this line. We can remove the style for the color. And instead of the title, we're going to render the subtitle. And as soon as we save that, you can see this is looking great. That is going to be it for our small award card. So we can go back into our laurels. And the last thing we need is going to be the image right here. So we can say img is equal to src images dot laurels, and alt is going to be laurels as well. As soon as we save that and scroll down, you should be able to see this great image with this letter G as in Gericht, the name of the restaurant. So this is looking great. Of course, this is just the layout with some minor stylings, but now is the time that we actually style it completely. So let's open laurels.css and let's first focus on awards. That's going to be .app __ laurels _ awards. And there we can set a display is equal to flex. As soon as we save that, you're going to notice that all of them are going to go in a row. That's the default behavior for flex. Then we can set the justify dash content to be equal to flex dash start. That's going to be useful on different screen sizes. And then also align dash items is going to be center. There we go. Finally, let's do the margin dash top is going to be 3 rem. There we go. This is already looking so much better. Now let's style each individual card by doing .app _ laurels _ awards dash card. In here, we can do flex 1. So each card is going to take 1 space. And a card can also be of a display flex, but the justify content is going to be flex dash start, and also align dash items is going to be flex dash start. There we go. Finally, min dash width is going to be 230 pixels. And let's apply some margin 1 rem. There we go. Now we have all of our awards right here. But as you can see, this is not looking great, even on the device we're currently on. It's going outside of the entire viewport of the page and breaking it completely. So to fix that, we're going to apply some media queries. Let's add a add media screen, and in this case, we're going to use the min dash width. It's going to be set to 1900 pixels. So we want to apply the styles if we are above 1900 pixels. And in that case, we want to select this card right here. And we're simply going to set the min dash width to be 390 pixels. This is going to fix the view for larger devices. Okay, so now let's collapse it one more time and let's continue coding the styles. I've just noticed that these images of these awards are not the same. So we have to set the height and the width of each one of these images. So just above our media query, we can set the .app _ laurels _ awards dash card img. The width is going to be 50 pixels and the height is going to be 50 pixels as well. There we go. And finally, we have to edit the content of the cards by doing .app _ laurels _ awards dash card _ content. There, we can set the display is equal to flex dash direction is set to column, and margin dash left is 1 rem. As soon as we save that, you're going to notice that this is looking a bit more streamlined. So they're all looking the same. Now let's apply a bit of media queries again. So just below, I'm going to copy this, paste it, and now let's do max width, and that's going to be 450 pixels. In this case, we want to edit the awards card, and we're going to set the min width to be 100%, and margin is going to be 1 rem on top and bottom, and 0 on left and right. Now let's open up our mobile view, and let's see how does it look like on different screen sizes. I'm going to reload the page, and right away, it looks like all of the awards are coming off the screen, which is definitely not good. To fix this problem of horizontal scroll on mobile, let's scroll up, and let's see if we have some mistakes in the CSS. Right here, we have display flex start, align item center, but we're missing one crucial property, and that is flex dash wrap is set to wrap. As soon as we apply this, you're going to notice that now each award wraps one beneath another and instantly fixes our issue. We have 4 awards right here, and then we have this great looking image. Let's see if this is working well on, let's say, iPad mini. Looks great. In here, the awards wrap in rows of 2. And let's try something like Pixel 5. Looking great as well. And let's see for the laptop, that is looking great as well. Let's close our inspect element and let's try extending this side to the full width. And there we go. Our 4 awards on the left side and this great image on the right side. Now, of course, you can play with the layout a bit more here. You can do it like it is on the design, 2 per row, even on larger devices. But in my opinion, this is looking great as well. With that said, we're done with the awards part of this page, and we only have 3 sections to go. The next one on our list is the gallery. So if you scroll down, you're gonna notice this unique photo gallery where we get photos from Instagram. So that's going to be our next task. We can go to our code. Let's put it right here. Let's close all of the files besides the app, and let's go to the gallery. There we go. We are ready to start coding it out. To get started with our gallery, we can of course make some imports first. We can go back into Laurels and right here, copy these imports just to make it a bit faster and paste them straight here into gallery. In here, we're gonna be using the subheading and images. No need for data. And we also have to import a few icons. So let's say import BS Instagram, also BS arrow left short, and also, if you can guess it, BS arrow right short. And that is coming from react-icons/BS. Great. So how is our gallery going to look like? Well, first of all, of course, we're going to have some logic for moving the images left and right. So this here is not going to be just a parenthesis. We're going to open a new function block and close it right here at the end. Then we can indent this and simply return it. Later on, right here at the top of our component, we're going to have some states. But for now, let's go to our site, scroll down, and let's add our first class name. The first class name is going to be app__gallery flex__center. Inside of that div, we're going to have 2 different divs. You can guess this here containing the text is going to be the first one, and then the gallery is going to be the second one. So the first div is going to have a class name equal to app__gallery and then dash content. In here, we're going to have our subheading, and our subheading is going to have the title equal to Instagram. We can save that, go back, and right away we see this spoon, but we cannot yet see what's happening. So to quickly see what's happening, it might be a good idea to go into gallery.css and change the styles. The most important thing we have to make is .app__gallery. There, we're going to simply make a display is equal to flex. Then we're going to set the flex-direction to be equal to row. And most importantly, background is going to be var and then --color-black. There we go. Now we can see Instagram here. And let's also add some padding. 4 rem on top, 0 on right, 4 rem on bottom, and 6 rem on left. There we go. Instagram is in the middle. So now we can go back to gallery.jsx and we can continue implementing the code. Just below our subheading, we're going to have an h1. And this h1 is going to have a class name equal to head text and then ___ cormorant. Inside of there, we can simply say photo gallery. Let's save it. There we go. This is looking great. And then just below that, we can implement a p tag. This p tag is going to have a class name equal to p___ open sans, and it's going to have an inline style equal to color, and that's going to be #AAA. Let's also give it a margin top of 2 rem. And then finally, what is this paragraph going to say? Well, it's going to be lorem ipsum text, so we can just copy and paste it straight into here. If we go back, there we go. Now, just below that, we're going to have our button. So let's say button. Then we're going to have a type is equal to button.
we're going to also have a class name is equal to custom underscore underscore button. And then finally, the button is going to say view more. There we go. Now we're going to close this div, and just below that div, we're going to create, of course, our image gallery. So this div is going to have a class name equal to app underscore underscore gallery, and then dash images. Inside of here, we're going to have two different divs. The first div is going to be for the actual images. So that's going to be class name is equal to app underscore underscore gallery dash images underscore container. And it's also going to have a ref. So let's also add a ref right away called scroll ref. You already learned how you can create a ref. We can do that right here by simply saying const scroll ref is going to be equal to react.use ref. And we can pass in null. There we go. So that is the first div containing the images. And then the second one is going to contain the actual buttons to move left and right. So let's say class name is equal to, and we can do app underscore underscore gallery dash images underscore arrows. We can already start adding those arrows by saying bs arrow left short class name is going to be equal to gallery underscore underscore arrow dash icon. And then it's going to have an on click where we can call a callback function called scroll, which doesn't exist yet. And we're going to pass in the parameter of left. We can close this component right here like this. And then let's duplicate it into the line below. And the second icon is going to scroll to right. And it's going to be bs arrow right short. There we go. Of course, we have to implement this scroll function. So just at the top, we can say const scroll. It's going to take in a string, which is going to be a direction. Then we want to get the current from our ref, which is our gallery. So that's going to be current is equal to scroll ref. In here, we're just destructuring it. And let's make sure to spell this correctly. And then the only thing we have to do is say if direction is triple equal to left. In that case, we can current dot scroll left minus equal to 300 pixels. And if we are on the else, if we're scrolling to the right, current dot scroll left plus equal to 300 pixels. This is simply going to move the images around. Now, of course, we've coded the buttons. We cannot see them yet because they're dark, but we are yet to code the actual images. So let's loop over the images from our gallery. To do that, we can open a new dynamic code block, create an array sign, or even better, let's do that at the top right here. We can say something like const, and then images is equal to an array where we're going to have the first image, images.gallery01, then images.gallery02, images.gallery03, and the last image is going to be images.gallery04. Great. So now we have this const images, which is above our function, and we can use it right in here, images.map. And then for each image, we're going to also get the index. And what do we want to show for each image? Well, we can show a div, and that div is going to have a class name equal to app underscore underscore gallery dash images underscore card, and also flex underscore underscore center. We also have to pass it a key because we're mapping over something. So as a key, let's do a template string equal to gallery underscore image dash, and then in here, we're going to dynamically provide index plus 1. That way, we'll count through all the images. Looks like we have a typo at the top, and that is that I call this images, and we're already importing images. So in this case, let's call this gallery images.
And then just below, we can use gallery images right here. Now, inside of that div, we of course want to show an image, which is going to be source image, and also alt, which is going to be gallery image, or just gallery. When we save that, you can see that we get 4 different images of some food and beverages. But we also want that Instagram icon, so let's simply say BS Instagram, and we're going to provide a class name, which is going to be equal to gallery underscore underscore image dash icon. Let's save it. And right now, it's not going to look that good. We just have this text on the left side, but the images are not styled at all, and this doesn't look like a carousel where you can move left and right. This is how it should actually look like. There we go. And let's check it out on the deployed side. If we scroll down, you can see that we have these nice arrows where we can move around the images. Great. So how are we going to implement this? Well, it's all going to come down to styles. Our JSX is here. Now we can go into Gallery CSS and implement all the styles. To achieve this gallery look is not going to be easy. You can see that we have these icons and also this nice Instagram overlay once we scroll over it. So let's start. Right here, we're going to add the .app underscore underscore gallery dash content. In here, we want each one of our contents to have a flex 1 and also display flex. We want to center it by using justify content is equal to center. And let's save it, go back to our own site and see how is it looking. Right now, the content is not looking that good, but let's also apply align dash items of flex dash start. And finally, flex dash direction is going to be column. Let's apply a min dash width of 500 pixels and also padding dash right of 2 rem. Okay, this is already looking so much better. Now let's apply some margin to our button by doing .app underscore underscore gallery dash content button margin dash top is 1 rem. There we go. That's already a lot better. Now let's start styling the images. .app underscore underscore gallery dash images. Let's do flex is equal to 1. Then we're going to make this a display of flex. And then we're going to use flex dash direction is going to be set to row. And most importantly, max dash width is going to be 50%. And also position is going to be relative. Now we're going to make the most changes by applying the styles to the images container. So let's do .app underscore underscore gallery dash images underscore container. Let's make it a display is equal to flex. And as soon as we do that, you're going to notice that the images start appearing in a row. Then let's do flex dash direction is going to be set to row. It is row by default, but we're going to change it later on for mobile devices. So it's important to have it here. Then we're going to have width is going to be max dash content. This property sets the width to the maximum of that specific content, like the image. Then we're going to set the overflow x to be equal to scroll. This is going to allow us to scroll through the images. But we're going to set the dash ms dash overflow dash style to be equal to none. So we do want to scroll, but we don't want to see that scroll bar. And we can do that by saying scroll bar dash width is none. Of course, this is supposed to be scroll bar. One thing we can do to hide it is copy this right here and then say colon dash webkit dash scroll bar, and then we can set the display to be equal to none. We want to hide it because we're going to move with arrows left and right. Then let's style each individual card .app underscore underscore gallery dash images underscore card. Here, we're going to set the position to be equal to relative, just so we can apply that overlay. Then the min width is going to be 300 pixels. Okay, you can see they start going above one another. Let's make it 301 because we have the scroll left to 300 there. And then
let's do the height of each image to be set to 447 pixels. We just copied that from the design. And margin dash right is going to be 2 rem. Of course, we have to spell this properly. Now let's style the Instagram icon. That's going to be dot gallery underscore underscore image dash icon. In here, we can set the position to be equal to absolute. Then we can set the color to be equal to hash FFF. There we go. Now you can see it right here. Then we're going to set the font dash size to be equal to 2 rem, opacity to be equal to 0, transition to be equal to 0.5 seconds ease, and finally cursor dash pointer. So we only want to see this icon if we hover over it. And finally, we can style our image by doing dot app underscore underscore gallery dash images underscore card img. We can set the width of one image to 100%, also the height to be 100%. There we go. This is already looking so much better. Object fit cover is important whenever you're working with images. There we go. Let's do opacity is equal to 1, and then transition is going to be set to 0.5 seconds, and then ease. Finally, let's copy this, paste it below, and now we want to do the card, but now card hover. So when we hover over the card, then we want to change the opacity to 0.35, like this. There we go. This is looking great. We can copy this one more time, paste it below, and we can target the dot gallery and then underscore underscore image dash icon. So now we're targeting this specific icon when we're hovering, and then we can increase the opacity to 1. Let's fix this. And now if we hover over it, you can see the Instagram logo is at 1. Great. Now let's style the arrows by doing dot app underscore underscore gallery dash images underscore arrows. And that's going to be width of 100%. Then we're going to set a display is equal to flex. We still cannot see those arrows. Then let's do justify dash content space between, because we want them to show at the start right here and also at the end right there. Then let's do align dash items off center. Let's do padding is 0 on top and bottom and 1 rem on left and right. Of course, we have to close this here. And then let's do position absolute. And then finally, bottom 5%. Let's save this. And we still cannot see it, but let's style those arrow icons. We can do that by saying dot gallery underscore underscore arrow dash icon. Let's do color is var, and then let's do color golden. Let's also increase the font size to 2 rem. Let's make a cursor to be pointer. Background can be var dash dash color, but this time it's going to be black. And finally, border dash radius is going to be set to 5 pixels. And now you can see those arrows right here, left and right. Finally, on hover, we want to change the color of that icon. So let's copy this, paste it below, and say hover. Then we want to simply change the color to color white, like this. So now if you hover over it, you can see it highlights white. But something seems to be broken here. The arrows are not showing on left and right. So let's see what seems to be the issue. If we go to our gallery and check out our icons, we can see app underscore underscore gallery dash images underscore arrows. I was missing an S here. And if that is done, you can see our arrows are appearing 5% from the bottom as we set it right here. There we go. So now we can scroll. This is already looking great. There are just a few things that we have to fix, and that's mostly the responsiveness issues. In this case, we're going to have 4 different media queries. So we can say add media, screen, and min-width 2000 pixels. So this is for extremely large devices. Now we can copy this 3 more times, And in the second one, we're gonna have the max width of 1150 pixels, max width of 850 pixels, and finally, for mobile devices, that's going to be 650 pixels. So for extremely large devices, over 2000 pixels, let's change the content a bit by saying .app __ gallery dash content. We can provide a min dash width of 1000 pixels. So the content is going to take 1000 pixels on large devices. Also, padding dash right is going to be 4 rem. We can also increase the minimum width of the individual card. So let's do .app __ gallery dash images _ card. And right here, we can set the min dash width to be equal to 400 pixels. And also, let's do the height of something like 550 pixels. So now if we expand this, there we go. This is looking great. Now let's start working on smaller sizes, something like this maybe, 1150 pixels. On this size, we can already change the app gallery to be flex dash direction of column because the images no longer fit vertically. And let's change the images to .app __ gallery dash images. We can set the max width this time to 100%. There we go. And we can also set the margin to be 5 rem on top and bottom and 0 on left and right. There we go. So now they're spanning in a new row. On smaller devices, we can just change the gallery again just a bit. So what we can do right here is simply reset the paddings to be 4 rem on top, 0, 4 rem on bottom, and then 4 rem on left as well. And finally, for our mobile devices, we can again take this gallery, change the paddings just a bit. This time we can do 2 on the left side. And again, make sure that you have max width for 850 pixels as well as max width for 650 pixels. There we go. That is really important. On mobile devices, we can also change the content. So that's going to be .app __ gallery dash content. And the thing we're going to change is min width is going to be 100%. And finally, we want to change the card. We were changing that right here on 2000 pixels. We can change the card to have a small minimum width of, let's say, only 240 pixels and height only 320 pixels because we're on mobile devices. And with that, we should be ready with our gallery. Let's check the responsiveness. If we go to our mobile view, iPhone 12 Pro, looks like that we are not quite there yet. It looks fine, but it's breaking just a bit. So let's try to see where is the issue. I think the content is going outside, so we have to reset the width on mobile devices. Let's do .app __ gallery dash content, and right here we can set the min width to be equal to 100%. There we go. Now it's not going outside, and we can actually nicely scroll with your finger through these different images. So mobile view is looking great. Let's check the iPad mini. There we go. Gallery is looking sharp as well. Let's check the tablet. Looking great. What about laptop? That's great as well. And what about a large device like 1600? In here, we have everything in one row, but that is the same situation as we would have if we expanded our browser. There we go. Our gallery in full action. We have these arrows right here to move across the gallery. Great. With that said, we only have 2 more sections to go. Great job. We have the Find Us right here, which is a great site with this nice drink right here. And then we have our subscribe to our newsletter and our footer. It's looking great. We're coming close to the end. So stay focused and you're soon gonna build this amazing project. And soon enough, you'll be able to create similar projects for your clients or for the company you work for. With that said, let's collapse this one more time. Let's go to app.js and let's go to find us. This is going to be the next section that we're going to implement. To implement find us, we can go back to app and then Laurels. Inside of here, we can copy these two import lines. Let's copy them, go back to find us and paste them at the top. Right here, we're going to need the subheading as well as the images from constants. In this case, find us is not even going to have a CSS file. We're going to code everything in here. So let's start. This first div is going to have a class name is equal to app__bg, app__wrapper, and section__padding. We're also going to add an ID equal to contact so that people can scroll to this part of the page. Inside of that div, we're going to have one more div, and this is going to be the div for our left side of the page where we have all of our content. That div is going to have a class name equal to app__wrapper_info. And then on the right side, we're going to have the div containing our image. So we can say div, and we're going to have a class name equal to app__wrapper_img. Inside of there, we can immediately put a self-closing image tag that's going to have the src equal to images.findUs, and alt is going to be find us. There we go. If we save that, we should be able to see that image on the bottom. There we go. So now let's implement the content for the left side of this specific image. We're first going to have a subheading. So let's create a self-closing subheading component that's going to have a title equal to contact. There we go. Contact is right here. And as we always do, just below our subheading, we're going to have an h1 that's going to have a class name equal to head text ___ cormorant. And it's going to have an inline style equal to margin bottom is equal to 3 rem in a string. And we're simply going to say find us. There we go. This is looking better already. Now, just below that h1, we're going to create one more div. And this div is going to have a class name equal to app__wrapper-content. Inside of there, we're going to have quite a few paragraphs. So let's start with the first one. Let's see the design. The first paragraph is going to be the actual address right here. So let's add a class name, which is equal to p__open sans. And then we can double click right here and copy it and paste it straight here. Now we can duplicate this line 3 more times. The second one is not going to be open sans, it's going to be p___ cormorant. And inside of there, we're going to have some styles. So let's do style, where we're going to have a color is equal to #DCCA87. And we're also going to have a margin equal to 2 rem on top and bottom and 0 rem on left and right. And there we can simply say opening hours. So we can delete this right here. We can also delete it from here and here because that's going to be the text only for the first paragraph. And in here, we're saying opening hours. Let's see that. There we go. And now we just need Monday to Friday and Saturday to Sunday. So right here, we already have the class names. Let's copy the first line right here. And then let's copy the last line right there. If we save that, there we go. We have our hours. Below this div, we're going to create a button tag that's going to have a class name equal to custom__ button. Style is equal to margin top is going to be 2 rem. And let's do visit us. There we go. Now, if we save that and go on our deployed site, we can see that we have the visit us button right here.
And if you think about it, that's going to be it for our Find Us section. If we expand it, you can see that it's looking great on larger devices as well. Let's open up Inspect Element and let's see how does it look like on mobile devices. Let's go to iPhone 12 Pro and it's looking great. There we go. The last thing on our list is going to be the footer, but it's not just a basic footer. If you look at the design, the footer is going to have a subscribe to our newsletter and also the real complex footer that's looking great, and it's just giving you that nice final touch to the website. So let's collapse this just a bit and let's go back to our app. Once we're in the app, we can go back to footer. Inside of the footer, we're going to import two different components. The first component is going to be footer overlay, and then the second one is going to be newsletter, and that is coming from // components. We're going to also need these three icons, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. So let's simply say import in curly braces, FI Facebook, FI Twitter, and finally FI Instagram. And this is coming from react-icons/FI. There we go. Now to code out our footer, let's first start with the main class name, and that's going to be class name is equal to app__footer space section __ padding. Now inside of there, we're going to render our two components. The first component is the footer overlay, and just below that, we're going to have our newsletter. If we save that now and go back, you can notice that now we have this section of the page, which is white, and we have these two components. Now is the time that we go into each one of these and implement that layout. So let's first Control-click to go into footer overlay and let's code it out. Our footer overlay is going to be fairly simple when it comes to JSX. We're going to give it a class name equal to app__footer overlay. And then inside of there, we're going to have two empty divs. So let's create a self-closing div that's going to have a class name equal to app__footer overlay -black. And then we can duplicate that. This time it's going to be footer overlay -img and then app__bg. Now we can save that, go here, and you can see that nothing changed yet, but now we can go into footer overlay.css to implement the styles. For our .app__footer overlay, we're going to do width is going to be 100%. The height is also going to be 100%. Let's save it, go back. Okay, nothing happened yet, but let's increase the Z index or Z index to 1. And then just below, we're going to make it a display is equal to flex. We're also going to give it flex-direction is going to be set to column. And then finally, we're going to make it a position is equal to absolute. All of this is going to make sense really soon. Now we have to do the .app__footer overlay and then -black. Right here, we can set the height to be equal to 25%. And let's change the color or background to be var --color -black. There we go. You can see that now we have this portion of the page. And then just below that, we can say .app__footer overlay and then -img. Right here, we can set the height to be equal to 75%. There we go. So now this is going to be our footer. But it looks like we have some issues right now. Let's go back to the normal desktop view. Right now, this doesn't look good because we haven't yet implemented the styles for the footer. So let's go to our footer.jsx. More specifically, let's go to footer.css. Inside of here, we have to do .app__footer. Let's simply do width is going to be 100%. Then the position is going to be relative. There we go. This is already looking just a bit better, but still looking broken. The Z index is going to be set to 1. Then let's make it a display is equal to flex. Justify dash content is going to be flex dash start. Align dash items is going to be center. And flex dash direction is going to be column. Finally, we're going to set the background to be equal to var dash dash color dash black. And let's set the padding dash top to be equal to 0. Now we have the entire portion of the screen black. I'm not sure if you can see it through the recording, but there is actually a gradient here. So there is a black line right here, but below that, we have a gradient that is barely visible, but it's there. Even on the design, it's hard to say that we have a gradient, but you can see some of the points here. So it's not entirely dark. You can see it here as well. On the other hand, right here, where we have the newsletter, it's entirely dark. I hope this is going to make just a bit more sense as we keep coding our footer. But now we have our footer overlay and we are ready to start coding out the newsletter. So let's go to footer, control click into newsletter, and let's code it out. Inside of our newsletter, we're gonna import subheading from /subheading / subheading. Inside of here, we can simply create a div with a class name equal to app__newsletter. Inside of there, we're gonna have one more div, and that div is going to have a class name equal to app__newsletter dash heading. Inside of there, we can render the subheading, and that subheading is going to have a title that's going to say newsletter. Let's go back to check it out. There we go. Again, as we always do, below the subheading, we're going to have a heading that's going to have a class name equal to head text __ cormorant. And right here, we can copy what the design says. That's going to be subscribe to our newsletter. We can simply paste it here. We also have one p tag, never miss latest updates. So just below this h1, let's create a p tag that's going to have a class name equal to p__ open sans, and let's paste it here. There we go. But we cannot seem to see our h1 head text, and I have a typo, cormorant. There we go. So now we can see our great heading. Below this div, we can create one more div, which is going to be the input tag. So let's say class name is going to be equal to app__ newsletter dash input, and also space flex __ center. Inside of there, the only things we're going to have are going to be an input that's going to have a type is equal to email and a placeholder of enter your email address. And just below that, we're going to have a button. This button is going to have a class name equal to custom __ button, and it's going to say subscribe. This doesn't look that good, but now we can go into newsletter.css and we can implement the styles. Let's do .app__ newsletter. Let's do padding is 2 rem on top and bottom and 4 rem on left and right. That's going to space it out a bit. Let's give it a border 1px solid var -- color - golden. There we go. This really made it pop out. And then finally, let's give it a background. That's going to be var -- color - black. There we go. So now you can see what I meant. Hopefully, there is this slight background outside of this golden rectangle. And then this here is entirely dark. Again, it's hard to tell, but it's the subtle details that matter. Below that, we can do .app__ newsletter dash heading, and we can do text dash align is equal to center. Then let's start styling our input. .app__ newsletter dash input In here, we can set the flex dash direction to be set to row, and we can also give it a margin dash top of 3 rem. There we go. Finally, we can copy this and simply target the individual input in there. So now we're not targeting the div that the input is inside of, but the actual input. Our input is going to have a width of 620 pixels. Border is going to be 1 pixel, solid, var dash dash color dash golden. Border dash radius is going to be 5 pixels. Font dash size is going to be 1 rem. Font dash family is going to be var, font dash, and then we're going to have base. That changed the font. Color is going to be var dash dash color dash, and then white. Margin dash right to divide it from the button is going to be 2 rem. And then the most important thing is going to be the padding. 0.75 rem on top and bottom, and 1 rem on left and right. There we go. And let's also change the background. And our background is going to be var dash dash color dash black. There we go. Now this is looking great. Let's also change our button a bit. Looks like we're missing something here. So let's go back to JSX. This is going to be custom, not bottom, but this is going to be button. There we go. Already looks so much better. Now let's target that button. .app __ newsletter dash input button, and then width is going to be set to max dash content. That's going to make it appear a bit wider if there is space available. Finally, let's deal with some media queries, because this is not going to look great on all different screen sizes. If we expand it, it's going to appear too small in the middle, and I'm sure it's going to break on mobile devices. Let's check it out. Yep, it's definitely going outside. So now let's fix the responsiveness. I'm going to again collapse this, and let's add a few media queries. Add media, screen, and max dash width is 2000 pixels. Or in this case, that's going to be min dash width. So this is going to be for large devices. Now we can duplicate this. The second one is going to be max dash width, and that's going to be up to 990 pixels. So that's for bigger tablets. Then we can duplicate this 2 more times, the one with the max width, not the min width. In here, we're going to have 650 pixels, and the last one is going to have 300 pixels. So for extra small devices. So for the smallest of devices, we can just decrease the size of the heading. So let's do .app __ newsletter dash heading h1 font dash size is 32 pixels. If we go below 300, let's try doing that. Right here, responsive, let's do 290. Yeah, it's still going outside, and the font size is definitely too big. Let's also decrease the line height to be 50 pixels. There we go. Now, when we implement this as well, this is actually going to be fixed. So let's start implementing this. .app __ newsletter padding is 2 rem on top and bottom and 0 on left and right, and border is none. Let's save it. There we go. Already just a bit better, but still not good. Let's do this one up to 990 pixels next. So that's going to be .app __ newsletter dash input flex dash direction is going to be column like this, and also width is going to be 100%. Okay, this still didn't make it better. Let's also do one more thing right here. .app __ newsletter dash input, and then we target the input itself. We can say margin is 0 on top, 0 on right, 2 rem on bottom, and 0 on left. And also width is 100%. Okay, and this is it. This width property actually fixed the problem. So now you might be wondering, we were taking a look at the smallest size possible, 290 pixels. That's below 300, right? So why wasn't the issue fixed? when we implement something here? Well, if you think about it, 290 is also smaller than 650 and also smaller than 990. And in here, we have max width. So these styles and these styles, as well as these styles, are going to be applied on 290 pixels device. That's why now we've made it work for all devices, all the way from the smallest to something like an iPhone. There we go. And also tablets. Let's check that out. Let's do iPad mini. And if we collapse this a bit, that's looking beautiful. Now let's just make a fix for the devices above 2000 pixels. .app __ newsletter dash input. And then we target the input. And we're just going to set the font dash size to 2 rem, just to make it a bit bigger on extra large devices. So now if we expand this, it's looking great. The last thing we have to do is the part below our newsletter, and that's going to be what usually we call an actual real footer. And this is actually, if I may say, a really great looking footer. It's going to be divided into a few parts. This specific div, that is the entire footer, this smaller div with 3 different columns that contains the content and then the trademark at the bottom. So let's code it out. We can go back to our code by collapsing this, not in the newsletter, not in the footer overlay as well. And we can also close all of the other files. Where we have to go is into app and then footer. Now we've coded out these 2 components, but now is the time that we code out the footer itself. So as I've told you, our footer is going to be a div, more specifically a div that's going to have a class name equal to app __ footer dash links. And that is going to be divided into 2 different divs. The first one that's going to have a class name equal to app __ footer dash links _ contact. Inside of the links, we're going to also have a second column, which is going to have a class name equal to, that's going to be app __ footer dash links _ logo. In here, we're going to have our social media icons. And the last div in here is going to be a div that's going to have a class name equal to app __ footer dash links _ work. And in here, we're going to have the working hours. So that's going to be these 3 columns right here that I've showed you at the start. This one, and this one. And now we also have to do the trademark. So that's going to be below all of these. And we can call that a div that's going to have a class name equal to footer __ copyright. And since this one is incredibly simple, we can code it out right away. It's going to have a p tag that's going to have a class name equal to p __ open sans. And in there, we can copy this text, paste it here, and check it out. There we go. Now is the time that we implement these 3 columns. Let's start from left to right. So the first one is going to be the contact us. So let's go here. Let's create an H1 right here. That H1 is going to have a class name equal to app __ footer dash head text. And there we can say contact us. If we save that and go back, we cannot yet see it because it's dark right here. But we're going to implement the styles soon. Then below that H1, we're going to have a few paragraphs. And each one of these paragraphs is going to have a class name, p __ open sans. The first one is going to say this, which is the address. So let's copy it. We can duplicate it 2 more times. The second one is going to give out a first phone number. And next one is going to give out the second phone number. There we go. So now if we save this, you can see that we have our contact right here. Now let's go for the second div, which is going to be this one right here. This is looking great. So first we're going to have an image, and this image is going to have a source images.gericht. And alt is going to be footer underscore logo. Of course, we have to import images. So just at the top, let's go ahead and above our import CSS, let's do import images from // constants. And I'm missing an A here. There we go. So now if we save this and go back, you can see this logo right here. Let's go back to the design. Below our image, we're going to have a p tag that's going to have a class name equal to p__open sans. And there we can simply copy their quote. The best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. Okay. And then we're going to have an image of this spoon right here. So that's going to be img source images.spoon. Then let's do an alt equal to spoon. Let's do a class name equal to spoon__image or img. And then let's do style. Margin top is 15 pixels. You can just write it as a number 15. Let's go to the design. There we go. And finally, we have to have these three icons. So let's create a div below our img. This div is going to have a class name equal to app__footer dash links underscore icons. In here, let's do fi Facebook, self-closing icon. Then the second one is going to be fi Twitter, and then we're going to have fi Instagram. Let's save that, go back, and the icons are now dark, so we cannot see them, but they are definitely here. And before we implement the styles, let's also implement the third column, which is the working hours. For our working hours, we can essentially copy this div right here, or not the div, rather what's inside of the div. That's going to be an h1 and a few paragraphs. So let's copy it, paste it inside of the work right here, indent it properly. Contact us is not going to be contact us, it's going to be working hours. The first p tag is going to say Monday-Friday, colon. We can duplicate that, paste it below, and then we're going to have Saturday to Sunday, like this. And then we can copy the working hours, 8 a.m. to 12 a.m. right here. And then 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Saturday and Sunday. Now, if we save this and go back, you can notice that this is looking great as well. But of course, we don't see three different columns. That's something that we're going to do with styles. So let's go to our footer, footer.css, and let's implement the styles that are going to change the layout. First, we're going to modify the links. .app__footer dash links. Let's set the width to be equal to 100%. Then display is going to be flex. As soon as we do that, it's already going to take a form similar to the finished one. Let's do a justify dash content and space between. Right now, it's not spacing it out because we don't have enough space, but if we expanded it, you can notice that this one is going to the left side, this one is going to the right side, and this one is staying in the middle. That is space between. Then let's also align dash items, flex dash start. Let's add a margin dash top of 5 rem, and let's do padding 0 and then 2 rem. There we go. Now let's target each one of the columns individually by saying .app__footer dash links underscore contact, comma. We can duplicate this 2 times. The second one is going to be logo, and the third one is going to be work. For each one of these, or for all of them, we want to set the flex to be equal to 1. That way, each one of them is going to take equal amount of space. Margin 1 rem to divide them a bit, and text dash align is going to be center. There we go. Now we're going to play with the logo a bit, so we can do .app__footer dash links underscore logo. We can target the image and more specifically, first dash child. In this case, we're dealing with different logos. We can see that if we go to our footer and find links logos, there we go. And this is going to be the real logo, the Garrick logo, the big one. So that's what we're currently styling. And we can say width is 210 pixels, just to make it a bit smaller. And let's give it a margin, bottom 0.75 rem. There we go. Now let's apply some margin below this specific element. So we want to divide these two working times. We can do that by saying .app underscore underscore footer dash links underscore work. We can target the paragraph and we want to target the nth child. So nth dash child and then 2n plus 1. This is going to make sure that however many working hours we add, it's always going to add a space below the end of one specific working time. So either below this or below this or below another working time that we add. Let's do margin dash bottom is equal to 1 rem. There we go. Let's add some margin top for our icons. So .app underscore underscore footer dash links underscore icons and then margin dash top 0.5 rem. We still cannot see our icons, but we are going to be able to see them soon. So now let's change them so that we can see them. .app underscore underscore footer dash links underscore icons svg. Let's do the color var color white like this. And here they are. Let's give each one of them a margin of 0.5 rem so that we space them out. There we go. Let's set the font dash size to 24 pixels. There we go. And let's make them a cursor is equal to pointer so that they seem like real links. Looking great. Now let's add an on hover so we can simply copy this, paste it below, and on SVG say colon hover, and we can change the color to be var dash dash color dash golden. That's going to give it that hover effect. Great. Again, it's the small details that matter. Now, remember, we're still missing these two headings, contact us and working hours. So let's style them. .app underscore underscore footer dash head text. Font dash family is var and then dash dash font dash base. Let's also change the color to var dash dash color and then dash white. Now we can see them. Let's change the font dash weight to 400 to make it a bit bolder or lighter in this case. Let's do letter dash spacing of 0.04 em. Let's capitalize it. So let's do text dash transform, capitalize. Let's also set the font dash size to 32 pixels, line dash height to 41.6 pixels. Again, that's just copied from the design, and margin dash bottom is going to be 1 rem. There we go. Finally, let's add some space between the copyright and the actual footer. We can do that by saying .footer underscore underscore copyright, and then margin dash top is 3 rem. There we go. So now we have a great looking footer. Of course, it's not yet going to be all that mobile responsive. It does work well on extra large devices as well as tablets, but as soon as we collapse it a bit, you can see it's gonna start to break. So let's expand this and let's code out the mobile responsiveness. We're gonna have a few different media queries, add media, screen, and min dash width is going to be 2000 pixels for large devices. We're gonna duplicate this once, change this to max width and 1150 pixels. And now we can duplicate this 2 more times where we're gonna have 650 pixels and also 350 pixels for small mobile devices. Let's start from mobile further. So I'm gonna trigger the inspect element. and set it to iPhone 12 Pro. Right now, it's absolutely broken. Let's change the logo a bit. .app __ footer dash links _ logo img first dash child. This is going to trigger our big Gericht logo. And let's make it take a width of 80%. We cannot see the change yet, but we'll be able to see it soon. In here, let's change the footer and let's change the padding to 0 on top, 0 on bottom, 0 on right, 2 rem on bottom, and 0 on left. Again, we cannot see the changes just yet, but we'll be able to see them right now as we change this specific media query. We need to do .app __ footer dash links align dash items is center, flex dash direction is column. This is the most important thing. And whenever you're making something mobile responsive, changing flex direction from row to column is going to make all the difference. There we go. As you can notice, now they're appearing one below another. Let's also change the padding to be 0. And let's target all of our 3 sections by copying them first from here, pasting them into 1150 pixels media query. And what we're going to do is simply set the margin to 2 rem on top and bottom, 0 on left and right to space it up a bit. And we're going to add a width of 100%. And finally, for extra large devices, let's do .app __ footer dash head text, where we're going to increase the font size to 51 pixels. Also, we're going to increase the line dash height to be equal to 61 pixels. This is on extra large devices. Now let's check how responsive it is. It's looking great on mobile. Let's try to go for tablet, looking great on tablet as well. Let's try expanding it a bit more to laptops, looking great. What if we expand it right here and close the inspect element? It's looking great on desktop as well. That is great. We are now fully done with our footer, and not only with the footer, with the entire website. Find Us section, photo gallery, laurels, awards, recognitions, video section is here as well. Our chef, Kevin. Then we're going to have the prices of wine, beer, and cocktails, this great knife, About Us section, and finally, the start of our website. This is a phenomenal, fine dining, high-end restaurant website you can potentially sell to your new clients. I hope you learned a lot along the way and that you'll make use of this website, deploy to the internet, and present it to your potential clients. Of course, a JavaScript Mastery video project is never done where we stop coding. We're always going to deploy it to the internet so that you can share it with your friends and show it to your potential employers. So that's going to be our next step, deploying the great website you've just created on Hostinger's high-end servers. Let's do that right away. And we are back on our Hostinger's dashboard. I already purchased the domain name right here, gerichrestaurant.com. If you purchased yours, it's going to be right here as well. If you haven't, you can do that right away through Hostinger. The link is going to be down in the description. Also, if you haven't yet connected the domain to the actual website, you can do that right here by clicking Setup on your specific plan, either premium or single shared hosting. But if you already connected it, go to Hosting, and you'll see it under Premium Shared Hosting, Gericht Restaurant. In here, we can simply click Manage. Now that we're here, let's search for File Manager. There we go. Let's go ahead and click it. That just led us to our H panel. You can go into public HTML, and right now we just have a default PHP page, which we can delete by clicking on it and then clicking this trash icon at the top right. There we go. Now the folder is empty. This is where our build folder will go. So let's go back to our application right here. Let's close all of our files by holding Control and then pressing W. Let's collapse our file tree. and then open up our terminal by going to View and then Terminal. We can stop it from running by pressing Ctrl C and then Y. We can also clear it. And the only thing you have to do is run npm run build. This is going to create an optimized version of our application ready for production. This process usually takes about a minute, so let's leave it be and I'll be right back. And there we go. The app has been built. We can collapse our terminal, open up our file tree, and you'll see a new build folder. Right-click it and then click Reveal in File Explorer. A new window is going to appear. You can go into the build folder, select all of the items there, and then simply drag and drop only the contents of the build folder onto our H panel. This process is going to take just a moment and your files are going to be right here right away. And there we go. The file's loaded. Here is our index.html. Now let's go back to our hosting account. Let's remove this search right here. Let's expand our window just a bit. And right here, you have your domain. Let's click it and you can watch it load instantly. But there's one really important thing left to do, and that is enabling SSL certificate, because our site is currently not secure. So let's immediately fix that by going back to our hosting account and searching for SSL. There we go. Let's click it. And Hostinger just makes it so easy. The only thing you have to do is click Install SSL. SSL is being installed as we speak, and this process usually takes just about a minute. I was wrong, it actually just took a few seconds. I reloaded the page, and there it was, status active. So now, if we go back to our deploy domain, reload the page, you'll notice this lock on the top left, which means that the connection is secure. Having a custom domain name, SSL certificate, and fast load times definitely makes you stand out from the crowd. That way, your page is secure and reliable. And in our case, it's looking great as well. You've already seen all of these sections, but we can just watch them one more time. As this website is scrolling, just admire the work you've done. As you can see, everything is mobile responsive. We have the video here, we have our awards and recognition, and it's all looking like a complete fine dining restaurant site. With a stunning opening section, high quality images and gradients, business stats, reusable feature sections with call to action buttons, testimonials, and much more. WhoBank is the best modern business landing page that you can currently find on YouTube. By building this single web application with me, you'll get the knowledge needed to build any website you can imagine. There are many tutorials out there teaching you how to create a website consisting of a navigation bar, a few divs, and a footer. Boring, right? Today, you'll learn how to develop a professional website using the most in-demand technologies today, React.js and Tailwind. No extra dependencies, you'll build everything from scratch and deploy it to the internet so that you can share it with your friends and potential clients and put it on your portfolio. This video is perfect for you if you want to learn how to transform a Figma design into a fully functioning website, if you want to improve your CSS skills, and if you want to learn how to create modern and responsive websites. You might be wondering, what are the prerequisites for building such an amazing website? This course is entirely beginner friendly. We're going to start simple and then move to more complex topics as we go. I'll explain every step of the way. Alongside building this application, you'll also learn React functional components and their reusability, React file and folder structure. You'll achieve mastery using Tailwind CSS, fundamental CSS properties to master Flex, from soft and pleasant animations to complex gradients, perfectly placed media queries for satisfactory responsiveness on all devices,
And at the end, you'll learn how to deploy your websites to incredibly fast servers and give them a custom domain name using Hostinger. If this video reaches 20,000 likes, I'm recording a second modern UI and UX video. Before we dive into the project, I have an incredibly important announcement for you. We've recently added the free resources section to the JSMastery.pro website. The link is in the description. So from now on, alongside the professional project-based courses such as Filmpire and NFT Marketplace, you can get entirely free guides and ebooks about React, Web3, and front-end, back-end, and full-stack development. If you decide to get the courses by using the link in the description, a special discount code will automatically be applied for you during checkout. With that said, let's dive right into today's video. If you've been watching JavaScript Mastery for some time now, then you know that we always start from scratch, and I teach you every step of the way. So we're starting by creating an empty folder on our desktop. Let's name it bank_modern_app. And then we can drag and drop that folder into an empty Visual Studio Code window. You can expand that window and we are ready to start coding out our great application. Let's go under View and then Terminal. And we are ready to initialize our React application. Create React App has been leading the industry in initializing React applications for years now. But Vite is a new tool that recently came in and it is much faster to create a React application using Vite. So let's head to vitejs.dev, get started, and the only thing we need to do to initialize our React application is run npm create vite add latest. Right inside of our Visual Studio Code, we can run that command and click enter. Of course, make sure that you have Node.js downloaded and installed. If you don't already, just Google Node.js download and install it, and then rerun this command. Our project name is going to be bank_modern_app. You can of course call it however you want to, and in this case, I'm going to choose React. We can also choose just plain React without TypeScript this time. And that's it. We can cd into bank_modern_app, and we can run npm install to install all of the needed dependencies. As you can see, this was much quicker than using Create React App. On my machine, it took only 8 seconds. Now let's try to run it by running npm run dev. In just 1 second, we get our URL. Hold Control and then click this link right here. And just like that, our starter is ready. But even more importantly, if you check it out a bit, you're gonna notice that it has a much more minimal config than our usual Create React App. We only have main, app, some styles, assets, and that's about it. Now that the app is initialized, we can start by installing all of the necessary dependencies that we'll be using throughout this video. Believe it or not, we're not going to clutter our package.json a lot. There is going to be only one single dependency to build our entire modern bank application. And it's not even going to go right here under dependencies. It's going to be a dev dependency that's going to help us style our application. By quickly going to Tailwind documentation, we can see that we only need to run a couple of commands to install and set up Tailwind. We're going to take our first command from here. We can go to View and then Terminal. And then we can stop it from running by pressing Ctrl+C and then Y. Now you can type npm install -D Tailwind CSS, Post CSS, and Auto Prefixer, and press Enter. After that, we'll also have to copy the following command, and that's going to be npx Tailwind CSS init-p, and press Enter. There we go. That created our config files. So let's set them up. Let's first go to vite.config.js. As you can see, this file only specifies that we're using React. Now, when it comes to tailwind.config.cjs, it is currently quite empty. So down below in the description, you'll find a link to a GitHub gist that's going to contain the updated tailwind.config.cjs file. And you can simply copy it and paste it right here. I already created for you some predefined styles, and these are incredibly simple. We just added some colors so we can easily reference them, some font families, and some screen sizes. That's it. No logic is happening here. You're gonna do everything else on your own. And with that said, believe it or not, we have all of the dependencies that we need. So let's set up our main files and assets. If we go to main.jsx, inside of here, we're importing React, React DOM, and also app from app. We're also importing the index CSS and just rendering the app. This is good to go. Now, when it comes to the index.css, this is where we want to make use of Tailwind. So again, next to that tailwind.config.cjs, you'll be able to find another file that's going to be index.css. In this file, I prepared for us some gradients, as you can see right here, some basic styles and keyframes, but more so, we only imported Tailwind right here and also imported some fonts. Everything else is just setting some text gradients. Great. So now we have Tailwind set up as well, and we have some basic styles we can use. Now we can focus on app.jsx. We can completely delete everything that's in here, and we can run RAFCE. That's going to automatically generate a React arrow function for us. If this didn't work for you, you can go to extensions and then type ES7 plus React Redux React Native snippets. You can install that, and then you can run RAFCE, and it should work. Now we have a plain file. And as you can see, we're no longer importing app.css, so we can delete that. And we can also delete the assets folder. The reason why we're deleting the assets folder is because we're going to have our own. So in the description, you're going to find a link to a zipped assets folder. You can simply unzip it and then paste it right here inside of the source folder. As you can see, these are mainly some logos, icons, and assets that we're going to use throughout our great application. It would take a lot of time to find them, and we'll be able to reference them from our React application. Great. With that said, we can continue by setting up our basic file and folder structure. Next to main, index.css, and app.jsx, we're going to also have two different folders. The first one is going to be called constants. And then inside of that constants folder, we're also going to have a new index.js file. Inside of that file, we want to put all of the static text that's going to be shown on the website. And when I say static text, I simply mean things like these: the titles, descriptions, number of active users, as well as some lists like this one, or maybe even in the footer. We want to have pre-done lists of links so we can simply map through them and not spend time by writing each one by hand. This is going to help us to develop our app more quickly, and it's also going to ensure that if you give this website to a non-technical user, they can simply go into that constants file and change things themselves if they want to. So you can find this constants index.js file in that GitHub gist down below, and you can paste it. I think you can see what I was telling you. In here, we just have some arrays with lists of IDs, logos, or even some social media icons, and lists of links that we want to include in the footer. It's just basic plain data. But now a user can come to this file and they can change things however they want to. They don't have to know how to code. They simply need to come here and change something. Of course, this is also useful if you want to transfer this application to use a CMS later down the road. The design we'll be using today is just one out of countless phenomenal designs created by 1 Week Wonders. They gave me permission to use this design to teach you how to develop a website based off of that design. 1 Week Wonders offers many impressive designs, so definitely check out their site and Dribble pages. The link will be in the description. But with that said, we have everything we need, and we are ready to start coding out our great application. First, we're going to start by creating the structure and the layout. Inside of this app, we're going to import all of the other components, and then we'll be able to implement them one by one. So let's get started. To start creating our layout, we can start by creating a div that's going to wrap our entire application. That div is going to have a class name equal to bg-primary, w-full, and overflow-hidden. Of course, we need to have something inside of that div to be able to see it. So for now, let's simply create an h1 and let's say hello world. Great. Now, if your React functional component simply returns JSX, then you can completely remove that return statement, remove the curly braces, and just have the parenthesis right here. And then you can do it like this and get rid of one more level of indentation. This just looks cleaner. Great. So now let's run our application and see if we can see the hello world in the browser. We can open up our terminal and we can run npm run dev. Let's control-click the link and click navigate. And there we go. We can see just this black rectangle, but if we hover over it, you can see hello world, which means that everything is working properly. We just have to add more elements to this layout. So let's continue. Now inside of this div, we can remove the h1, and I'm going to create one more div. This div is going to wrap our navbar, and it's going to have some special styles. I created a file that has a lot of styles that we'll be using throughout our entire application. And trust me when I tell you, this is the last file that I'm going to give you access to. Everything else from now on, you're going to code on your own. I just want to provide you with a few files to get us up and running so you can learn as much as possible in as little time as possible. So in that same GitHub gist, you'll be able to find a style.js file, which is going to go right inside of our source. You can copy it from there and paste it right here. As you can see, we have some styles which are going to help with the layout and some basic headings, paragraphs, flex centers, flex starts, and so on. These are just collections of a couple of different class names that are tied to one single string, so it's a lot easier to use them. So now let's go back into our app, and right here, let's import those styles. So we can say import styles from /styles. And now inside of this div, we can say class name is equal to, that's going to be a backtick, and then $ and curly braces, styles.paddingx. And now if you're wondering what this does, is you first have to fix this mistake I've done, and that is going to be just coming from style right here. Now you can control-click it, and you can see the padding X. Essentially, it's going to say padding X is 6. It's going to give it some padding. And on smaller devices, it's going to give it some more padding. That's essentially it. Now we can add an additional class name, such as styles.flexCenter. Inside of there, we want to have one more div. And this div is going to have a class name. And then again, it's going to be backtick, $ curly braces, and then styles.boxWidth. Again, if you're interested in what this class does, simply click it, and you can see that it gives it a full width. Now, inside of there, we want to render a navbar. Later on, this is going to be a navbar component, but for now, we can leave it as a basic text. So this part right here forms our navbar. Let's add an empty line right here, and let's continue with our next step, which is going to be our hero section, the main part of our application. We want to have a div, and we want to give it a class name that's going to be, again, dynamic. First, we want to say bg-primary for background color, and then we want to say styles.flexStart. One more time, we're going to have an inner div, and this div is going to have a class name equal to, again, a dynamic styles.boxWidth. And inside of there, we want to render our future hero component. And a hero is just the main star of the show. In our application, a hero is this part that you can see right here. Everything that is visible as soon as you load the page. With that said, we can move to everything that is below the hero. And just to simplify the process, we can duplicate what we have here. So that's going to be almost the same. That's going to be BG primary, styles flex start, and we're just missing one. That's going to be styles dot padding x. There we go. And now in there we have box width, but this time instead of hero, we want to render all of our different components. So that's going to be stats, as in statistics for our bank. We want to have the business section. We want to have the billing section as well. We need to have a card deal section, a testimonials section, clients section, click to action section, and finally a footer section. All of these elements, which are right now basic text elements, we're going to transform into real components so we can dive into them and we can actually code them out. So let's do just that. We can right click inside of our source folder and create a new folder called components. React is all about components, reusing them, and making sure that everything is as readable as possible. Every component needs to do its own thing. So let's create the basic structure for all of the components that we're going to use throughout this entire application. That is going to take some time up front, but trust me, it's going to save us a lot of time in the future. So let's create our first component, which is going to be called billing.jsx. As soon as it opens, we can run RAFCE there to create a basic structure. And we can move to our next component. That's going to be business.jsx. Again, RAFCE and move to our next component. We have a button component.jsx. RAFCE and move forward. You get the point. I'm going to keep doing that and keep repeating that for all of the components that we're going to be using. The next component on our list is the card deal.jsx component. And again, you can run RAFCE. The next one on our list is going to be the clients section.jsx. You can run RAFCE. The next one on our list is going to be a CTA.jsx, and you can run RAFCE again. The next one on our list is going to be the feedback card.jsx, and again, we can run RAFCE. Then we have the footer, so we can run footer.jsx and then run RAFCE. Next, we have the get started section, so we can say get started.jsx and run RAFCE. After that, we have our hero section, our main section, .jsx, and we can again run RAFCE. Then we're going to have our navbar, a really important component, of course, and we can run RAFCE. We finally have our stats.jsx to see what our bank has done throughout the last period. And finally, we have the testimonials.jsx, again run RAFCE. Great. So now if we go back into our app, we can import all of these components. For example, we can say import navbar from. That's going to be /components and then navbar, like this. And now we can repeat this for the hero section as well. So we can say import hero from hero. But as you can notice right here, we have quite a lot of components. So our imports would take more lines than the actual code itself. And that's not something you want to do. It would look something like this. That's not good. So there's a little trick that I want to show you. If you create a new index.js file inside of the components, that file is going to export all of the components in one line. But of course, to be able to export them, we first have to import them right here. So we can say import navbar from navbar. And just to speed this process up, I'm going to provide this index.js file to you in that GitHub just below. So you can simply copy it and paste it right here. As you can see, we are importing all of these components, and then we are then exporting them from the index file. Now, what this is going to allow us to do is to go back, and instead of importing every single component in its own line, we can now say import navbar, but inside of the curly braces. And that's going to be coming from components, only components. And now you can add to this line every other component import as well. So in our case, that's going to be navbar, hero, and I'm going to copy all of these and paste them here because we want to import all of those as well. But I'm going to put them in one line so it's easier to read. There we go. As you can see, I have line wrapping turned on in my settings, so now it's going to show up nicely right here. And this is a neat little trick that you can use to make the code of your React and Next.js applications more readable. If this is something that you found interesting, I would suggest checking out the Figma course on the JS Mastery Pro platform. It teaches you how to code using React from a beginner to a professional level. So just click the link in the description and a special YouTube discount will be automatically applied to you. I'm looking forward to seeing you in the course. But with that said, let's proceed with the development. Now that we have all of these components imported, let's transform these text elements into actual components. Let's double-click the first word, and then let's hold the Alt key, and then keep double-clicking on each new word to select it. Now we're going to do some Visual Studio Code shortcut magic. Okay, you have everything selected. Now press your Control key and arrow left to move to the left side of the word. Then open up the opening tag, hold Control and then press arrow right, and now close the tag. With this simple trick, we instantly turned all of these text elements into components. If for whatever reason this didn't work for you, just manually add the opening and closing tags to every single one of these components. This is also something that we teach in the Figma course. But with that said, we now have the basic structure. And let's check out our app in the browser. As you can see right here, it is just an empty black screen. But if we select it, you can see that we have our components right here. Now we created the entire structure. I know it took some time, but now we are ready to start developing this beautiful modern bank application. So let's go back into the code and let's get started by control clicking to move into our navbar component. Navbar is the first on the list. Now that we're finally starting to code, we can close all of our files by holding Control and then pressing W a couple of times. And let's go back to our navbar. There we go. So now we can open up our browser side by side with our editor so that we can see the changes that we make live. And there we go. On the right side of our display, we have our browser, and then on the left side, we have our Visual Studio Code. Now, of course, before we start creating our navbar right here, we can compare it with the finalized app I have open, but it might be even better to start comparing it to our design, because that's the primary thing we're learning here, how to transform a design into your React application. There we go. I've opened the design in my browser, and I'm gonna also share the link with you so that you have it open as well while we're developing this application together. So we can first zoom in on the navbar. We can see the photo right here, and then on the left side, we can see some links. So let's go ahead and code out the navbar first. What we can also notice is there's quite a lot of different assets. So if we click right here, we can select that. You can see that is the robot hand. We also have this asset right here, which is a little card, and all of these images right here. If you're working for some companies that have more money or better clients, you're going to collaborate with some great designers. And if you're lucky, they're going to provide this design with you. And then you'll be able to just focus on coding. But in some cases, unfortunately, you'll have to be both the designer and the coder as well. But thankfully, in this case, we have prepared for you a phenomenal design so that you can use it and you can code along just as we are. As you know, I've already given you access to all the assets. So when it comes to the design, we'll be just referencing the styles and the overall look and feel of the website. So now let's go back to our site and let's start with the navbar. We can first import the use state hook from React. And we can also import a couple of assets. That's going to be close, logo, and menu coming from /assets. Alongside the assets, we're going to also import nav links. coming from /constants. Now, if you want to see what these are, simply control click them, and you can see that it is an array containing a list of objects that have the ID and the title. These are our nav links. Great. So let's start coding it out. We first are going to have the HTML5 semantic nav tag. Let's also give it some class names, such as w-full, flex, padding y-6, justify-between, items-center, and a special navbar style. Now let's go back to our website and let's save it. Now, as you can see, we immediately got a lot more height to our navbar. And if you're wondering what do those styles do, such as w-full, flex, py6, justify between, and so on, these are all Tailwind utility classes. And Tailwind is used to create elements such as this card right here really quickly just by adding those class names. That's the whole point, and that's why we're using it. If you're interested in what a specific class does, go to Tailwind, click Docs, and then simply use this search at the top right. We can search for w-full, and we can see that it sets the full width. That's it. Really simple. Don't overcomplicate things saying, oh, what is this full width? What is this py6? Simply go to Tailwind Docs and search for it. That's all that you have to do. And that's what I always teach on my JSMastery.pro courses. You need to be able to read docs on your own. That is the only way on how you're going to become a proficient and independent developer. I can only teach you so much. I can show you how to build beautiful websites like these, but at the end of the day, you need to be able to read through the docs on your own and to be able to come up with something new. With that said, let's continue. Now, inside of this nav, we want to render an image, a self-closing IMG tag that's going to have a source equal to logo. And there we go, WhoBank. Let's also give it an alt tag equal to WhoBank, and let's give it a class name equal to, that's going to be w dash in square brackets 124 pixels, like this. And we can also give it a height, so that's going to be h dash, and then inside of square brackets 32 pixels. There we go. So now we have a specific smaller size WhoBank logo. Now we want to have a UL, an unordered list, and that UL is going to have a class name equal to list-none. On small devices, we're going to make it flex. Usually, it's going to be hidden because this is only our mobile navbar. Below, later on, we're going to create our desktop navbar. Now, let's also add the justify-end, items-center, and flex-1. Inside of there, we want to map over our nav links. So we can open a dynamic block of code by using the curly braces and then say navlinks.map. We're going to get one nav link and an index. And we want to instantly return something. Remember, when you're instantly returning, you want to have just a parenthesis here and not a curly brace. We want to return a list item. And every list item has to have a key because we are inside of a map. So let's set the key to be equal to nav.id. Let's also give it a class name, and that class name is going to be dynamic, so we can do it like this, and say font-poppins. And before we add any new class names, let's simply render what should be in there. And that is going to be an a tag that's going to have an href equal to dynamic string of, that's going to be hash or pound, nav.id. So we want to go to that specific point when we click on that link. We want to close it, and in there, we want to render the nav dot, and that's going to be nav.title. Now, if we save this, we cannot see anything because the text right now is dark. We have to make it light. So let's add a couple more class names. Let's add a font-normal. Let's add a cursor-pointer. Now we might be able to see them. There we go. You can see that the cursor turns to a pointer. Let's give it a text dash, and then inside of square brackets, 16 pixels. And now we're going to do something different. We need to know which tag is currently active. And now we can simply give it a text-white color. There we go. This works perfectly. Of course, we'll have to give it some margin. So let's say margin right is going to be 10. There we go. But now the client is going to have the margin right as well. And we don't want to have the margin on the last element. So we can open a new dynamic block and say if index is equal to navlinks.length minus 1. This means that it is the last element. Then we want to give it a margin right 0. Otherwise, we want to give it a margin right of 10, as we've done before. And now we can properly close this if I use the right sign right there. There we go. And we can remove the margin right from there. Perfect. So now we kind of lost it for a second there. Let's see. Margin right 10. And we have to add a space right here to separate it from the text 16 pixel. And there we go. This is now looking like a modern navbar. This is great. Now, what happens if we go to a mobile view? Of course, we're making our applications mobile friendly. You can see that it completely disappears. So now we're going to create a new list of items only for mobile devices. Below our UL, so right here, we want to create a new div element. This div is going to have a class name. On small devices, hidden, usually flex, flex-1, justify-end, and items-center. Now, inside of there, we want to render an image. This image is going to be a menu image where we can click it to expand the menu. So that's going to be a self-closing image tag with a source equal to. Now, it's going to depend. Do we want to open or close the menu? And for that, we can create a new use state. So right here at the top, we can start typing use state and then use the arrow down to select the use state snippet. We can start typing immediately and we're going to call it toggle. Set toggle, move by using the tab key, and then at the start, that's going to be set to false. So at the start, it's toggled to false. Now, if the toggle is turned on, then we want to show a close icon. Otherwise, we want to show a menu icon. Let's save it. And there we go. We can see a beautiful menu icon right here. Now, let's also apply a couple of other properties to our image tag. For example, let's add an alt tag equal to menu. Let's give it a class name equal to w dash and then 28 pixels, like so. Height is going to be 28 pixels as well. And then object dash contain. If we save this, there we go. That's going to look better. And this just sets the object fit to contain. There we go. This is looking good. Now, once we click that, we want to change the toggle. So we can say on click. We want to have a callback function, and we want to set the toggle to be equal to. Now, this is not the right way to do it. In React, you should never update the state using the previous version of that same old state. If you want to change the state using the previous version of that same state, then you need to create a callback function that looks like this. So set toggle, and then you call it prev, and then you say not prev. This way, React makes sure that it keeps the state up to date. And now if you click right here, you can see that it actually changes. The only thing we have to do right now is actually open the mobile menu. So still inside of this div, but below this image, let's create a div that's going to serve as our menu. This div is going to have a class name. It's going to be dynamic, so we want to check right here if toggle is turned on. If it is, then it's going to be a flex container. If it is not turned on, then it is going to be hidden. There we go. Now we can add a couple more classes. So we're going to have a padding of 6, bg-black-gradient, position absolute, top-20, right-0, margin x-4, margin y-2, minimum width is going to be 140 pixels. Make sure to just do it like this, min dash w dash, and then 140, rounded dash XL, and then sidebar. Now, if we save this, and if you click on this icon right here, you can see a menu nicely animated. There we go. Of course, now we want to create a new UL inside of that. And that UL is going to be quite similar to this UL right here. So we can simply copy this entire UL and paste it below. There we go. And we can indent it properly. There we go. Let's expand this a bit. And now let's see what do we have to change. This time it's going to be list-none, but it's going to be flex usually, and we don't have to say on small devices no flex or hidden or something like that. And then everything else will almost remain the same. You can see now we have our list, but it looks like it is on desktop. We want to make it show in a column, so we can say flex-col. And there we go. We are almost there. Remember, we were messing with the margins before, so let's go down to the LI. We're going to stick with the font pop-ins, font normal, cursor pointer, text 16. But now, instead of margin right, we're going to do margin bottom. So let's do MB-4. And let's save that. And there we go. We have a beautiful menu that pops up, and we have all of the links right here. That is great. And now if we close this, we have a beautiful desktop and tablet and laptop menu as well. As always, we strive to create websites that are responsive on all devices. That is what web nowadays is. Most people nowadays visit all the websites through mobile. So we want to make sure that they are as responsive as possible. Again, I'll just have to mention the FilmPower application from the FilmPower course. There, we tried really hard to make it as responsive as possible on a lot of different devices. And I really mean a lot. As you can see, on mobile, it feels like a native mobile application. But now, as you expand it to something like a tablet, we have 2 movies per row. Now, if you expand it even more to a laptop, that's going to be 3. And as larger you go, the more movies you can see. And it is responsive on all devices. It's just something I wanted to show to you. Again, by watching this video, you get a special discount by clicking the link below. With that said, we can now get back to developing our application. The navbar is now completely done. We can close that file, go back to our app, and we are coming to the main star of the show. That is developing the hero section. So let's control click it, and we are ready to start coding. To start coding our hero section, we can first collapse our browser to the right side of the window. And there we go. Now we can see what we're doing. Right inside of here, we don't even need a return statement because we're going to return our JSX instantly. So simply use parentheses inside of curly braces right here on line 3. Now, instead of rendering a div, we're going to render a section element. Inside of that section, we're going to give it an ID equal to home so we can scroll to it. We can also give it a class name equal to, and now this is going to be a dynamic class name. So it's going to look like this. First, let's import some styles. We can say import styles from /styles. We can also import the discount as well as the robot, and these are coming from /assets. Instead of styles, it looks like it's supposed to be style. There we go. So that's going to be all that we need for now. Now let's make this section a flex container. On medium devices, it's going to be flex-row, and usually it's going to be flex-colon. Let's also give it a styles.padding y. That's going to instantly add a bit more space. Now inside of there, we want to have a div. And just to show you what we're creating, it's going to be this section right here. On the left side, we're going to have some text. And on the right side, we're going to have this image right here. So let's start. This div is going to have a class name equal to, it's going to be a dynamic class name of flex-1, styles.flexStart, flex-col. On extra large devices, padding x0. On small devices, padding x16,
and usually padding x6. This is to make sure that it looks good on all devices. Now inside of there, we're going to have just one more div, and this div is going to have a class name equal to flex, flex-row, items-center, padding y, so py, and then that's going to be inside of square brackets 6 pixels. Padding x 4, bg-discount-gradient, and rounded dash, that's going to be 10 pixels. And finally, mb-2 for margin bottom. Now inside of there, we're going to render this component right here. 20% discount for 1 month account. So let's start with that immediately. We first need this little icon right here. So let's do just that. Let's render an img tag. And that's going to be source is equal to discount. We can also give it an alt tag equal to discount. And let's give it a class name equal to. Now we can open it up right here and inspect it. You can see it is 32 pixels wide and 32 pixels high. So let's do just that. We can say w dash 32 pixels and h dash 32 pixels as well. Now if we save this, there we go. You should be able to see it. It's quite dark, but it is there. Now let's add 2 different spans. Span right here, and that span is going to have a class name equal to text-white. Inside of there, we can say 20%, as it is on this design right here, 20%. Then we have discount for, so after the span, let's do it right here, discount for. We can then add 1 empty space like this. Then below that, 1 month is also going to be in a span. So we can duplicate that and say 1 month. And then one more time outside of the span, we want to say account. There we go. So now if we save this, we can barely see the text in between, but that's because all of these spans and text elements should have been in a paragraph. So let's create a p tag, and now let's drag and drop all of these elements inside of that p tag. Of course, we need to give it some class names, such as class name is equal to, that's going to be a dynamic class name, styles, dot paragraph, and also ml-2 for margin left. And there we go. This is already looking just a bit better. But it seems that there are no spaces right here after 20%. So if we put this discount for on the same line, then it's going to apply the space. Same thing for the account. There we go. So this is now looking great. We're starting to create our great design. Now after that, now we're coming to the main part, which is the next generation payment method. So let's go outside of this div right there and just below it. There we want to create a new div, and this div is going to have a class name equal to flex, flex-row, justify dash between, items dash center, and w dash full. Now inside of there, we want to render that big H1, the heading. That heading is going to say exactly as it says right here, so we can even copy that and paste it in there. The next payment method, and we also need to get that generation, which is in a different span element. So let's do step by step. First, the next. Then we want to add a break tag because we want to show something on a new line. There we go, break tag. And we can give that break tag a class name. We can say only show on small devices. So on small devices exist, and then usually it's going to be hidden. Now, after that, we want to add a space, as we did before. And in there, we want to have a span to render that generation. And to that span, we can give a class name of text-gradient. And let's say generation. We also need to provide a space after that. There we go. So now if we go back, you can see generation, but we can't really see anything else. Let's indent this properly. And as you can see, we didn't really add any styles to our H1. So let's do that right away. We can say class name is equal to flex-1, font-poppins, font-semi-bold, SS, that's going to be for stroke. And there we can say text dash, and we can do 72 pixels. Text dash, and then that's going to be 52 pixels. That's going to make it really big. And then we can give it a text dash white. There we go, the next generation payment method. This is looking beautiful. I've got to say, recently I've been using font poppins and it is just great. And we can also give it the SS colon leading dash, and then we can do something like 100 pixels like this. There we go. So this is just going to change the height between the words. And we can also do leading dash, and then that's going to be 75 pixels. Now below that, we are going to need the get started component. That get started is essentially this button right here. And that button can be created as a separate component, as it does have quite a few styles to create this nice circle with the icon and the text. So below this H1, we can create a div, and that div is going to have a class name equal to SS and then flex. It's going to be hidden, and on medium devices, margin right 4, and usually margin right 0. Now inside of there, we can render that get started component as a self-closing tag. And now we can import it. So to import that get started, we can say import get started from /get started. And now if we go back, we should be able to, there we go, it is here, it's hiding. We of course have to implement these styles for that. So let's do it properly. Let's control click into the get started, and let's start implementing that cool circular button component. So to get started, we can of course import these styles from /style like this. And we can also import the arrow up coming from /assets. Now inside of there, we can again instantly return something. So it's going to look like this. And that something is just going to be a div. But now that div is going to have a class name equal to, and we can go back to see what we're doing. So right now it is hidden. Class name is going to be a dynamic class name. So it's going to be styles.flexCenter. And then we're going to also give it a width of 140 pixels and also a height of 140 pixels. Now after that, we can make it rounded dash full and give it a BG-blue gradient. Now if we save that, we're going to have a beautiful gradient circle. Now what we can do is also give it a padding dash, and then let's do something like 2 pixels. That's going to just add some space inside of that circle for the text. And let's also make it a cursor dash pointer. So now it seems clickable. Now inside of there, we're going to have a couple more divs. The first inner div is going to also have a few class names, such as also dynamic, styles.flexCenter, flex-call, bg-primary, w-, and then that's going to be 100%, and also h-100%. We can also make it rounded dash full. Now, if we save that, you can notice that everything disappears, but we just have this padding that we left before, which is 2 pixels, and that serves as our border. Now, inside of this div, we're going to have one more div, and that div is going to have a class name equal to, again, it's going to be dynamic, so styles.flexStart, and also flex-row. Finally, inside of that div, we're going to have a p tag, and that p tag is going to have a span tag inside of it. And inside of that span tag, we can say get. So we are trying to achieve this, get started. So we first have the span. Let's style it a bit. We can give this p a class name equal to font-poppins, font dash medium, text dash 18 pixels, leading dash 23 pixels. It's still going to be hidden because we have to give this span a class name of text dash gradient. There we go. So now we can see get right there. But we're not going to stop there. Below this span element, we can render a self-closing image tag with a source equal to arrow up. There we go. We can also give it a class name equal to w dash 23 pixels, and also h dash, that's going to be the same 23 pixels. We can also give it object dash contain. There we go. So now we also want to give it an alt tag of something like arrow. And we're missing this last started word. So let's add that right below. We can copy this entire p tag and just paste it below this div right here. So that's going to be here. We won't need the image though, so we can remove the image. And now we can say started right there. Now you might be able to notice that our arrow is not going on the right side of the get as it should be. So let's check it out. We have this div right there that says styles.flexStart, and then we are adding the flex row in there. Now inside of this p tag, we have a span, but the image should go outside of that p tag so that it actually appears nicely in a row. And there we go. This is already looking so much better. It's actually looking exactly as it does on the design. We can maybe give this p just a bit of margin right, something like 2, and there we go. I think we hit the design perfectly. Great. So now we have this get started as well. We can close the get started component and we can go back to our hero because we're not yet done with the hero section. Now we have to do this text right there. Then we have to do all of these numbers right there. And then finally, this cool robotic arm with the card payments. So let's do that right away. We're going to go down 2 divs. So this is 1, 2 below the get started. And there we can create another h1. This h1 is going to be quite similar to the first one. So let's copy all of the class names from the first one. And let's give them to this h1. Now we won't be needing the flex one. Font poppins is going to stay, font semi-bold is going to stay. The text is going to be a bit smaller, something like 68 here, and then 52 there. It's going to be text wide, and then leading is going to be the same. We just want to add the w dash full because we need this to go full width. Now inside of there, we can say payment method. There we go. And that is appearing right here. And it seems that I didn't need this payment method right here because we did it below the get started. Yep, that's my bad. So if we were to do this payment right there, then we couldn't fit the get started button in the middle. So what we have to do is remove this payment right here above the get started. So let's do that right now. There we go. So now we have nicely the next generation payment method, exactly as it is on the design. Great. So now below this h1, we want to have a p tag. So let's create a p tag. That p tag is going to copy the text that we have on the design. So you can double click it and paste it. Okay, that's good. And finally, let's give it some class names to actually make it visible. Our class name is going to be dynamic styles.paragraph. Of course, we have to put it inside of the $ and curly braces. And then max dash w dash and then 470 pixels. And also margin top dash 5. There we go. So now we're getting a lot closer. Now let's do the right side, which is going to be this robotic arm. But we also have to implement these gradients. I hope you can see those circles right there and splashes of light that are coming behind the image. So let's do them first. Now we have this h1 and we have this p tag, and all of them should be in this div right there. Now we can go one div below and create a new div. That's going to be the div for the right side of our screen. Now, inside of there, we're going to render our image. So immediately we can render a self-closing image tag that's going to have the source equal to robot. Let's save it. It automatically appears right there. Let's give it an alt tag equal to billing. And let's add a class name equal to W-100% and also H-100% inside of square brackets. Let's also give it a relative position and Z index of 5 to make it appear above our gradients once we add them. There we go, looking good. But you can see that we are missing something. It's if we expand this window right here, it's going to show on the right side, but still, we're missing those gradients, which really make it pop. So let's do just that. Let's add the gradients. We can do that by adding a series of self-closing divs. Every one of those divs is going to have a class name, and it's going to be positioned absolutely. We can set the Z index of the first one to 0, and we can give it a width of 40%. We can also give it a height of 35. And then we can say top 0. So this is going to appear from the start of the page. And then finally, we can give it a class of pink __ gradient. Now, if we save this, you can see this cool pink gradient coming from the top. And if we go to our design, you can essentially select this gradient and you can copy its styles, which are listed right there. In this case, I already provided them for you in the styles. So if we search for the pink gradient, there we go. You can see it inside of the index.css. It is a linear gradient that is simply copied from here. Great. So now let's add other gradients as well to fill this image up. We can go back and we can copy this 2 times. Now for the second one, we're going to set the Z index to 1. We're going to give it an 80% of width, and we're going to also give it an 80% of height. Let's make it rounded because this is going to be circular, so rounded dash full. And then we won't be needing top 0, but rather bottom is going to be 40. And then finally, instead of pink gradient, it's going to be white __ gradient. There we go. So this is a really strong one. And then finally, we can complete it with the last gradient, which is going to have a Z index of 0, W-50, H-50, and then right-20 to position it, also bottom-20, and then blue __ gradient. We don't need the pink right there. There we go. We're combining a couple of different gradients. And before we expand it to fully see it, let's just do one thing that's going to make a difference on mobile devices. Right now, you can notice that the get started is coming on the right side right here. But if we switch it to iPhone 12, the get started disappears because we want to show it below. That makes more sense from a design standpoint. So let's add that last div. And that's going to be below these divs with gradients. So we want to create a new div. That div is going to have a class name. It's going to be dynamic of SS hidden. So usually we want it hidden, but then it's going to be visible on mobile devices. So flex center. And there we want to render the same component we created before. That is the get started component. Now on mobile devices, we have this beautiful get started button below the robot arm. And then if we switch to desktop, let's expand it to see it in its full glory. And there we go. Now it looks like we definitely messed something up with the gradients. They are way too powerful. Looking at the design, they should be more subtle like this. And on our finished side, you can see that they're much more subtle. So what we can do is look into the changes and make sure that our gradients are as they should be. So we can scroll up. We have this div right there. And it seems to me we just missed adding the styles to this div. So let's add a class name. Let's make it dynamic. And let's say flex-1. Let's add it a flex so they appear in a row. Let's add the styles.flex center. And also we can give it on medium devices, margin Y 0,
usually margin white 10, and it's going to have a position of relative. Now, these gradients are going to appear only behind the robot arm, and this is looking much better. Great. This hero section is looking like it belongs to a really modern and clean web application. We have this nice get started button, and if you want an extra challenge, you can kind of animate this button a bit and do something once the user hovers over it. But even without that, this is a beautiful hero section. The next section on our list is going to be this line right here, where we have different aspects of our website, or should I say our company. We have 3,800 active users, 2,300 plus trusted by company, and 230 million in transactions. Let's do that first, and then we're moving to these kind of repetitive sections that I'm going to show you how to make incredibly reusable. Great. So let's move to this line first. We can do that by collapsing our browser. We can close our hero and go back to the app. And then just by following the structure, we're moving to the stats. The stats are that line that covers all of the important stats. To start creating our stats, we can first import the stats array coming from /constants. And we can also import the styles coming from /style. Now, if you're wondering what these stats are, we can simply control click them, and you'll be able to see that it is an array with 3 different objects, and each object has a title and a value. If we compare this with the design, you can see that every object represents one key and value pair, the number alongside a description explaining what that number does. So I simply took those values and explanations, put them inside of an array, and now we're going to map through them. So we can first remove this return statement, as we'll be returning our JSX immediately. So this is going to provide us with a cleaner look. And now inside of the stats, we're going to turn this div into a section, and we're going to give it a class name. That class name is going to be dynamic, so styles.flexCenter. We can also give it a flex-row, flex-wrap. On small devices, margin bottom 20, usually margin bottom 6. There we go. So now you're not going to see any change just yet, but now let's actually map over those stats. So that's going to be stats.map. We get each individual stat, and then we want to instantly return something for each stat. That something is going to be a div, and that div is going to have a key equal to stat.id, and it's going to have a class name. The class name we can do later, because the most important thing is that we can actually see the data. So first, we're going to have an h4 element right there, and that h4 is going to render the stat.value. That is going to be the number right here. And then we of course need the stat.title as well. So below the h4, we can render the p tag that's going to render the stat.title. And again, these are just coming from this stats array. Now that we have those, they are indeed here, but we cannot really see them. So let's apply some styles. Most of the styles are going to be quite similar, but they'll be different in sizes. First, we can add the styles for the h4. So let's say class name is equal to font-poppins, font-semi-bold. On extra small devices, text-40 pixels. Usually text-30 pixels. On extra small, we can set the leading to be 53 pixels, like this. And then usually the leading can be set to something like 43 pixels. And text-white. So now you can see these numbers right there. But of course, we have to style the p tags as well. So let's copy all of the class names from the h4 and let's add them to the p tag. But we're going to modify just a couple of things. Instead of font semi-bold, it's going to be font normal. Instead of 40 pixels, it's going to be 20 for the extra small text. Usually, it's going to be 15. When it comes to leading, it's going to be 26 right here for the extra small. And then usually, it's going to be 21. And instead of text white, we're going to say text-gradient.
It's going to be uppercase, and it's going to have a margin left of 3. Now, if we save that, you can see this is already looking much better, almost as it does on the design. But of course, we have to style the div, so we can go back to our div. And now that we can actually see our elements, we can give it a class name of, that's going to be dynamic. Let's do flex-1. That's immediately going to show them one by one. We can also give it a flex property, justify-start, items-center, flex-row, and then margin-3 or M-3. And as you can see, this really made our homepage pop. Now we have the entire first view. Once the user comes on the screen, they can see this beautiful image alongside the Get Started button, and they can see all the stats immediately above the fold once they first join. So this is looking great. And believe it or not, with that, we're completely done with our stats. We can go back to the app and focus on the business part next. If we look at the design, the business part is going to be this subsection right here. It's going to have some text on the left side, and then it's going to have some cards on the right side. So let's focus on developing that right away. To start coding out our business section, we are going to import a couple of things. So let's start by importing the features coming from, that's going to be /constants. We can also import the styles, but also comma layout. And that's going to be coming from /style. And we can also import the button component, which is coming from, that's going to be simply /button. Now let's explore what we're importing here. We can control click into features, and you can see the features are similar to our stats. It's going to be an array of different cards. So we have feature 1, which is going to be rewards, and in there we have an icon, we have a title, and content. You always need to visualize how something on the screen is going to look like. What properties is it going to have? We can clearly see that in here we have a title, we have content, and we have an icon, and then everything else is the same. In React, you have to think in terms of reusability, how you can reuse specific components. Now let's go back to business, no pun intended there, and we can explore what this layout is. So if we control click the layout, you can see the layout is simply containing some other styles for the section, section reverse, section info, and so on. And if we look at the layout right here, you can notice that it's simply some additional class names. Instead of writing flex, md flex row, flex column, styles padding y, we can simply say section and save us a lot of time. So let's go back and let's start implementing our business. First, we can turn this into a section, and we're going to give an ID to that section. That's going to be features. Let's also give it a class name equal to layout.section. There we go. Now inside of that section, we're going to have a div, and that div is going to have a class name equal to layout.section info. You can see how much simpler this is. We don't have to write a lot of class since we prepared all of our class names right here. And then we can also do an h2. Keep in mind, right now we're creating this part right here. And that h2 is going to say exactly as it does right here. So we can copy the entire text, and we can add a break tag before wheel, as you can see right here. So let's say break tag. And to that break tag, we can apply a class name equal to, on small devices, block, which means show it, usually hide it, because we only want to do this on smaller devices. Now, what we can do is save this and go back, and you can notice that we cannot see anything. That's because we haven't provided the h2 classes. So right here, let's say class name is equal to styles.heading2. And there we go. We immediately provide those styles. Now let's do the p tag as well. So just below, we can have a p tag. And from the design, we can copy what this text right here says. It looks like it is written in a different font, which I don't have right here. So it's not allowing me to copy. So I'm simply going to change it to some that potentially all of us have. So if I replace it right here, this should be good. And now we can copy it. There we go. And we can change the class name to class name is equal to, it's going to be dynamic, styles.paragraph, and let's save that. If we go back, you can notice that this text expands quite a bit right here. Usually for something to be readable, it needs to show in blocks like these. The text must not have a lot of width. So what we can do is we can apply a new class name, max-w-470 pixels. If we save this, this is going to be much more readable now. And let's also divide it from the text by giving it a margin top of 5. There we go. You do the business, we'll handle the money, as they say. Yes, this website is really nicely done. It has some nice text elements, some nice stats, nice images. This is how you should be creating your websites for clients. And while we're on the topic of landing clients and landing job opportunities, our next cohort of the JSM Masterclass experience is starting really soon. So if you go to jsmastery.pro, click on the Masterclass experience, you can read more about it, but essentially we're going to help you to land your next job in 3 to 6 months' time. So if that's something you're interested in, definitely check it out. But with that said, let's go back to this beautiful bank application. Now we have to add a button right here, and then after the button, we're going to show these cards on the right side, and I'm going to show you how to make them completely reusable. But let's take it step by step. Below this P tag, we can render a self-closing button tag. That button for now is going to be just an empty button component. Let's provide a prop to it called styles, and let's give it a style of empty 10, margin top 10, because we want to divide it a bit from this element right there. Now we can control click into it, and we can create a new generic button component. So again, we're making this as reusable as possible. To this button, we've passed a prop called styles, so we can get that immediately. And right here, we can simply render a button component. That button is going to have a type is equal to button, as buttons usually do. We can give it a class name, which is going to be dynamic, padding Y4, padding X6, and we can also immediately give it a BG-blue-gradient. Now, if we save this, there we go. We have an empty button. We can add a text in between, get started. There we go, already looking more like a button. Let's also give it a font-poppins. Let's give it a font-medium. Let's also give it a text-18 pixels to really make it pop. Let's give it a text-primary, outline-none, and we can also render all the styles coming from our props. There we go. So now we have our button done as well. Let's get back to business, and we can create the next part of our business section, which is going to be the feature cards. So first of all, let's create a new div, and that div is going to have a class name equal to, that's going to be a dynamic string of layout.section.img and also flex-column, because we want to show these in a column. Inside of here, we can map through our features. So we can say features.map, we get one individual feature, and we can also get the index of each card. There we go. So now what do we want to render for each card? Well, let's make our life easier and let's create a reusable feature card component. Since this feature card will only be used inside of this file, let's simply create it above, right here, above our business component. So we can say const feature card is equal to a regular arrow function component with an instant return. Inside of there, we can render a div. And for now, let's simply try to pass all of the props. So which props will we need? Well, let's simply provide a key first of all, since we're mapping over it, which is going to be equal to feature.id. And then let's spread all of the feature properties like this. That way, it's going to contain all of the features that are inside of our feature object. And we can also give it an index is equal to index. Great. Now, if we look into our feature, we can know that we have an icon, title, content, and the ID. So let's destructure those from props. That's going to be icon, title, content, and the index. There we go. Let's immediately try showing the icon, just so we know that something works. So we're going to have a div inside of this div, and there we can render a self-closing image tag that's going to have the source equal to icon. Alt can say something like icon as well. And if we save this, you can see 3 different icons, which means that we created a reusable component that we're now mapping over. And for now, it's showing just different icons. But soon enough, we're going to add a text as well. Let's also give a class name to these icons. So that's going to be W dash. Let's do 50%. H dash, also 50%. And let's also give it object dash contain. There we go. Now let's style everything else as well. First of all, we have to add class names to our card div. Remember, we're creating this part right there. Now, what we can do is we can give it a class name. It's going to be dynamic, so like this, flex, flex-row, padding -6, rounded -20 pixels. You can see it is just a bit rounded around the corners. Now, we also want to give it some margin bottom to divide this card from this one and this one from this one. But if it is the last card, then we don't want to provide it a margin bottom. So what we can do is say index is not equal to features.length -1. So if it is not the last one, then give it a margin bottom of 6. Usually give it a margin bottom of, that's going to be 0, margin bottom 0. There we go. And we, of course, have to close it right there. Let's see. Yep, I shouldn't have closed it there. I should have closed it right here. There we go. Let's just properly close this and we should be good to go. That's good. And let's provide it one last class name, which is going to be feature-card. Now, if we go back, you can see that if we hover over it, it seems like a card. It is like a box that has an icon in there. But let's style it just a bit more. This div containing the icon is going to have the class name equal to, and let's make it dynamic. That's going to be W-64 pixels, like this. It's also going to have an H-64 pixels. If we save this, okay, now we can see those icons. Also rounded -full. Let's also give it a styles.flex center and bg-dim blue. There we go. So now we have a circle around the icon and we have something that looks more like different cards. But of course, once we add a title and the text, it's going to look more like this. So let's add that immediately. Below this div that contains the image, we're going to create another div. This div is going to have a class name equal to flex-1, flex, flex-col, and margin left 3. Inside of there, we want to render an H4, and inside of there, we want to render the title. We want to repeat this process for the P tag as well, and there we want to render the content. And as always, it's not going to be visible immediately, but if we hover, we can see that something is there. So let's apply class names to our H4. That's going to be font-poppins, font-semi-bold, text-white, text-18 pixels, leading-23. And let me save it before adding leading so you can see what that does. There. So now leading dash, let's do 23 pixels. It just adds a bit more space. And then finally margin bottom 1. There we go. And now let's copy that same class name. Let's add it to our P tag. And let's change just a few things. That's going to be changing the font from semi-bold to normal. We can also change the text color to dim white, like this. And change the text size to 16 pixels. Leading can be something like 24. And there we go. Now we have these cards looking exactly as they do on the design. And believe it or not, with that, we're done with the business section. So now if we expand this, take a look at this. We have a beautiful hero section, and then we have a phenomenal feature section. So we have a list of features and benefits that this platform provides. Every single website should have this. Great. And another call to action right there. The next section on our list is going to be this one, which is quite similar. We have the text and then the text below, two different buttons, and then the images this time are on the left side, opposed to having the cards on the right side. Just to break that same structure, you can see we have left, right, right, left, and then left, right one more time. Perfect. So let's dive into our next section. Let's go back right here, expand our Visual Studio Code. And if we go back to our app, you can see that the billing is going to be the next section. And that is exactly this part right here, billing. There we go. So let's implement the billing next. Of course, we're going to start with the images since they are on the left side. To start with the billing, we're of course going to import a couple of assets, and those are going to be Apple, Bill, and Google. And these are coming from /assets. We're also going to get our styles as well as the layout coming from /style. Now immediately in there, we can instantly return our JSX. So let's simply structure this properly. And now we can turn this div into a section. This section is going to have an ID because we can scroll to it, and let's call it product. And let's give it a class name is equal to, that's going to be layout.section reverse. So this is the part where I told you we're making something dynamic. We have a section reverse. If we look into it, it's the same thing, but we reverse the column. So that means that we're showing things from left to right, or on mobile, that means that we're showing the text first. That is the key part right there. I'm going to show you what I mean really quickly once we develop this section. And let's go back now, and let's add something inside of that section. That's going to be a div, and that div is going to have a class name of equal to layout.section image reverse. Inside of there, we want to render our image. So this image is going to be a self-closing image tag with a source of bill. Alt is going to be billing, and we can give it a class name equal to, let's do something like W-100%, H- that's going to be 100%, and let's do relative, as well as a Z index of 5. Now, if we close this and save it, if we scroll down, you can see we have our beautiful image right here. But there is something you might have not noticed. If we look at the design again, there is this slight little grayish gradient happening right here. So let's add that gradient as well. It really makes the image pop, and it makes it appear like these 3D elements are flowing on top of the screen. Right now, it is just an image on the black background. So to add those gradients, we can add two self-closing divs, just like this. Let's give the first one a class name equal to absolute Z-3 minus left and then dash 1/2, like this. Also top 0 to appear on the top, W-50%, H-50%, like this, and then rounded dash full, and also white __ gradient. Now, if we save this, we already can see it appear just slightly, but it is there. Now we can copy this entire div, paste it below, and change just a couple of things. We can add a Z index of 0 right here. We can keep this left. Instead of top, let's add a bottom of 0. W and height can remain the same. Rounded full, but instead of white gradient, it's going to be pink gradient. So let's change this white into pink. There we go. So now they really nicely kind of show together, and this is looking great. Now let's expand it to take a look. And of course, the image is way too big. So we're going to solve this really soon. Let's collapse it. And let's add our actual text, which should appear on the right side. It's going to be fairly easy. We've already created headings like these and content element like this one. So let's create a new div below this one. That div is going to have a class name equal to layout.section.info, and we're going to have an h2. That h2 is going to say this, easily control your billing. You can copy that. And we of course have to add that break tag before billing. So let's say br class name is equal to on small block, usually hidden like this. And of course we have to give it a class name to be able to see it. So let's say class name is equal to styles.heading2. And there we go. Here it is. And below that, we can add a p tag. That p tag is going to render this text right there. And what we can do is go back. We can also give it a class name. So that's going to be a class name of template string styles.paragraph, also max-w-470 pixels, and also margin top 5. And there we go. Now, when using these layouts, as I mentioned before, on the column structure, when we are on tablet or mobile devices, as you can see, the text is still showing on top of this image, exactly as we wanted that. And that's because we use the section reverse. If we go into it and check it out, you can see that we have this flex column reverse. So what that does is usually have it in a row like this. Show this on the left side, show this on the right side. But on mobile devices, when we go into a column, you can see right here, the text shows on top and then the image that explains it. That's exactly how it should be. Great. So that's just another small tip. On mobile devices, you're going to often find yourself using a column reverse. Great. With that said, we're just missing those two buttons. So let's add them right away. Going back to our billing, we can go below this p tag, but still inside of this div. We can create another div. That div is going to have a class name equal to flex, flex-row, flex-wrap. On small devices, margin top 10, usually margin top 6. And there we can render a image for now. Of course, you can make that image clickable. Let's give it a source equal to Apple. Alt is going to be Google_Play. And a class name can be something like W-128 pixels. And again, this is simply being copied from right here. If you click inspect, you should be able to see the exact width and height. Perfect. Now going back, we can also give it a height of 42 pixels. There we go. And we can also give it an object dash contain, margin right 5, and then cursor dash pointer. If we save this, you can see our button right here. This is the Apple button. So instead of Google Play, let's say Apple Store. Great. And now we can duplicate this image, change this to Google, remove this margin right because this is the second element, and we can show the Google. And with that, believe it or not, we created our billing section and it is looking great. Now this actually seems like a real website, so we can scroll through it. We have the features section and we have the billing section as well. Essentially, this is a call to action section where people can download their app on Google Play or App Store. Perfect. This is looking great. The next section on our list is going to be this one, which again is, as you can see, quite similar to the first one. We have some text on the left, we have a button, and we have these cards right here. So let's get started with that right away by collapsing our browser view and then going back to the app and going into the card deal. To start coding our card deal section, which is this one right here, we can again import a few things. We can import the card coming from /assets. We can also import the styles. That's going to be a default import, as well as the layout coming from /style. And we can import the button component coming from /button. Now we have everything we need. Let's turn this into an immediate return statement. And let's turn this div into a section. Now, this section is going to have a class name equal to layout.section. It's also going to have a div that's going to have a class name equal to layout.sectionInfo. And it's also going to have an h2 there. That h2 is going to render this piece of text, which we can copy. Don't forget, we have to add that break tag. So that's going to be after deal. Let's add a break tag. It's going to have a class name equal to on small devices block, and then usually hidden like this. Now, what we can do is also render the p tag below it. That p tag is going to render this text, and we can give some styles to the h2. That's going to be class name is equal to styles.heading2. If we go back, we can already see it. And we can also give some class names to our p tag. So that's going to be equal to a dynamic template string of styles.paragraph. We can also give it a max-w-480 pixels, as we have done already so far. And we can give it also a margin top 5. There we go. And now we already have a button component created, remember from before, so we can simply call it and provide a styles is equal to margin top 10. But in this case, it seems huge, and that's because it should have been just below the p tag, still inside of this div element. So now if we save this, it's looking better. Now, it seems to me that this button right here has just a slight border radius, which we can simply check by looking at the inspect tab right here. And it does have a border radius of 10 pixels. So if we go to this button, we can check, do we have that border radius right there? Nope, it's not there. So you can either do a border radius, or Tailwind has a built-in rounded property. So we can say rounded dash 10 pixels. If we now go back and save it, there we go. This is more like it. Perfect. And now we have to add that image on the right side, which is going to be for the card. What we can do is go back to the card deal, and we can create a new div just below this one. This div is going to have a class name is equal to layout.sectionIMG. There we can render an IMG tag with a source is equal to card, and alt is going to be something like card, and class name is going to be something like w-100%, as well as h-100%. I think you can start noticing the pattern. Now, if we go back, we have our beautiful image right there. And if we want to look at this in its full glory, let's expand it. This is a beautiful website. In this case, we don't need to have a gradient because we have this circular image behind our elements. So that makes them pop, just to provide some diversity. But this is looking phenomenal, if I may say so myself. Now we're going to move to the next section, which is going to be a bit different. It's going to be a testimonial section. So in this case, we're going to have a heading here, content element here, and then some cards. As you can see, we're going to reuse some similar things as we have with these cards right there. So in React, always try to reuse different elements. And notice that there aren't a lot of different colors and fonts and text sizes. It's always the same. Same headings, same content elements, and then similar colors for the buttons and other accents. You always have to stay consistent with your design. So with that said, let's go back. Let's close our card deal, and let's open our testimonial section, because that is going to be our next job. To start implementing the testimonials, we can of course start with a few imports. We can import the feedback coming from /constants. We can also import the styles coming from /styles. And we can also import a feedback card component coming from /feedback card. This is going to be a component that we are yet to create. And again, I misspelled the styles. It's going to be coming from /style right here. Now, before we start creating the layout, let's look what this feedback is. Again, it is a simple array with a couple of objects, in this case, just 3, that have name, title, and then the image. That is it. So let's use it right here in our JSX. We can turn this into an instant return. That way we have one less level of indentation, so it's easier to look at it. And we can turn this into a section. We can give that section an ID equal to clients, and we can give it a class name equal to styles.padding y, styles.flex center, flex-col, and relative. Now, inside of there, we want to have one div, which is going to be a gradient. But for now, we can leave that empty, as we'll be able to add that gradient later on. Now, going further, we can kind of add a comment and say to do for this thing right here. Below this div that is a gradient, we can render another div. This div is going to be used to contain this title in this context right here. So what we can do is we can give it a class name equal to w-full flex justify between items-center, on medium devices flex-row, usually flex-column, on small devices margin bottom 16, usually margin bottom 6, relative, and z-index of 1. That way it goes over the gradient. Now let's add something in there. We'll have to take this title. So let's add an h1. We can paste the text. We can add a break tag again after the R word. So we can write here, add a break tag with a class name equal to, on small devices, that's going to be block. Usually it's going to be hidden. And we can also apply a class name to this h1. That's going to be class name is equal to styles.heading2. Perfect. Now if we go back, we can already see that. And below that h1, we can create a div. That div is going to have a class name equal to w-full. On medium devices, margin top 0, and usually margin top 6. Inside of there, we can render our p tag. That p tag is going to say this text right here, which we can copy and paste. And now we can give it some class names. So class name is equal to, that's going to be a dynamic string of styles.paragraph, text-left, max-w-450 pixels. And there we go. We can see it right here. Now, of course, below that, we want to map over all of our feedback cards. So let's create this card next. We can do that below this div and also below this div. So let's create one div that's going to contain all the cards. It's going to have a class name equal to, that's going to be flex, flex-wrap. On small devices, justify-start, usually justify-center, w-full, feedback-container, relative, and also z-index of 1. There we go. Now, inside of there, we can actually map over our cards. So we can say feedback.map. We get each individual feedback item, or in this case, we can call it a card. Now, we want to instantly return something, and we're going to return that feedback card component. It is a self-closing component that's going to have a key equal to card.id, and there we can spread the properties of a card. And we already know what those are. So if we check the feedback, that's going to be content, name, title, and then the image. So now we can control click to go into that card, and we can immediately accept those props. So right here, we can get the content, the name, the title, and the image. We can instantly return something. There we go. And now let's create the look and feel of that card. That's going to be a div that's going to have a class name equal to flex, justify dash between, flex dash column, padding X is 10, padding Y is 12, rounded dash 20 pixels, max dash width of 370 pixels, on medium devices margin right 10, on small devices margin right 5, usually margin right 0, margin Y 5, and then feedback card. And I know there's a lot of styles, but if you go to the design and click on this card, you can see that we're going to get most of those properties right here, such as the border radius, colors, and so on. Great. So now going back, let's add the content inside of there. First of all, we need to add the image. That image is going to have a source, and we have to import that source. So we can say import quotes from ... assets. And now we can render the quotes image. There we go. We have 3 quotes. We can also give it an alt tag equal to double underscore quotes. And we can give it a class name equal to W dash 42 pixels, H dash, that's going to be something like 27 pixels, and object dash contain. Again, all of that is coming from Figma. Now, below that, we want to render a p tag that's going to render the content that we're passing through props. Right now, it's hard to see it, so let's add a class name equal to font-poppins, font-normal, text-18 pixels, leading-32 pixels, text-white, and margin Y of 10. And there we go. We have those 3 beautiful cards right there. Now, we also have to add something else, and that is going to be this image as well as the name and the title of that person. So below our p tag, we can add a div for that container. That div is going to have a class name equal to flex and flex-row because the image and the text is going to appear in a row. We first want to render the image. So we can say img, source, img, coming from props. Alt is going to be the name of that person. And then the class name can be W-48 pixels, H-48 pixels, and rounded-full to make it into a circle. Now, if we go back, we have those beautiful images right there. Now, let's create a div to contain the name and the title right below the image. That div is going to have a class name equal to flex, flex-column, and margin left 4. The column is for these text elements to appear one below another, and margin left is to divide it from this image. Now we can have an H4 in there, and H4 is going to render the name, and right below we can render the title. But this is going to be in a p tag. When it comes to the class names, we can copy the class names from the initial p tag, paste them onto the H4, and it's going to be font poppins. It's going to be semi-bold this time. Text is going to be 20 pixels. Leading is going to be 32. Text-white, and we don't need the margin Y. So if we go back, you can see that's looking good. Now we just have to copy the same class names to the p tag. It will be font poppins, font normal. Text is going to be 16 though. Leading is going to be 24. Text is going to be dim white, and that is going to be it. We don't need the margin. And there we go. Now, if we go back from the feedback card, we're properly mapping over it. And finally, we're just missing this gradient inside of our testimonials. So before we check it out in its full glory, let's implement that gradient. That's going to be class name is equal to absolute, so we can position it properly. Z index of 0, so it appears behind the content. W-60% for width. h-60% for height, minus right-50%, and then rounded-full to make it a circle, and then blue __ gradient. And there we go. You can see that circle right here on the right side. Now, if we expand this, you can see how it wraps. So now we can see 2 here and then 1 there. And we can expand it, and we have exactly what we wanted to achieve. Look at this, compare it with this, and we can kind of hover to highlight one of the testimonials. This is looking great. Also notice how these gradients nicely transition from the top, then they move right here. You can see them on the left side, and they keep moving now to the right side there. Everything is looking perfect. Now, the next section on our list are going to be these companies right here: Airbnb, Binance, Coinbase, and Dropbox. These are the companies that this company has worked with. So let's collapse this. Let's scroll down, and let's close our testimonials, and let's move to our clients. These clients are going to be incredibly simple. We simply have to map over the images, so let's do it right away. We can import the clients coming from /constants, and we can also import the styles coming from /style. This is going to be a section of its own, and we also can instantly return this right here. Now, this section is going to have a class name. It's going to be dynamic of styles.flexCenter, and also margin Y 4 to divide it from the top part and bottom part as well. Then we want to have a div. This div is going to have a class name equal to, that's going to be styles.flexCenter as well, and flex-wrap and w-full. Inside of there, we want to map over our clients. And just to show you what clients are, it's going to be just a list of 4 different logos. So we can say clients.map. We get one individual client, and we instantly want to return a div. That div is going to have a key equal to client.id. Let's fix that. And inside of there, we want to render an image. So an image is going to have a source equal to client.logo. It's going to have an alt tag equal to client, and it's going to have a class name equal to, on small devices, width is 192 pixels. Usually the width is 100 pixels, and it's going to be object-contain. Now, if we save this and scroll down, you can see all of the images right here, but they're kind of on top of each other. So let's add some class names to this div as well. That's going to be class name, dynamic of flex-1. There we go. We can also give it a styles.flexCenter. Let's give it on small devices, min-w-192 pixels, and usually min-w-120 pixels. There we go. So now they nicely show, they wrap, and if we expand this, this is looking beautiful. Again, an extra task for you if you want to play with it a bit. Make it so that the color of the logo kind of glows up or goes to pure white once you hover over it. That would be a little task for you to play with. Great. So now we are done with the client section, and we are ready to move to final stages of our website. We have a final call to action. If people haven't clicked on Get Started Now a couple of times now, maybe they will once we are done with the page. So let's implement this part, and then we're going to move to the footer. So to do that, we can collapse this browser right here, and we can close our clients and open up our CTA. Let's start with our call to action section by first importing the styles coming from /style. And we can also import the button coming from, that's going to be /button. That is the same button we have created before. Now let's turn this into an immediate return like this. There we go. And we can turn this div into a section. Now, inside of that section, we're going to have one more div. And then inside of that div, we're going to have an h2. That h2 is going to say, let's try our service now. And then below that h2, we're going to have a p tag. And that p tag is going to say whatever it says right here on the design. Let's copy that as well. And finally, below the div containing the h2 and the p tag, we can have one more div. And then that div is going to contain the self-closing button component. So now if we go back, you might think that we're going to have something, and we just have the button. So we cannot see the text elements yet, and that is because we haven't provided the class names. So let's add a class name to our section. That's going to be equal to a dynamic template string of styles.flexCenter, another one of styles.marginY, and another one that's going to be styles.padding. I felt like DJ Khaled by saying another one. So let's go further. We have 3 of these classes, and now we can proceed with, on small devices, flex row, usually flex column, bg-black-gradient-2, and then rounded -20 pixels, and finally box shadow. So now if we save this, we're going to get this beautiful rectangle, which has this nice grayish color with the button and the text. But now let's apply some styling to this div inside of it. We can give it a class name equal to flex-1, also flex, and flex-col. Now we can style this h2 by giving it a class name equal to styles.heading2. There we go, that's much better. And we can style the p tag by giving it a class name equal to styles.paragraph, and also max-w-470 pixels and margin top 5. There we go. We can also style the button just a bit, so let's give it a class name equal to styles.flexCenter. On small devices, margin left is going to be 10. Usually, margin left is going to be 0. On small devices, margin top is going to be 0. And usually, margin top is going to be 10. Now, if we save this, you can see that we have some margin left there. And if we expand this, you can notice it nicely scales. And we get to our full desktop view. Let's try our service now. So this is looking great. The last thing on our list is to implement this great looking footer. So to start with that, we can collapse this. We can go back to our app, jump into our footer, and let's dive right in. Let's start by importing the styles coming from /style. Let's import the logo coming from /assets. And let's import the footer links as well as the social media coming from /constants. Let me quickly show you what the footer links look like. So if we go here, you can notice that it is actually an array that has this big object that has the useful links. And then useful links contain multiple links, such as content, how it works, create, and so on. And then we also have the community links. So if we look into the design, you'll see that we actually have a series of couple of different links. Useful links, community, partner, and that's going to be it. So based on that, we created this nice structure where we have the title and then the actual array of links. So with that said, we can go back and now we can start creating that footer. Let's turn this into an immediate return arrow function. There we go. And now let's turn this into a section. Inside of this footer, we're going to have a div. But before we add anything to that div, let's form the styles of our section. So let's go back here and let's give it a class name equal to, that's going to be styles.flexCenter and styles.paddingY. We can also give it a flex-col. This div is also going to have a class name equal to, that's going to be styles.flexStart. On medium devices, flex-row, usually flex-colon, margin bottom 8, so that's going to be MB8, and then W-full. Great. With that, now let's check it out. We can only see some dark space there, but now let's add an inner div that is going to contain our image. So let's create a div. That div is going to have the image inside of it. So let's create a self-closing image tag. It's going to have a source equal to logo. If we save this, we can see a huge logo right here. Let's add an alt tag equal to whobank. And let's add a class name equal to W-266 pixels and H- that's going to be 72 pixels. Let's also add the object contain. There we go. So this is already looking much better. But of course, we have to add the class names to this div as well. So let's say class name is equal to flex-1, flex-column, justify-start, and margin right 10. There we go. And now below this image, we can add a p tag. That p tag is going to say something like a new way to make the payments easy, reliable, and secure. We can give that p tag our usual class name. That's going to be equal to styles.paragraph and margin top 4. And let's also do max-w-310 pixels. There we go. So this is already looking much better. Now below this div, so we can exit this div right there, we can create a new div for the links. So let's give it a class name. That's going to be a class name equal to flex-1.5 W-full, flex-row, justify between, flex-wrap, on medium devices, margin top 0, and then usually margin top 10. Now, of course, we have to map over those footer links. So let's say footer links dot map. We get one individual footer link. So let's say footer link, and we want to instantly return something. And that something is going to be yet another div. That div has to have a key because we're mapping over it. So it's going to be footer links, or rather footer link dot key. It's going to have a class name equal to flex-col, ss my-0, usually my4, minimum dash width dash 150 pixels, like so. Now we still cannot see anything, but now we're going to finally map over our list items. So first we're going to have an h4, and this h4 is going to render the footer link dot title. Remember, each series of links is going to have its own title. So let's start with the first one. And then while we're doing that, we can immediately render the UL, an unordered list. Inside of that unordered list, we're going to loop over, once again, footer link dot links dot map. And there we're going to get that individual link. We can also pull the index from here. Now for each link, we want to render an li tag. That li is going to have a key is equal to link.name, and we can also give it a class name right here. That's going to be, let's do font-poppins, font-normal, text-16 pixels. Let's also add a leading of 24 pixels, text-dim white, and on hover, we want to give it a text-secondary. Finally, cursor-pointer. Now, if we save this, we cannot see anything yet because we're not rendering any text. But now if we add a link.name here, you can see all the links. Let's also add a class name for the h4 so we can see the titles as well. So that's going to be class name is equal to font-poppins, font-medium, text dash 18 pixels. Leading is going to be set to 27 pixels. And text dash white. And there we go. This is looking beautiful. You can see for our secondary color, we used the colors from the logo. So that is matching as well. And currently the logo seems just a bit too big, but it seems that it is that way on the design. We're going to see later on once we expand it. And we also have to add some margin between the links. So what we have to do is we only want to add the margin on all the links that are not the last in the column. So what we can do is say if index is not equal to footer.links.length -1. So that's going to give us the last one. So if they're not the last one, in that case, we want to render the margin bottom of 4, and then usually we can render the margin bottom of 0 because we don't want to add a margin bottom to the last link. And it looks like I misspelled something. This here was supposed to be footer link.links. So now if we scroll down, you can see that now they have some margin. And it seems to me we're also missing some margin on this H4, rather on the UL. So let's give this a class name equal to list-none, as well as margin top of 4 to divide it just a bit. Now the spacing feels natural, and this is looking much better. The last part of our footer is the bottom part. We have this line right here, we have the copyright, and then we have the social media icons. So let's implement that part. For that, we'll have to exit one div and then the second div as well. And then we'll have to create one final div. This div is going to have a p tag inside of there. So let's first add that p tag. That's going to be this copyright text that we can see right there. So we can copy it from the design. And while we're here, we can also copy the class names for that. We can copy them from the H4 because they're more or less the same. So let's copy this and then paste it here. Now, if we go back, we can see that all rights reserved, but it's going to be just a bit different. So we have font pop-ins. Font is going to be set to normal here. And we want to add the text dash center. Everything else is going to be the same. Finally, we can add a div below the p tag that's going to serve as a container for our social media icons. So we can give it a class name equal to flex-row. On medium devices, margin top 0, and then usually margin top 6. Inside of there, we can map over our social media icons by saying social media.map. We're going to get one social, and then we're going to get the index as well. Now we want to close this properly. And then for each social media, we want to return an image. We can give a key to each one of these images, which is going to be social.id. We want to give it a source, which is going to be social.icon. We can also give it an alt tag, which is going to be social.id as well. And finally, let's give it a class name. But before we do that, let's save it like this to see them. There we go. And now we can style them. So let's add a dynamic string. They're going to have a W of 21 pixels. That's the width. The height is also going to be set to 21 pixels, like this. Object is going to be set to contain, rather object-contain. Cursor is going to be set to pointer. And then the same thing that we've done with margins before, we want to check if the index is not equal to social media.length -1. If it is not, then we want to apply a margin right of 6. And then usually we want to apply a margin right of 0. So let's add it right there. There we go. The only thing left to do is to put these in a row, the text right here and the icons. So let's do that by styling this outer div right there. We can give it a class name equal to w-full. We can also give it a flex, justify dash between, items dash center. On medium devices, flex dash row, usually flex dash call. Padding top is going to be set to 6. Border dash T for top, is going to be 1 pixel. Border dash T dash, and then we want to apply a color. So let's do something like 3F3E45. Again, this can be copied from the design. That is that grayish color right there. And now we have our footer. Let's expand it to see it in its full glory. There we go. WhoBank footer right here. If we compare it with the finished site and scroll down, you can see that it is exactly the same, but this color right here seems to be just a bit different. So let's see if the color has been applied in the right way. Let's collapse this just a bit. So that's going to be border dash T and then dash. Let's check it properly. 3F3E45. That should be it. There we go. So now it's a bit more subtle. And with that said, we can close the footer. Believe it or not, we have come to the end of the process of building this phenomenal application together. Let's collapse it and let's see it in its full glory. There we go. Let's scroll through it quickly. Imagine you're building this company for a client. It's a banking client, big corporation, WhoBank, the next generation payment method. 3,800 active users, a lot of trusted companies. They have rewards, they're secured, they have balance transfer, they have some kind of billing and invoicing. We can see the descriptions right there. We can download it on App Store and Google Play. We can get started by using their methods immediately. They have some great testimonials right here by Herman, Steve, and Ken. They have been used by companies like Airbnb and Binance, and we immediately can try their business out or check more information using this footer right here. Everything is looking great. And of course, really important thing to mention is that the mobile version is looking great as well. If we quickly scroll through it, you can notice that everything is fully mobile responsive. So as I keep scrolling, it just feels so natural. Great. With that said, amazing job on building this application. Now I'm going to teach you how to deploy it. To deploy our website, we'll have to create an optimized production build. So let's close all of our files, collapse all of our folders, and let's go to View and then Terminal. We can clear it, and then you can cd into the bank modern app, or however you code your folder, and you can run npm run build. This is going to create an optimized production build. And in just a couple of seconds, you can see that all of our assets are right here alongside the index.html. And all of those files have been put inside of a dist folder. So let's right-click dist and then click Reveal in File Explorer or Open in Finder if you're on Mac. Once you do that, you'll be able to see all of your files right there. But of course now we have to actually deploy them. So with that in mind, we are back on our Hostinger's dashboard. Now in here, you'll be able to find your premium shared hosting. And you'll also find a button to set up a domain if you haven't already. So let's go ahead and click Manage. That's going to open up our hosting account. And then you can search for Files. We can click on the File Manager. If we now go into the public_HTML folder, you'll see that there is just one default.php file there, which we can delete. So let's just press the Remove button and remove it. This is where our dist folder will go. So we can bring back our Bank Modern app and go inside of the dist folder. The only thing you have to do is select all the files and then drag and drop them right here. This is going to upload all of the files and they're going to be up and running in a second. And that's about it. Now we can go back to our hosting panel and we can click our main domain. And in just a couple of seconds, our website is now live on the domain name we chose. And I'm not sure if you've noticed, but it loaded incredibly quick. Now we can admire it in its full glory and you can share it with everybody else. You can put it in your portfolio, show it to your friends, or send it to your potential clients. And as you can see by this lock right there, SSL certificate has been automatically included. So we didn't even have to do anything there. Again, the process is incredibly simple and I would recommend Hostinger to everybody.
for your portfolio website, for the websites for your clients, or just the projects you're playing with. As you just saw, the process of deploying your website with Hostinger is seamless. So I would recommend it to you not only for websites like these, for your potential clients, but also for your portfolio website. With that said, that's going to be it for this video. Phenomenal job on coming this far and building this great application out. Once again, if we want to check another website that is on Hostinger servers, that's going to be JSMastery.pro. This is another beautiful website I've created, but again, that's not the main point. The main point are these project-based courses that you can use to level up your development skills right away. You can go ahead and choose the Filmpire one if you want to polish your React skills, and then if you want to dive into the new and uncharted territory of Web3, the NFT Marketplace project is for you. And if you didn't see it at the beginning, there is also the free guides section. So you can get a lot of free guides entirely for free. You can use this as reference books, ebooks, or entire roadmaps. With that said, amazing job on coming to the end of this video. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Usually, the process of creating a premium custom portfolio would take you weeks, if not months, to complete. Thankfully, I'm going to teach you how you can do it in just one video. Let me show you the project that you'll build. It is a premium, beautifully designed, extremely optimized portfolio that you can use to showcase your projects and land that perfect developer job. We're going to create a website from the ground up, and on the way, I'll also teach you how you can get your own domain and deploy to the internet. This is a project for developers of all skill levels. We're going to use React, Next.js, style components, and I'll teach you all the best practices that come into play when building a premium website using the newest technologies. If you've never used Next.js, don't worry. The only prerequisite is the knowledge of JavaScript and a bit of React. Nowadays, your portfolio is your resume. People would rather see everything that you can do on this nicely displayed portfolio rather than read through a plain text in a resume. It's also your business card. You aren't going to print little papers and hand them out to people. You'll just send them this link. So why wouldn't this first impression be yours? You can take it and present yourself the way you want to. So with that out of the way, let's get started. If you ever get stuck during the video, make sure to check out the GitHub repository in the description. In here, you can find the finished code for the entire project. While you're here, make sure to leave a star. Not only that you can find the finished code here, this repository will be our starting point as well. I've created the starter files for our project so that we don't have to waste time on the setup and focus on things that matter. You can download the starter code by switching the branch from main to starter. Then click the code button, and finally click download zip. This is going to download the zipped project code. I've put my zipped folder right here on the desktop alongside my open empty Visual Studio Code window. If you prefer another code editor, that's completely fine, but in this case, we'll be using Visual Studio Code. To unzip this, simply double click it or extract it, and then simply pull the extracted folder right next to our zipped one. Finally, drag and drop the extracted folder into our Visual Studio Code. This is going to open our project, and the only thing we have to do to get started is go to View, Terminal, and then right inside of here, run npm i. This is going to install all the necessary dependencies. There aren't many though. If you visit the package.json, you should see that the only dependencies that we have are styled components, styled normalize, and React icons. It might be a bit weird, but we are using styled components. I haven't done that in any of my other videos. Usually I style my React or Next.js applications a bit differently. But in React, there are so many ways to style your components, and not a single one of those ways is the best. That's why it's always good to know all the ways. If you get a job, you might need to know how to do style components for that specific project. So that's why it's always good to be exposed to a lot of different ways of doing something. With that said, our dependencies are installed and we can simply run npm run dev. This is going to start our Next.js application and we should be able to see the starter code on localhost 3000. If you did that, you should be able to see a dark screen with all of the most important sections that our portfolio is going to have. If you can see this, that means that your starter is working and that we are ready to start creating the portfolio to showcase all of your skills. We can go back to the code, close everything, and get things going. This project is using Next.js, but if you've never used Next.js before, don't worry. Next is simply React, and React is just JavaScript, so the only knowledge you have to have is the basics of JavaScript and the basics of React. Everything else will be taught in this video, and after all, Next.js is just a framework, an addition to React, so it's nothing more than simple and plain JSX code. Also, as I've mentioned before, we'll be using style components. To keep things as brief and as informational as possible, you won't be needing to write the styles yourself. I've created the starter code in the components, and each component already has its own styles. That way, you'll be able to simply write the JSX and the logic of our project. And then, if you want to change something, make it custom, make it your own, then you can enter the styles and change some of the things you'd like. With that said, let's close everything and let's start creating our project. Let's start from top to bottom. The first component on our list is a header component. As you can see, we are already importing a few things in here. First thing being the link coming from next link. Link is going to allow us to link to different pages or different sections in our own page. Then we have some icons coming from React Icons package, and finally we have some styled components. So styled components are simply components coming from our header styles, and you can see them right there. For example, the container is simply a div with these following styles. Nothing more, nothing less. Then we have, for example, the div1, which is another grid area. We also have a few more things, for example, navlink. Navlink is nothing more than an anchor tag with the following styles. These are the components we'll be using. So if we go back, we now know that we have some specific already styled components that we can simply use in our JSX. Let me show you what I mean. Instead of this div with the text header inside of there, let's create a container component. Our container is going to have a div1 inside of it, and that div1 is going to have a link component. Our link is going to have the href pointing to nowhere, so just slash. And then inside of this link, we're going to put an anchor tag. So let's create it. It is going to have some inline styles just to keep things easy. And it's going to have a display equal to flex, as well as the align items equal to center. And it's also going to have a color equal to white. Great, so these are some of the inline styles we can write, but as you can see, it's just so much better to create a styled component. Now you can see the difference. Finally, we're gonna have one icon inside of this div, and that is going to be DI and CSS deck. And that is going to be a self-closing tag with the size property equal to 3rem. Finally, next to our icon, we're also gonna have a span, and that span is simply going to say portfolio. Let's save it and take a look in the browser. As you can see, we already have a nice icon and we have a portfolio text right there. Let's keep creating our navigation bar. Below the div1, I'm going to create another styled component, which is going to be div2. And then inside of there, we're going to have the li. First li is going to have a link, and that link is going to have the href equal to, and we're going to go to hash symbol and then projects. This is going to make it nicely scroll to the project section in our own page. Finally, inside of there, we're going to have a nav link component, and that nav link is simply going to say projects. Great. Now we can replicate this li 2 more times. The second thing is going to go to tech, and then in there we can say technologies. And then the last thing is simply going to say about, and we're going to point to the about section.
Let's save it and see how it looks in the browser. There we go. We have our portfolio and we have 3 different nav links that already look good. They are styled, they appear nicely in row here with a specific font, and when we add the sections, they're going to immediately scroll to those sections. See how easy it is creating something using styled components. Of course, if you want to play with the styles, change something, change fonts, you can do so really easily. You can create new styled components right here in this file, or you can change the existing styled components by changing the styles. You can also change some of the things that I've made to be modular. Inside of the themes default.js, you can change all the fonts and colors. This is dynamic, so that whenever you change something in here, of course, if you include the link to the Google Fonts, it's going to be reflected across the entire site so that you can make it completely modular. Continuing with our header, we're going to have a third div below our div 2, and that div is going to contain social icons. So we can create social icons, and that is going to be not a self-closing tag, but it is going to have an href, which is going to point to something like, let's say, GitHub. So in here, I'm going to say https://github.com. And then inside of there, we're going to put a GitHub icon. So we can say AI fill GitHub. This is going to be an icon, and we can give it the size equal to 3 rem. We're going to replicate this 2 more times. The second link is going to point to something like LinkedIn. So we can say linkedin.com. And then in here, we're going to have AI fill, and we can say LinkedIn. Finally, the third thing is going to point to our Instagram. So I'm simply going to change this to instagram.com. Of course, you can put your own links right there. And the last thing here is to rename this to Instagram. Now let's save it and let's take a look at our header in the browser. There we go. It already looks so good. We have this hover animation, also the hover animation when you hover over the social icons. This portfolio text seems a bit small. How can we modify that? This part is going to teach you how we can modify every single part in this application. First, we're going to see where that is being mentioned, and that is here. We can see that our span is just that, a span. It doesn't have any specific styling. So let's make this span into a styled component. I'm going to go to the header styles and open it side by side. Right below our container here, I'm going to create one more styled component. And we're going to follow the same structure. That's going to be export, const, and let's name it something like span. That is going to be equal to styled.span. And then you open a backtick, go to the second row and close a backtick. Inside of here, you can write all the styles for our span. In this case, I simply want to do font size is equal to, and of course you can use some of the already defined values, but in this case, let's simply use 2 rem. Finally, we have to import that component right in here. That is going to be span. And now we can use that style component right here with a capital S span instead of the lowercase s. Let's save it and take a look in the browser. It already looks so much better, but now I can see that our portfolio is not aligned with projects, technologies, and about. So let's just push this entire link about 20 pixels above. We can do that by simply adding some styles in here. Again, to show you the difference, how if you keep adding some styles right there to inline styles, it's just going to get really messy. Margin bottom, and that is going to be 20 pixels. Now that everything is properly aligned, we can start with the hero section, which is one of the best sections of this project because it has a nice header and an amazing SVG animation on the right side. Let's close our header. And let's start with our hero section. As you can see in the hero section, we're already importing some of the styled components from the global components. We have a section, section text, and a section title. And we also have some things from the, again, global components. And we have the left section coming from hero styles component, which is a styled component. So you might be wondering, the only thing we have in here is the left section. Where are these sections, section text, and section titles coming from? Well, these are styled components as well, but these are not hero-specific styled components.
these are some of the style components we want to use across our entire application. We always need sections, section texts, section titles, and buttons. That's why we've created the specific styles folder with global components. Inside of here, we have all of the style components that we're often going to use across all the files. With that said, let's start creating the JSX of our hero section. We can remove this div and let's create a section. Our section is going to accept two different props. It's going to be row and also no padding. Then inside of there, we're going to have a specific component called left section. Inside of that left section, we're going to have a section title. That section title is going to have the props of main and also center. Finally, we're going to say welcome to, then we can put a break tag right there, and we can say my personal portfolio. Of course, feel free to change this text to something like hello there, I am, or I'm doing development services, or anything like that. Make this completely your own and make it stand out. Now, below our section title, we're also going to have the section text. In our section text, you can simply put some text about what you're doing. In my case, I'm simply going to say, the purpose of JavaScript Mastery is to help aspiring and established developers to take their development skills to the next level and build awesome apps. That's the whole point. In your case, in here, write your value proposition. What would you be offering to your employers, or what projects can you help them build? Finally, below our section text, let's create a button. This is going to be a call to action style component button, and in there, we can simply say learn more. You could point this button to any specific section of this page, or you can point it directly to your email. In this case, let's add an on-click listener, and let's create a callback function and set the window.location to be equal to, well, let's do https google.com. Doesn't really matter. You can change this to anything you want. We won't be needing these props, so we can delete them. Now that our hero section is done, let's check it out in the browser. This looks extremely good already. We have a nice section title, section text, and we have a learn more button. When you click on it, it's going to point to Google or your email or anything you like. It's a call to action button. If somebody wants to hire you or check out more of your work, they can click this button. Now, before heading to the project section, the only thing you have to do is go to the pages and then index.js, and then in here, we need to uncomment this section grid as well as the BG animation. This is going to give us that nice SVG background animation. With that said, let's head to one of the most important parts of any portfolio, and that is the project section. Let's open up our projects folder and go to projects.js. This is the place where we're going to implement the JSX code for the entire project section. As you can see, we are importing some of the style components, and these are coming from project styles. So these are the specific projects style components. And we also have some of the global style components, section, section divider, and section title. Finally, we have something known as constants being imported as project. In a minute, before we start using this variable, I'm going to teach you how you can start using constants as well, and how that's going to separate the logic from the content. That's going to make your applications so much more readable, and it's going to decrease the number of lines that your React components have, for the better. With that said, let's start creating the section. This is going to be yet another section, and it's going to have a prop of no padding. It's also going to have an ID equal to projects, just so that we can scroll to that point. And inside of there, we're going to have a section divider. Section divider is a self-closing tag. Below that, we of course need a section title. It is going to have a main property, and it's going to simply say project. Below that, we're going to have a grid container. Inside of our grid component, we want to map over our project. And this is really important. You could do something like this. Create an array that has 0, 1, 2. And let's say that you want to map over those values. You could do that right here. We can say .map and then map over each specific project, and finally return something. Let's say that we want to return simply that text that's inside of there. So let's return a div, And then inside of that div, we want to return the actual project. Let's save it and take a look in the browser. There we go. As you can see, we have projects. I'm going to make this a bit bigger. And you can see that we have 0, 1, 2 in a nicely styled grid. As we are using grid container and style components, we already have a nice layout. So I can even create a few more and they're going to be stacked nicely. As you can see, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 looks good and feels good. What I wanted to teach you here is, let's say that you had projects with a bit more data. So each one of these projects in an array is going to be an object. And that object is going to have, for example, a title, project 1. It also has to have a description. Description is going to be something long, so we can say this is a really, really long description about this project. Great, so that is the data for just one specific project. Let's say that you want to have more. You'd have to do it like this. Great, so now we have project 2, project 3, and project 4. Now, if you wanted to go over this, you would say project.title, and below that, we can say project.description. We could have added a break tag in the middle, just so it's easier to look at it. And there we go, project 1. This is a really, really long description, and we have a grid stacked with all of the projects. But if I go here, can you notice something that's not good about this code? We are not separating the content from the logic. Everything is kinda in here in one place. To make that just a bit better, we can of course extract these projects and then we can put them right here at the top. Let's say something like const projects demo, and that's going to be equal to this array we just copied. Now we can simply say projects demo.map. As you can see, this gives us the same results and it looks just a bit cleaner. But still, we have all of these lines in our React component file. So let's extract them somewhere else. In this case, I've created a special constant for projects. So that's just a variable, an array of projects that we are importing from the specific folder in our project. Let's find it. It's under constants and constants right there. There we have an exported array of all the projects with everything: the title, descriptions, images, tags, sources, visit, and ID. That's what I meant when I said let's create constants and let's separate the logic from the content. With that said, what we can simply do is in here map over the projects and then display all the important information that a project has. For now, let's simply start with project.title. In this case, I'm going to remove this and let's see if we can see the titles of all of our projects. There we go. We have Mern Memories, e-commerce, WebRTC app, and Unichat. By the way, these are only some of the best projects that you can find on JavaScript Mastery channel. On this YouTube channel, we focus not on teaching through theory, but on teaching through building projects. So if that's something that interests you, definitely make sure to subscribe, leave a like, and a comment. With that said, let's continue. Let's create a real representation of what our project is going to look like. Instead of a div, we're going to return a blog card. That blog card is going to have a key, which is going to be equal to project.id. Then we're going to have an image. An image is going to be a self-closing tag that's going to have the src equal to project.image. Below the image, we're going to have a title content component. And then inside of there, we can have a header 3. That header 3 is going to have a prop of title. And then in there, we can simply say project.title. One more great tip is whenever you notice that you're repeating something really often, like project.id, project.image, project.title, and so on, you can simply destructure everything coming from this project by putting it in curly braces. So let's do that. We want to destructure the ID, the image, the title, and let's immediately destructure all of the other things we're going to use. Description, tags, source, and visit. Description, tags, source, and visit. Great. Now we have everything we need and we can remove this instance of a project because we immediately have all the variables ready for us to use. Below our header 3, we're going to have an HR component. This is a capital HR. It's a special styled component. And below our title content, we're gonna have a card info. This card info is going to simply say description. Let's see how it looks like in the browser. And would you look at that? We have this nice projects heading, and we have all of our images of our project, including the title, this nice HR, and the description for each specific project. Of course, these are not the projects you've made. Well, they could be if you watch some of the videos, but this is the place where you want to put your own projects, titles, and descriptions. Considering that we are using constants, it's incredibly easy to do so. Just go into the constants file, change the title, change the description, change the image, tags, source, visit, and everything else. Your changes are immediately going to be reflected in our code because we are simply mapping over those constants. One more tip is where to put the images. We're going to put images in the public folder, so that's going to be /images, and then in here you can put the images to all of your projects, just like so. With that said, now you know how you can change the content of your project, so let's keep adding more things to it. Below our card info, still in the block card, we're gonna have a div. That div is going to have a title content, and then inside of there, we can simply say stack. We're gonna explain what stack was this project built with. Then we're gonna have a tag list, and then inside of that tag list, we can map over the components. That's going to be tags.map, and then in here we get each specific tag. We're gonna also take the index from our map, and let's return something. Make sure that in here we have parentheses, not curly braces. Same things goes for here, because that's an instant return. With that said, let's map over our tags by simply specifying a tag, and then in there we can render something like a tag. Of course, each thing in a mapped array needs to have a key. It's not usually the best practice, but it's simple enough for this case. We can simply use the index. Let's save it and take a look. As you can see, our MERN Memories project was built with Mongo, Express, React, and Node. E-commerce was built with React and JavaScript. WebRTC was built with React and WebRTC. UniChat was built with React, Chat Engine, and Firebase. All of these things are coming dynamically from our projects. You can see we're mentioning them right there, and we're using the logic in our JSX to render them properly for each specific projects we map over. Of course, the final thing just below this div is going to be a utility list. Inside of there, we can render some of the external links. So let's create it, external link, and that external link is going to say code, and that external link is going to have the href equal to something like visit. This is the link to visit the code for this specific project. We can duplicate this line and change the code to say something like source. This is the link that's going to lead us to a live version of our website. Of course, we can also change the href. I see that I've made a small typo. This here is not external link, it's rather external links with an S at the end. Let's save it. And if we scroll down, each one of our projects now has two buttons, one that leads us to the code and one that leads us to a real source of the website. Great, this is it for our project section. The next section is going to be about the technologies that you can use as a developer. You know the drill. To start creating our technologies section, we can open up the technologies folder and the technologies file. This is the place where we're going to use all of these imported components and icons to create our technology section. So let's get started. As with everything, our section is going to be just that, a section. It is going to have an ID equal to tech, just so we can scroll to it. And we're going to have the section divider, which is going to be a self-closing tag, just like so. Then we're going to have a section title, which is simply going to say technologies. Then below the section title, we can put our section text. And then in here, you can say something like, I've worked with a range of technologies in the web development world, from backend to design. Of course, you can modify this to suit your specific tech stack. Let's save it and see how does it look like. Let's scroll a bit down and you can see we have this nice header that simply says technologies. I worked with a range of technologies in the web development world. Now let's list those technologies in a nicely designed way. Now that I think about it, it would be great if we put our code editor on the side. That way we can always look at the changes live. I've put my editor to the side, but let me show you how responsive our website is. It is fully responsive and it makes it so that everything looks good on all device sizes. See how if I keep doing this, it's gonna turn into a mobile view, just like that. Let's take a look. There we go. We have everything we need at the top. And if we keep scrolling down, everything is nicely stacked in one column. Now let's continue implementing our technologies section. But I'm going to split it half-half so that you can see the code and that you can still see what we're building. Below our section text, still inside of the section, we're going to create a list component. Inside of our list, we're going to have a list item. And that list item is going to have an icon that's going to say DI Firebase. And that is going to be a self-closing tag with a size equal to 3 rem. Great. As you can see, we have this icon right there. Below that, we're going to have a list container, just like so. That list container is going to contain the list title. That's simply going to say something like front end. And also, just below the list title, we're going to have a list paragraph. So list paragraph. And in there, we can say something like experience with. We can put a BR tag, and then we can say react.js. As you can see, if we save it, that already looks really good. We have the front-end experience with React.js. Now we can copy this a few times. By this, I mean the entire list item. Let's do it 2 more times, and let's change the content. The second thing here is going to be the backend. And we can say experience with, and let's change this React to node.js and databases. If we save that, you can see we have the backend. Let's just say node to keep it in one line. And finally, the third thing is going to be experience with. In this case, let's say our developer is also a UI and the UX designer, and we can say experience with. Let's do something like tools like Figma. Let's save it and take a look. Now we have this part. The last thing we have to do is change the icons. The first one can be DI React. Then we can leave the Firebase as a database for the second one. And the last one is going to be DI Zend, like Zendesk, like any other tool that you can put in here. But if you want to put your custom icons, definitely visit React Icons. And then in here, you can find any icons you'd like. With that said, we have our icons and we have our technologies section completely done. Let's expand it a bit and see how it looks like on desktop. Looks extremely clean. We have our technologies, front-end, back-end, and UI and UX. That's great. There we go. I unzoomed a bit and our technologies section is done. We have a title, we have some text, and we're listing all of the technologies that we know how to use. It looks like to me that we need to add a BR tag below this section divider just to kind of separate it a bit. That looks much better. And let's try to see it in full screen. Yep, starting from the top, we have our personal portfolio, we have our projects, and now we can also scroll to our technologies that show what we can do as developers. That means that our technologies section is done and we can keep moving forwards. Now the next section is going to be the timeline. To create a timeline, let's collapse all of our files, go to source, components, and then timeline right in here. Our timeline is going to be just a bit different. As you can see, we are importing some things right here. Let me just make this a bit bigger. And we also have some variables like total carousel count. But I have a lot of commented out code right there. That's because we have some special logic when it comes to scrolling through the carousel, checking the active item, and then handling the click as well as the scroll. And then we also have to handle the screen resize. I'm gonna explain every single part of this code, but before we begin with that, let's of course create the actual timeline. To do that, we can create a section. That section is going to have the ID equal to about. And then in there, we can of course have a section title. that section title can say something like about me, or we can change it to timeline, whatever you'd like. And in here, we can have our section text. Below our section title, we can have our section text. And then in there, you can put anything. In this case, I'm simply going to copy the JavaScript Mastery tagline, which is the purpose of JavaScript Mastery. But in your case, you can put how did you start learning something, what are some of your big milestones, and etc. Below our section text, we're going to have our carousel. So let's create a carousel container. And inside of there, we're going to loop over the timeline data. But before we do that, we have to provide a ref element to this carousel. Ref is going to be simply carousel ref. Of course, this carousel ref we don't already have. So let's scroll to the top and let's simply uncomment this. That's going to give us access to the carousel ref. Now let's keep moving forward. Inside of our carousel container, we want to create an empty React fragment like this. And we want to loop over the timeline data. So I can do it like this, timeline data.map. In here, we get each specific item and we also get the index. Now, of course, we want to instantly return this by putting parentheses. And let's check what our timeline data is. If you scroll to the top, you can see that we are importing that from constants as well. We already know what that is. So let's click it. And as you can see, this constant is just below the projects we've already encountered. But this is simply another array with a few objects, and they have the year and the text of what happened that year. For example, 2017 started my journey, 18 worked as a freelance developer, 19 founded JavaScript Mastery, shared the project, and started my own platform. These are the goals or some of your timelines and milestones. Now that we know what we're looping over, let's actually show that data. In here, we're going to have a carousel mobile scroll node. This is going to be a special carousel item that's going to look really nice on mobile devices and on desktop devices. In there, we're going to pass a key. The key is going to be equal to the index, and the final is going to be equal to index is equal to total carousel count -1. That means that we always want to have a final carousel item, and that is going to be equal to total carousel count -1. Again, that total carousel count is just a variable that is right there. It calculates all of our items and gives us the length. That's it. Inside of there, we want to have a carousel item. That carousel item is going to have a lot of props, so I'm going to put this component like this. First, it's going to have the index. Index is simply going to be equal to index. It can also have an ID, and that ID can be equal to a string of carousel __ item dash, and then in here, we're going to use the index. We need to know on which carousel item are we currently on. It's also going to have an active property, and that active is going to be equal to the state of active item. Again, this is undefined, so we have to scroll up and we have to uncomment our state. At the start, our active item is 0, but we'll need to move forward and increase the active item number. With that said, let's scroll down. Do we need anything else? Well, we're going to need an onClick property. And onClick, we're going to have a callback function with the event. And we want to call a handleClick function. HandleClick is going to accept the event, and it's also going to pass the index of a specific carousel item. Once again, our handleClick is not defined, so let's find where it is. Right here, and let's uncomment it. As you can see, our handleClick accepts the event and the index. First of all, it prevents the default because we don't want to refresh the page once we click on something. Then it checks out if there is a carousel ref. That means, does it exist? Once we click it, we simply want to scroll it to the left. This here is just some value that I found works best for scrolling left depending on the specific width of that specific element. With that said, let's scroll down. And if we save that, we should maybe already see something. Well, not yet, because we haven't provided the content for the carousel. Each one of our carousel items is going to have a carousel item title. So right inside of here, carousel, item, title. Great. Inside of there, let's put a year. That year is going to be equal to, and that is, in this case, item dot year, because you can see each one of our timeline data items is just an item that has the year that you can see right here. So if you save that, you should be able to see all the years we have listed right inside of here. Next thing that we have in our title is going to be an image that's rather going to be an SVG. Of course, it's almost impossible to write SVGs by hand, so I'm simply going to paste it here, and you're going to get the code as well. So just scroll down in the description where you can see all the files. There you should also see the SVG for the timeline. That SVG is simply a line that points from one year to another, but later on it's going to look so much better. Just below the carousel container, let's add some carousel buttons. So just below here, I'm gonna say carousel buttons, and in there, we're gonna loop over all the buttons. We can do that by again opening a dynamic block, say timeline data dot map. We again want to loop over the items, and we need the index. And then we want to display a button for each timeline data. That is going to be a carousel button self-closing component, and then in there we can pass some of the values. First one is going to be the key, which will be equal to index. Then the second value is going to be equal to index itself. Then we need to know which item is currently active by providing that active item. After the active item, we also want to have the onClick. And this onClick is going to be the same as the onClick we've had previously. It has the event, and we pass that event alongside the index. Finally, the type is going to be equal to button. Now, I've just noticed that this is not going to be a self-closing tag so that you can open it. And then inside of there, we're gonna have just one more component, which is going to be carousel button dot. And that will be a self-closing component that's gonna have the active equal to active item. We're almost done with this carousel. We've added all of these buttons, but we cannot see them. That's because you can only see some parts of it on mobile devices. But before we check how responsive it is, let's scroll a bit up. Let's find our carousel item title, and just below that, we're gonna have our carousel item text. Inside of there, we want to render what did we do that specific year, and that's going to be equal to item.text. If you save it, you're gonna see that this is starting to look so much better. Now we have 2017 started my journey, 18 worked as a freelance developer, and so on. This already looks so much better. But now let's check how responsive it is. I'm going to open the developer tools, go to the mobile view, and now take a look at this. The screen is not wide enough. You can see only half of the number 9. But if we keep scrolling, you can see that now you can scroll nicely through all of these values, and it seems incredibly natural for mobile devices. We also have these dots, which are not working currently because when you click on them, they simply point you to the top of the page. But let's implement the last two parts, and that is the handle scroll and the use effect. So one more thing we have to do is go to our carousel container next to our ref, and then in there, we're gonna have the onScroll property, which is going to be equal to handle scroll. Of course, we have to go above, and we have to uncomment this handle scroll. This is doing a similar thing to our onClick. It's simply getting the index based on the specific scroll, and then it's setting the active item based on how far we've scrolled. Finally, here is our use effect, and we're gonna use that to simply snap back to the beginning of scroll when window is resized. It's going to make us avoid a bug where content is covered up if coming from smaller screen. Now let's save it and check it out. As you can see, we can scroll and the dots actually move. That's great. And let's check it out in the full screen. On desktop devices, there is no scroll. All the items are visible right away. But if we try opening something like a laptop, same thing, everything is visible right away. Let's try to go for a tablet. Same thing, everything is visible right away. We don't even see the SVG because they're so close together. But if we go to something like a large mobile device, you can see now we can actually scroll, and that's what this carousel is about. Let's scroll again. Looks good on smaller devices, and let's try with the smallest of devices to see if that's gonna work. Only 2 specific timeline items visible, but we can still scroll and it feels and looks great. The last thing we have to do is add a section divider right here at the bottom below our carousel buttons. And more importantly, we need to scroll up and we need to uncomment our scroll function. Our website is going to have issues on mobile devices if you don't uncomment this. This timeline component was a bit tougher, so I'm going to leave the entire timeline file for you in the description in case you've made a mistake somewhere or if you didn't copy everything properly. That way you can simply fix it and be on your way to build the accomplishments section. Let's do that right away. Our accomplishments section is going to be much easier than our timeline. You can head to components, accomplishments, and then in here, you can see that we also have some of the imports, but we also have some constant data. Of course, you can do what you learned in this video, and that is to take this data and then move it to the constants. I'm gonna leave that part to you, but if you want, you can keep it here as well, because it's not that long, it's only 6 lines. With that said, let's start creating our layout. We're gonna have a section, and that section is going to have a section title. Inside of the section title, we can say something like personal achievements or accomplishments. And then below that section title, we're gonna have boxes. That is another styled component. It's going to be boxes, not boxed. And inside of there, we wanna map over this data. So we can say data.map. For each data item, we're gonna get a card and an index. And we want to return a box. So let's create that box. The box is going to have a key, which is going to be equal to index. And inside of there, we're going to have 2 different things. First one is box number. And in there, we can simply specify a card number like this, card.number, and we can put a plus next to it. And then below that, we're also going to have a box text. And in there, we can simply showcase the card.text. Let's save it. And would you look at that? Personal accomplishments, we have 4 different cards and all of the data is coming from here. We have 20 plus open source projects, 1900 GitHub followers, and 5000 GitHub stars. Of course, you can change this data to suit your needs, like how many projects have you built, and so on. With that said, the personal accomplishments section is done. I guess you now believe me when I said that the accomplishments section is so much easier to do than the actual timeline. Great. With that said, the only thing we have left is the footer. So let's just close the accomplishments, go to our footer component right here, and let's implement it. Again, we're importing some of the components, and the footer is not going to be that hard. It's actually going to be similar to our header because we need to have some links and we have to have some social icons. So let's start creating it. In here, we're gonna have a footer wrapper component. Then inside of there, we're gonna have a link list. This just reminded me of a linked list, but don't worry, it's not a data structure, it's just a style component. But if you'd like me to create some data structures and algorithms videos in JavaScript, I'll definitely do that. Please let me know in the comments. Or on the other hand, let me know in the comments whatever you'd like me to post next, any kind of video title. Great, with that said, let's keep going. Link column is going to be inside of our link list, and we're gonna have a link title. In here, we can simply say call. And then below that, we're gonna have a link item. Our link item is going to have the href, and in there we can say tel is equal to, let's do 111-111-1111. This is going to be your telephone number if you want to leave it there. And again, I'm going to copy it and paste it inside of the link item. Let's save it. And you can see now people can call you. we have a nice hover animation, and if they click here, they'll be able to make a call. Now we're going to copy this link column one more time, and in the second time, we're going to say email, and in here, we're going to have href is equal to, not the number, but rather mail to, colon, and then you can enter your email. Great, I entered my email, and I'm going to put it here as well. If you saved it, you should be able to see that now we have the call and we also have the email. Final thing that we need to implement are going to be the social icons. So just below the link list, we can have social icons right there. More specifically, social icons container that's going to contain the actual icons. So first of all, we can put a company container right there. And then inside of that company container, we can have our slogan. Our slogan can be something like innovating one project at a time, but of course you can put anything you want in here. Great. Now let's go for those social media icons. Below the company container, we're going to have social icons. Remember when I told you that our social icons are going to be similar to the one in the header. So let's go right there. And let's just copy our social icons. GitHub, LinkedIn, and Instagram. Simply paste them just below the company container right in here. Great, let's save it. And there you go. Our 3 icons are right here. Also, don't forget to wrap our social icons with a social container. Like this. And then put it at the end before the Instagram tag. Great. And with that said, our Next.js portfolio is now fully done. Let's open it in desktop view and take a look at that. We have this nice header at the top. We have social icons. Welcome to my portfolio with the Learn More button. You can see that we have some projects right there with 2 buttons with code and the source. Below, we also have some of the technologies, like some more general things like Frontend, Backend, and UI. In the About Me section, you can write something, write your hobbies, your name. Then in here, we have our timeline, we have our personal achievements, and at the end, we have the call and email buttons, as well as the social media icons. And that is our portfolio. Of course, it is fully responsive, so if I do this and open up my iPhone X view, you can see it looks incredibly well on desktop devices as well. Of course, this is currently visible only to you on your device if your terminal is running. But let's deploy this with Hostinger to your own personal domain so that you can share it with your friends and potential employers. We're back inside of Hostinger's dashboard. We already have the domain. Now is the time to set up the hosting. I'm going to use my premium shared hosting. Click setup right there. And it's going to say welcome, follow the guided setup. Let's click start now. And now you can choose what are you deploying. In this case, we'll be deploying a portfolio website. So I'm going to click here. We're going to enter a domain. In this case, that's going to be jsmasterypro.com. I'm going to click select. And in this step, we're simply going to click this link at the bottom, which says skip, I will start from scratch. I'm here to guide you. So let's do that. And that's the finished setup. We can click finish setup, and that's going to redirect us to the dashboard. The site is going to be up in just a minute, and then we're going to upload our files. There we go. Our website is ready. Let's go to a control panel. Once that is done, you'll be redirected to here, and you can click manage on your hosting. Once you're here, you can scroll down and find the file manager. Let's click it. This is going to open up the hosting panel. You can go under domains. There you'll see your domain name, and you can enter into the public HTML. In there, you'll see just a default PHP file, and you can delete that one. Now you can go back to your code, and then in there, you can stop your terminal from running by pressing Ctrl+C. After you do that, you can run npm run build. This is going to create an optimized production build, and it's going to put all the files into an out folder. It's right there. Let's open it up in our file explorer. And finally, the only thing you have to do is open up that out file and simply drag and drop all the files from there and to here. It's going to check if all the right files are selected and simply click upload. If you haven't already, while this is uploading, now is a good time for you to press that like button and leave a nice comment. It really helps with the YouTube algorithm. Okay, all of our files are here. We can now close our Hostinger file manager. We're back in here, and before we check out our website, let's activate the SSL certificate. You can scroll down and there you will see SSL. Click on that, and the process of installing an SSL using Hostinger is incredibly easy. Just pick your domain and click Install SSL. If you have recently purchased the domain, it might not already be fully activated. Then it might say it failed. But for me, it worked immediately. If you're having any issues with the deployment, make sure to open this chat window on the bottom right and they'll be able to help you right away. With that said, let's go to our dashboard. And on the left side, you can see main domain JSMasteryPro.com. For you, something different is going to be here. Let's click it and check it out. And there we go. Your portfolio is now live and deployed on your own domain. You're now ready to present yourself as a solid developer who's built a lot of projects and who's built this great portfolio. With that said, thank you so much for watching and see you in the next video.